Chapter 847. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed. The first thing that changed was the atmosphere here. The rich aura of time had all settled underground, and the temple had disappeared, leaving only a huge square. There was a strange black aura in the air, and it was silent and oppressive. Above their heads, there was a dazzling star. It was a huge black sun, and black flames were rolling on the sun, constantly throwing out corona. It was obviously black sunlight, but after looking at it for a long time, it made their eyes hurt. The earth was dry and desolate, and the black sun was emitting the flames of death. The power of laws was chaotic and almost disappeared, and the irregular flow of time swept across the sky. Space had also become chaotic and disordered, and the aura of destruction turned into a breeze that blew across the earth, bringing up a cloud of dust. It was like sand being swept up in the desert, dancing and flying to an unknown place. The starry sky was desolate and empty, and there were no other stars. The world under the illumination of the black sun had an oppressive atmosphere, and the entire earth was emitting a dark and rotten aura. This aura was mixed with an aura of immortality, but more than that, there was a rotten smell, as if ancient trees had withered. The star field had evolved to the final stage and was about to lead to complete destruction. Even the world barrier was like a sieve that had a big hole in it, and the void storm swept in, about to swallow this world. This world has been frozen at the moment of destruction. For 70 eras, this last moment has been repeated. The world barrier has shattered, the void has flowed in reverse, and the starry sky is about to be destroyed and turned into dust. The laws and causality of this place have been completely shattered, and I can be sure that this is the result of the gods' intervention. This place is the site of the final battle. Ling Fong's boots lightly stepped on the ground, and a layer of gray sand was scraped up. He looked at this destroyed world, and the entire starry sky was incomparably dark and dim. However, there were some places where there were imperceptible flames. A huge blood-red cross ran horizontally across the entire star field, as if it was a symbol that divided this world. This is the land that sealed the heavens. Yin Nuoxing took 2 steps forward and took a light breath. Then, she frowned. It's emitting a foul and rotten aura. I keep feeling that this world is emitting an ancient hostility. Moreover, I have a very strong desire to destroy. The hatred that originates from the memories, souls, and bloodline inheritance, the unquenchable anger, the unquenchable hatred, all of these have been passed down. This is the world that they once lived in, the scene after it was completely destroyed. Burying their bones here is like mocking them. Ling smiled faintly. Until now, no one had reacted. Yuan Shi was one of the more knowledgeable people here. When he heard the words sealed heaven and earth, his brain almost stopped working. When he heard the words sealed heaven and earth, and then when he heard that it was under the name of Quarter Moon, his brain almost burned, and a lot of questions popped up in his head. What's going on? Who can explain? Yao Hua was dumbfounded as he voiced out everyone's doubts. Lin Sheng and the others nodded in agreement. Oh, the guests do have the right to know. I have to explain. Ling raised his head and smiled faintly. Then, he raised his right hand and pressed forward. A golden time vortex spun wildly in front of him and expanded to a size of 2 feet. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind the vortex and fiercely crashed into it. Bang! The violent collision attracted everyone's attention. The black shadow was swallowed and strangled by the time vortex without any struggle. Ming, Bing Er, and the others stood on the left and right sides of Yin Nuoxing without thinking. Mei Mao looked around vigilantly, while he shouted excitedly, "Brother Yin, there's so many black guys. Can you defeat them? Can you defeat them? Can you defeat them?" Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. He pulled Yuer into his arms and rubbed her hair vigorously. He looked at Ling and said, "It seems that this world is very, very unfriendly." The aura of death was so thick that it could not be dispersed. A black, chilly wind swept up in the air. In the distance, on the pitch-black ground, black things like shadows wriggled and rose from the ground. They turned into blurry figures. Apart from a pair of ferocious red eyes, their facial features could not be seen. Their bodies could not be seen either. They were just black shadows in the shape of humans. Their bodies exuded a majestic aura of death. Apart from their murderous aura, there was no other information. Phew! What a thick sense of resentment. Ling whistled and put his hands in his pockets. He lightly tapped his feet on the ground, and dozens of golden vortexes suddenly appeared beside him. He smiled faintly and said, "Let's talk as we walk. Let the endless storm of time devour your lives." Zero let out an excited cry and suddenly opened his arms. The aura of time flowed out of his body, and the dozens of time vortexes suddenly disappeared. Then, the black shadows in the distance were suddenly cut off inch by inch. Their bodies fell to the ground and quickly melted into a pool of black liquid. In the end, they disappeared. The strange power of time made these unlucky fellows experience the feeling of different parts of their bodies being accelerated and slowed down tens of thousands of times. They rotted and withered. For Yin Nuashing and the others, seeing the thousands of black shadows disappear was just the blink of an eye. But for the others, this process lasted for an instant or tens of thousands of years. Phew! These carriers of resentment are powerful. Each of them is around the 4th or 5th level of the immortal rank. But unexpectedly, they have no defensive power. Ling stretched his arms and looked into the distance. But there are too many of them. I'm afraid there are tens of millions of them. Oh, it should be more than that. When this world was stripped by the divine right, the number of carriers of resentment should be in the billions. Let's kill them slowly. Everyone's face darkened. A billion? Immortal rank powerhouses in the billions? Even if God and underworld powerhouses killed until their hands went numb, they probably wouldn't be able to kill them all. Don't just watch. Throw out 2 big moves and use your eyes to see where there is something that looks like a mausoleum. Once we find it, we'll kill our way there. Ling nudged Yin Nuashing and urged her. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and took out the formation book. She pointed in a direction and said, "I already see it. Over there's something that looks like a ball. The bottom is a pyramid and the top of the ball is a strange diamond-shaped building. Other than that, there is nothing else worth paying attention to." Just as she finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a cold light shoot towards them. The aura of death surged, causing the cold temperature to suddenly drop. Everyone's hair stood on end. "This is my domain," Yun Nuashing shouted and suddenly threw the formation book into the sky. When a formation book flew to the highest point, it suddenly flickered and a formation that was 10 million feet in size unfolded in the sky. This formation wasn't an ordinary azure, nor was it the gold of a Saint Technique formation, nor was it the black of a taboo formation. Instead, it flickered with the colors of the starry sky. The vast and mighty power of the stars spread out in all directions. It was so dense that it almost caused a starry storm on the surface of the earth. "Starry forbidden domain, small star fall." Yin Nuashing waved her hand, and the starry formation in the sky suddenly trembled. Endless starlight was released, and pillars of starlight ranging from 10 feet to 10 feet in size fell from the formation. In an instant, it was as if it was raining stars. Every pillar of starlight passed through the black shadows and caused them to melt into the torrent of energy. When the pillars of starlight landed on the ground, the energy washed away the darkness on the ground and dyed the starry sky bluish-black. Specks of starlight were reflected from the ground as if the starry sky had turned upside down. In the starry mark domain, energy can be converted into the pure power of the stars. The power of the stars in the air can also automatically replenish what is consumed. It can also cause the energy core to enter a surging state, doubling the speed of energy circulation. At the same time, it can also allow people to unleash twice their combat power. Zero looked at the sky and then looked at the starry colors that were spreading on the ground. Suddenly, he smiled at Yin Nuashing and said, "Looks like you can even increase your attributes and use your ultimate move. Shut up. Hurry up and lead the way. This place is really disgusting." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and kicked him when she saw the overwhelming number of black shadows melting into the starry mark domain. Yuanshi was a little confused when he saw that the two of them did not seem to have a grudge against each other. He scratched his head in confusion, then patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder while muttering. Before he could say anything, Ming raised her head and looked at the latter. Her big golden eyes sparkled with a beautiful color. She smiled and said, "Big brother will explain it to us, right?" Yes, yes, he will. I'll tell you as we walk. The story is a little long. Let me organize it." Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed her silver-white hair as she nodded. Brother Yin, let me go. Let me go out and fight." Shook Yin Nuoxing's arm with all her might. Her body was burning with a shocking amount of demonic energy. Her fighting spirit was so strong that it was almost tangible. He looked at the girl speechlessly, then looked at the people behind him who were gradually recovering from their daze. He smiled and said, "Let's talk about it slowly on the way. The journey is long, and there are too many enemies. I won't show off. Can I ask you guys for help?" "Yes, then let's talk about it slowly. All members of the 9 shrines, activate your battle domains." Jining smiled at him. She waved her hand, and Yao Hua and the others all roared at the sky. The surging power of the 9 elements swept out like a storm. Then they rushed out like 17 bombs. Shui Ling was one step behind. She walked to Yin Nuoxing's side. Mei Mao looked at the latter from head to toe and muttered doubtfully, "Brother Shaoxing, you're really a mysterious guy." Cough, cough. As soon as she said that, Yin Nuoxing felt 3 burning gazes staring at her. She hurriedly coughed and rubbed the heads of the 3 girls beside her. When she turned around, Shui Ling had already rushed out. The surging water elements under the enhancement of the star mark domain almost turned into an ocean. "Then let's move around too." Lin Sheng swung his arm and grinned at everyone. Yin Nuoxing nodded and swung her arm. Her fighting spirit was also ignited in her heart. Then she waved her arm in front of her. "Beat them up. Don't show any mercy." Boom! As soon as she said that, Yu, who had been holding back and acting like an obedient child, rushed out with a boom. She even laughed crazily, and the demonic aura on her body burned. With a slap, she extinguished a large number of black shadows. This girl felt as if she had gone crazy from not being able to fight. Her big watery eyes flashed with a fiery fighting spirit that could blind people. When she fought, she looked terrifying. As Yu violently rushed out like a cannonball, it seemed to be a signal. The next moment, a group of people who could be considered geniuses among the younger generation also rushed out, showing off their violent aesthetics to this group of ghosts. Although the black shadow looked a little strange and terrible, Yin Nuoxing still had to admit that the strength of these humanoid creatures that looked like ink fusion monsters was still a little beyond his expectations. They did not have any defensive power and almost shattered upon contact, but their messy attacking methods seemed to be displaying all kinds of profound skills. Those troublesome attacking methods were endless, and they even knew how to combine attacks. All kinds of strange methods were endless. Whether it was Yao Hua and the rest, or Lin Sheng and the rest, they could all be called geniuses. They had been cultivating since they were born and had fought all the way until now. Their combat experience was also rich, and they had many methods to deal with their enemies. However, when they were put in this situation, their attacking methods immediately became monotonous. Those black shadows were even more illustrative of mystic skills. They were all throwing out mystic skills one after another. Although they did not have any defensive power, their attacking power was astonishing. Most of the black shadows were affected by the attacks before they could even release their mystic skills. They melted into a pool of black water and disappeared. Boom! A violent explosion resounded, causing the ground to shake as if there was an earthquake. A huge wall of golden flames surged out like a wave of fire, covering the sky and covering the earth. The golden sacred flames that contained the power of the stars burned, turning thousands of black shadows into ashes. Yin Nuoxing whistled. This girl was a little crazy when she fought. Everyone's attacking methods were almost the same. The larger the scale, the better. They did not care about the actual effects of the attacks. In any case, those black shadows were as fragile as paper and were torn apart. Other than their chaotic attacking methods, nothing else was worth mentioning. Zero walked slowly at the front. All the energy and black shadows would disappear soundlessly once they stepped within 300 meters of him. The power of time was as strange as ever. Everyone followed behind him and wiped out a large area of black shadows. Attacks were thrown out one after another as if they were free. In any case, the array in the sky was constantly replenishing their energy. There would not be a shortage of energy in a short period of time. Yin Nuashing looked left and right. He was surrounded by everyone in the center. The formation above his head moved as he walked. It was like a movement buff halo. Other than that formation, he did not make any other moves. This was because the moment he made a move, he would use his divine weapon. Now is not the time to do so. Kill, 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 kill. A cold voice filled with murderous intent resounded in the air. This voice was extremely desolate and hoarse. It was the sound of those black shadows roaring. They were just the carriers of resentment. They were the embodiment of the resentment of the people who had died in this world. Logically speaking, they did not have intelligence. Even if they had power, they only had power but not brains. However, the fact that they could roar out loud still stunned Zero and Yin Nuashing. It's probably some kind of mutation. You know the power of a heavenly god. Zero calmly waved his hand. A time storm annihilated a large area. Oh, I know. However, I'm worried that something will happen later. Yin Nuashing calmly walked forward. It's about time to explain, right? Yao Hua's voice came from his side. You say? Or should I say? Yin Nuashing glanced at Zero, who was leading the way. You say it. When I control time, my brain is not very good. I have to be fully focused. Other unnecessary functions will be slightly shut down. Zero shrugged. All right. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Then, he pondered for a while. This is a very, very long story. In that ancient, make it simple and serious. Everyone scolded angrily. All right, I'm kidding. Yin Nuashing coughed dryly. Then, he slowly explained the situation. However, there were some people who were not familiar with this place, such as the other students of the Yuanguang Academy. Therefore, it was quite easy to explain. He just treated this place as a special place. As for those who needed to know everything, such as Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Qin Yin, Lin Sheng, and the others, he communicated with them through their souls. Anyway, soul communication was very fast. Many conversations could be completed in an instant. Unsurprisingly, when he said a lot of things, everyone was stunned, so much so that in that 1 second the attack stopped. Little Star, you guys? Yuanshi took a deep breath and almost choked. What is it? Forbidden heavenly gods. Yao Hua staggered. 2 split souls. The 9 elements went on a rampage for a long time. A lot of black shadows died in vain because of this bunch of crazy people. Calm down. I was also shocked when I first found out. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then, he continued to narrate the situation through their souls. As a result, the group of people couldn't stop gasping. Yao Hua looked at him in horror. Does that mean we have to call him Ancestor? Zero and Yin Nuashing stumbled at the same time. They scolded at the same time. Damn it, I already said that this person is no longer the same person. We are just different life forms that Quartermoon split off and inherited as memories. Anyway, I think it's similar. It's just a bit of mouthful. Chu Yingxian rolled her eyes and slapped Yin Nuashing. Then, she jokingly said, Great heavenly god, this name is really intimidating. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and ignored this crazy girl. The primogenitor's remains are also buried here. Mei Mao's eyes flickered slightly. This news shocked her. After so many years, the 9-deity shrine didn't have any more records about the primogenitor. Now that 9 god corpses were brought back all at once, would the shrine masters and the others go crazy? Lin Sheng and the others said that they were just watching the show because they couldn't get a word in. Chapter 848. The numbers are a little too much. Ling, who was walking at the front, rubbed his sore palms. His cheeks twitched as he looked at the endless tide of black shadows. I don't think it's a little too much. It's a little too much. Yin Nuoxing looked around and couldn't help but frown. An army of people was really disgusting. Perhaps it was because he and Ling were here, but when the enemies of the past saw each other, they were so jealous that they wanted to devour each other. The strong sense of death emanating from this world almost turned into an ocean. Those black shadows were just a manifestation of it. These black shadows aren't very powerful. Other than their attacks, there's nothing else worth paying attention to. However, there are too many of them. If it weren't for Big Brother's array maintaining the huge battle energy, we would have been exhausted very quickly and casualties would have started to appear. Ming, who was walking beside Yin Nuoxing, was urgently recovering his strength. His golden eyes looked at the huge battlefield as he spoke. They're also a threat if we drag this on for too long. What's that saying again? When a tiger enters a pack of wolves, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Ling twirled his fingers, turned his head, and looked back at Yin Nuoxing. He smiled faintly and said, "Why don't you make a move? If you drag this on, my time will run out." "Yeah, you also have times when you run out of energy?" Yin Nuoxing's tone was very surprised. "I also have times when I run out of time." Ling didn't think much of his surprised words. He shrugged and said, "The illusory time body can be compared to the spiritual godly body, but it doesn't mean that the destructive power I can cause is comparable to yours. In terms of pure destructive power, even without the help of a godly weapon, the spiritual godly body's destructive power is still top-notch. Simply put, you're a destructive maniac." Chu Yingxian pursed her lips and snapped her fingers. The ground in front of them suddenly trembled. It was as if the shock waves of an earthquake had swept across and shattered countless black shadows. Then, she took a deep breath and looked at Yin Nuoxing. "Make a move, Harriman. Let us take a breather." As soon as she addressed him, Yin Nuoxing felt that he was being looked at by more than 10 different kinds of gazes, which made him angry. He glared at her fiercely. How could this fellow say everything so brazenly? Yin Nuoxing raised her head and looked at the formation that looked like it was raining. She scratched her long hair and pondered for a moment before taking out the black and gold half mask that looked like a wing. "Oh, a phase mask? I've heard of this thing before. It's quite famous." Zero smiled faintly as he watched Yin Nuoxing put on the mask. "What's the use?" Yao Hua hurriedly asked. "He can banish himself to a space that does not have any connection with the present realm. To put it simply, he will be in a state where he cannot be affected by any power, but his actions can affect others. At the very least, only a god can remove him from that state," Zero explained simply. "Although I've been using this thing as an ordinary mask, a phase mask can prevent me from being affected by the power of laws here for a short period of time. It should only be able to launch one attack, so it should be enough." Yin Nuoxing smacked her lips. After putting on the mask, the black and gold wings slowly extended, revealing a faint light. Then, her figure gradually became somewhat transparent in everyone's eyes, as if she had become a soul. When her figure changed, Yin Nuoxing felt that the power that had been restraining her had disappeared. She took a light breath, and the light element and the power of stars condensed in her body. Without saying anything, she waved her hand, and 12 huge elemental swords suddenly condensed in the sky. The tips of the swords pointed to the sky, and the huge swords glowing with elemental light were releasing a frightening amount of energy. "Damn! Retreat!" Yao Hua jumped up in fright and hurriedly grabbed the people around him and retreated. Everyone looked at the 12 huge energy swords that suddenly appeared in shock. Then, they hurriedly retreated at the same time, and at the same time, slapped away all the approaching black shadows. "Heavenly Moat, world-slaying array!" Yin Nuoxing shouted, and the 12 huge swords slashed down from the sky, fiercely embedding themselves in the ground. Then, 12 huge sword auras rumbled like waves of sword auras with the momentum of plowing the ground. 12 bottomless pits were carved out of the ground by the sword auras. The black shadows along the way, as well as the endless energy attacks, were all annihilated by the sword auras. Even the space collapsed. Rumble, Only when the sound of thunder faded away did everyone turn their gazes. Then they sucked in a cold breath. In front of them, even with the huge army, there was a vast empty space. The 12-sword auras extended to the end of their line of sight, and who knew how many black shadows had been destroyed? With their ridiculous numbers, it was difficult to fill the empty space in a short while, and the ground had become a fan-shaped pit that was thousands of miles wide. Seems like I used too much force. Yin Nuashing scratched his head and gently took off his mask. His figure slowly returned from its transparent state, and the color of his long hair rapidly faded in everyone's eyes. Half of it turned white, but he didn't care about it. Looking at the empty battlefield ahead, he slapped Yao Hua and said, "It's your turn. Bring us over there." Yao Hua suddenly recovered from his daze. Looking at him with a strange look, he nodded. "Got it, ancestor. Speak. How mature do you want him to be? I'll help you." Zero looked at Yin Nuashing, who was bristling with anger, and sighed. Don't. I'm just kidding." Yao Hua made a hollow laugh and promptly released the light essence, wrapping everyone in it as it flashed over the abyss. The ground that had been pierced by the 12-sword auras was like a huge scar that ran for an unknown distance. Yao Hua led everyone to release the light essence and used all his strength to fly until he was almost exhausted. Only then did he see the edge of the abyss. When he landed with everyone, he was already panting like an ox. The moment they landed, the Star Scar domain automatically activated. The black shadows that were roaring with killing intent also opened their ferocious mouths when everyone landed, as if they wanted to rush over and devour the enemy. Even the ones behind them actually plunged into the abyss, and then disappeared without a trace. After Yin Nuashing released the world's severing array, Yao Hua led everyone to pass through the traces of battle. When they landed, everyone saw the strange building that the former had mentioned. It was a pyramid, but it was different from ordinary pyramids. The one placed here was very slender, and its top pierced through a strange black ball. Then it pierced through the tip of a spiritual crystal. It was very strange. When they saw that building, everyone became alert. The tide of black shadows in front of them was so dense that there were 4 or 5 black shadows piled up in every square meter. Countless energy attacks and various profound skills came crashing down like raindrops, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. If not for Yin Nuashing's Star Scar domain, they really would have drowned in this army of black shadows and died. In a huge black tide, there were dozens of insignificant boats of different colors. They were swaying in the tide and could be overturned at any time. Perhaps the huge array in the sky gave everyone endless confidence and strength, but they were still able to rush to the other side of the tide at a constant speed, charging through the tide that was getting fiercer and fiercer. I have a piece of bad news. Once again, Yin Nuashing used her divine weapon to destroy a large number of black shadows behind her. She clenched her trembling hands and shouted. Yuan Shi, who had been charging at the front with Ming and the others, stopped and shouted, "Say it quickly." The array, "It's about time." Before Yin Nuashing could finish speaking, everyone suddenly felt a chaotic fluctuation. They raised their heads in unison, and then saw that the star array was trembling like water ripples. In a few breaths, it gradually faded and disappeared. "It's about time." Yin Nuashing calmly said the second half of her sentence. F***CK. Everyone cursed. "You should have said these things earlier." As the array suddenly disappeared, the amplification effect also disappeared. The most obvious change was that they could clearly feel that the pressure had increased by a lot. There were less than 10 black shadows that rushed to their side, but now there were actually a bunch of them in front of them. Everyone's figures were almost drowned in this black tide. I also have a piece of bad news. Zero suddenly smiled faintly. "You've run out of time," Yin Nuashing said calmly. "Huh, you're right." Zero laughed loudly. Then, a huge black shadow that was no longer in human shape suddenly pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth. "Ice seal." Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air, and Bing pointed her finger from afar, and the several huge black figures that were pouncing toward Zero were suddenly frozen into ice cubes, before shattering into pieces in the air with a cracking sound. disappearing without a trace. Bang! Yaohua exploded with light elements. His entire body was like a cannonball as he crashed into the black shadow that appeared beside Lin Sheng's hand, turning it into ashes. Then, he urged the light elements to turn back and almost instantly destroyed the surrounding black shadows. "Thanks, buddy," Lin Sheng and the rest quickly said. They picked up their exhausted weapons and smashed them fiercely at the black shadows in the distance. In the 5 minutes after the array disappeared, everyone's faces were instantly covered in sweat. Losing a powerful amplification effect was equivalent to losing half of everyone's strength. To everyone, they were already close to their limit. The surrounding black shadows were no longer the ordinary aggregations of resentment that only knew how to throw Xian skills and energy attacks. There was a group that seemed to have spiritual intelligence. They actually rushed forward with their weapons and engaged in close combat with the group. Furthermore, they were no longer like the black shadows that had no defense at the beginning. Yaohua and the rest had to work together to kill a huge black shadow. In front, we're almost there. Put in more effort. Although Zero had run out of time, he was still standing at the front. He used the remaining time to condense a golden long spear. As he waved it around, he was still as elegant as ever. It was just that he was occasionally surrounded and attacked a little pathetically. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing narrowed his eyes. His ocean blue eyes looked past the black shadows that covered the sky and the earth. He saw the strange building behind them. Then, he nodded and took out a huge bell. "Everyone, use all your strength to protect your ears. It's none of my business if you're crippled." Everyone turned their heads and saw him take out a huge golden bell. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated. They mobilized their immortal chi to cover their eardrums. As if they were still worried, they used their hands to cover their ears. Then clang! Yin Nuoxing slapped the golden bell, and a terrifying energy sound wave swept out. The impact of the sound wave scraped the ground, and the huge sound wave turned solid, causing the space to tremble violently. It spread out to a radius of 10,000 feet, and those black shadows were all shattered into particles by the huge sound wave. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake, and the rolling dust was also swept up into the sky by the sound wave, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. When that materialized sound wave swept past their bodies, everyone felt their chi and blood churning. It was as if there was a huge bell ringing in their ears. Even their vision started to blur. The sound wave came quickly and disappeared in an instant. Everyone hurriedly suppressed their churning chi and blood. They saw Yin Nuoxing flash out and waving at them with all his might. He was even shouting something with his mouth open. No one cared about their vision and hurriedly followed him. One by one, figures flew out in all directions. Then, 50% of the people fell to the ground because their vision was too shaky. Those who had a better vision still had time to quickly pull up the people who had fallen beside them. When their vision returned to normal, the immortal chi in their bodies began to circulate as a conditioned reflex. They vigilantly scanned their surroundings. But this time, they did not see any black shadows pouncing on them. The vacuum that had been swept away by the sound wave had been filled up again. Those aggregates of resentment were roaring 1,000 feet away. Their scarlet eyes were glaring at them, but not a single black shadow rushed over. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Seeing that all the black shadows had stopped, Yaohua lay down on the ground and gasped for breath. "You killed me. Even my waist was sprained. Weren't you very excited just now?" Laming rolled his eyes. This guy had just used the light element to sweep away the black shadows that were approaching him. It was as if he had endless energy. Now, he was complaining that he was tired. After saying that, he also shouted, "It was so uncomfortable without the help of the formation at the last moment. If it wasn't for that formation, I would have perished in the endless army." Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Yin Nuoxing and Zero had already walked to the bottom of the huge pyramid. They placed their palms on it and gently rubbed it for a while. Only then did everyone turn their gazes and look at the strange building. It was ancient and magnificent, but also very strange. Its style did not seem to be any building that appeared in the realm of the gods. It was like a pyramid that had been buried in yellow sand for countless years. There was a mysterious black sphere that exuded a strange aura, and a diamond-shaped crystal that flickered with a blue light that was as clear as the sky. When these three things were placed together, everyone felt that it was very strange. Ur, who had sat down to rest for a while, quickly jumped up from the ground and flew into Yun Nuashing's arms. She giggled and shouted, Brother Yin, what is this? How do we get in?" Yun Nuashing staggered and almost fell down when she flew into the air. She quickly steadied herself and smiled as she placed the little girl in her arms on the ground. She rubbed her little head and looked at Little Moon, who was pouting and moving closer to her. She pinched her little face and then affectionately hugged Ming, who had rushed over unwillingly for a while. Only then did she look at the building and let out a sigh. "Oh, what the hell? This is really unexpected and very shocking news. Oh my God, what is this?" Before Yin Nuashing could say anything, Zero slapped her forehead and sighed bitterly. "What? Did something happen?" When everyone heard this, they hurriedly got up from the ground and moved closer. Yuanshi looked at the strange building and said, "It can't be opened." "It can be opened." Yin Nuashing shook her head and sighed. "But the two of us can't go in." Everyone was stunned and their jaws dropped. The two of us." Zero pointed at herself and Yin Nuashing with a distressed expression. She scratched her long blonde hair and sighed again. "The two of us are the keys." "What the hell?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Yin Nuashing ignored everyone's exclamations. He blinked and looked at Ming. He rubbed her long silver-white hair and said softly, "Ming, can you do me a favor?" When Ming heard this, she hurriedly nodded her little head. Her golden eyes were filled with an unquestionable expression as she looked at Yin Nuashing and said, "Big brother, tell me." Yin Nuashing nodded and looked up at everyone. After pondering for a while, she said, Inside there is the opportunity that you are all looking forward to. Sigh, can I say that it is the reward for your hard work?" She scratched her head in confusion. Everyone was even more confused when they heard this. Then they heard Zero say, "There's a strange space inside. There is a big opportunity." Yes, you can understand it that way. Then in the space inside, there should be 9 fragments of about this size. As she spoke, Zero gestured with her hands and realized that it was not reliable. She squeezed out the time in her body and used the golden power of time to condense an object. "It looked like a sphere," Zero explained. "It actually looks like a planet. It is just that they are all fragments. There are 9 of them in total." Yin Nuashing looked at Ming, then at Yuan Shi and the rest. She said with a strange expression, "We need you to help us bring them out." "Okay, leave it to us. But you said that you are the keys? What is going on?" Yao Hua grinned and patted his biceps. Then he asked in confusion. Yin Nuashing and Zero looked at each other strangely and shrugged. Then the latter said, "This is probably the last insurance. When the primal chaos deity, Quarter Moon, and the others died, it was because they were not strong enough. However, it was more likely because they were alone. Other than the 9 deity temples, there was no other power to borrow. Therefore, it led to the death of 10 primal chaos deities. This setting was set up for the two of us. If only the two of us made it here, then it would be a waste of time. We are the keys. We need to open the door and maintain the existence of this door." Zero sighed. Then she smiled and said, "Fortunately, we waited for your companions. Originally, I was going to drag the two of you in. Then we would have come for nothing. The two of us can't go in." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and looked at Ming. Then she said, "Later, the two of us might become a little strange. Don't worry too much about it. Just give us orders." "Oh." Ming frowned in confusion. Although she did not know what was going on, she still nodded. As for the specifics, she would know later. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing turned to look at Zero. The latter shrugged at her. Then the two of them sighed and scratched their heads. Then they both took a few steps back and stretched out their hands. They made the same gesture that everyone had seen at the beginning. Then the two of them took a light breath and clapped their hands together. The Gemini Divine Contract, The strange building behind them slowly lit up with a bright light. Yin Nuashing and Zero's bodies slowly floated 10 feet above the ground. The two of them pressed their legs together and spread their arms slightly. Two balls of black flames rose from their palms. Their long hair fluttered behind them. Then, 5 black rings that were 10 feet in size slowly appeared behind the two of them. They slowly rotated around the space behind them. After a while, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened under everyone's nervous gaze. They were 2 pairs of indifferent eyes. They maintained their original color, but they were dim. It was as if they had become blind people. A gray energy flashed past Yin Nuashing and Zero's eyes like a ray of light. "Brother, how is it?" Ming blinked and looked at Yin Nuashing on her left. She asked nervously. A gray light flashed past Yin Nuashing and Zero's eyes. After a moment of silence, they slowly opened their mouths. "The ancient key has been activated. Please give the order." Chapter 849. The ancient key has been activated. Please issue the command. The 2 people from Yin Nua planet responded with an ethereal, deep voice with echoes. It was emotionless, filled with dignity and solemnity, coupled with the 2 pairs of colorless eyes. The 2 people seemed to have lost their souls. "Brother?" Mei Mao trembled slightly and called out in a panic. The emotionless voice and lifeless eyes gave her a fright. She forgot what Yin Nuashing had said to her. Everyone was also shocked. This voice sounded like a machine speaking. "We are the remnant souls of the high ancient era, the reincarnators of the past era, the guardians of the God's mausoleum, and the key to the soul. Please issue the command to us." Yin Nuashing and Zero's voice sounded again. This time, it sounded directly in everyone's minds and penetrated their souls. It sounded directly from the depths of their souls, causing everyone's expression to tremble slightly. It also let them know that the souls of these 2 people might have temporarily fallen into a deep slumber. They probably wouldn't be able to contact these 2 guys who acted as the keys for a short period of time. Ming also knew this and calmed herself down. She shook her wings and took a deep breath. She thought of what Yin Nuashing had said to her and calmed down. She said in a calm tone, "Brother, the key, please open the mausoleum you are guarding." The lifeless eyes flashed with the radiance of energy. The 5 rings behind Yin Nuashing and Zero began to rotate rapidly. Their afterimages were almost stuck to each other. The black flames on their palms flickered slightly and then disappeared. The 2 of them staggered slightly. One of their hands was lowered vertically, while the other hand was placed on their lower abdomen, as if they were bowing to everyone. "Command confirmed. We are going to return to the High Ancient Era. Reenact the scenes from the High Ancient Era." The 5 rings connected head to tail and finally formed a circle of light that was 10 feet in size. The azure light flickered in the circle of light. The strange building was also at its brightest at this moment. The azure spatial energy in the space doors slowly faded, revealing the scene inside. The door to the divine mausoleum was opened so smoothly that everyone was shocked. Then, a strange expression appeared on their faces. It was opened so easily. After the 2 guys turned into keys, didn't they have any other instructions or confirmations? What if someone else came in? Only Little Star and the others can enter this space. There's no such thing as letting in someone with ill intentions. Yuanqi immediately understood. The 2 of them are the keys. Furthermore, there are very few people who know about the taboo heavenly god. Even our Yuan clan and the 8 ancient great families only know a little about it. The 9 deities palace should know more about it. With all these reasons, it's even more impossible for outsiders to enter this place. Hearing this, everyone nodded. That was not wrong. "Let's go. I don't know how long the door opened by Big Brother and the others can last. We have to act as soon as possible. You can do whatever you want. I'll find a fragment as soon as possible. It's fine even if you don't help." Ming glanced at everyone and said calmly. Then, he flapped his wings and jumped into the space door. Bing Air and Chu Yingzhan hurriedly followed him. Yu pulled Little Moon and yelled as they rushed in as well. "Oh, this girl, Little Star, just disappeared, and her personality changed. Yuanshi smiled bitterly and scratched his head. Then he sighed and said to Nightmare and Qin Yin, "Let's go in too. I'll look for the fragment. You guys the fragment." Qin Yin glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Then, her body blurred as she rushed into the spatial gate. Nightmare and Yuanshi looked at each other, shrugged, and rushed in as well. On the other side, Yao Hua and the others from the Nine Gods Temple had finished their discussion and nodded. Yao Hua looked at Lin Sheng and the others and smiled. "Well, it's fine if you guys don't want to. This is actually our own business. Little Star said that there are opportunities inside. Don't worry and go look for them. Just leave the fragment to us." Hearing this, Lin Sheng smiled and shook his head. "It is indeed your business. We'll also help look for the fragment. After all, we don't know how big that place is. More people means more power, right?" Chuanmu nodded firmly. Then, he turned around and said to the people from the Yuanguang College, "So, you all heard it. Finding the fragment is more important. It's roughly the shape of a ball. You have to find the opportunity in the fragment. If you find a place to sit down and cultivate, we will beat you up." Everyone trembled and nodded quickly. Actually, the group of people who came with them were all trustworthy people from the club established by Lin Sheng, Ding Mingyu, Chuan Mu, and the others. After all, they all knew that once something was related to Yin Nuoxing and the others, it would not be a simple matter. If something big was accidentally revealed, it would be better if their own people knew. They could guarantee that these people would not tell anyone. Seeing this, Yao Hua and the others laughed. Yao Hua grinned at Lin Sheng. "Then let's compete to see who can find more fragments." "All right." Lin Sheng also laughed loudly. The two groups of people rushed into the spatial door side by side and disappeared. After everyone rushed into the space door, the place quieted down. Only the space door flowed slowly. Yin Nuoxing and Zero stood there expressionlessly. They did not make a sound. In the distance, the black tide also quietly disappeared. After passing through the space door, the power of space rippled weakly on their bodies like waves. Following a wave of space ripples that were not too strong, Ming and the others fell through the space door and appeared in the sky above a mountain range. Red and black auras intertwined high up in the sky, faintly making them feel suffocated as they looked up from below. This world revealed the aura of the primordial age. It was ancient and vicissitudes of life. There were no traces of time, but they could feel that this world was emitting an all-pervasive aura of death. This was a world, a mausoleum. 9 divine corpses were buried here. There was no divine power leaking out, but they could feel a heavy and terrifying aura on the ground below. Even though Quarter Moon had preserved the corpses of her old friends very well, she could not completely seal off the strange aura and power that the divine corpses naturally emitted. This is the world of the mausoleum? Behind Ming and the others, Yuan Shi and the others stepped out and looked at their surroundings. This was a mountain range. The sky was a strange red and black color. Looking into the distance, they could see the horizon, but they could not see the end of this space. Speaking of which, my power has not recovered. Chu Yingzhan clenched her small fists and looked at this world. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became slightly strange. "I thought that the seal of the Jiesu secret realm came from this world. It seems that it was your brother who set it up back then. However, I feel that something is not quite right." Yuanshi crossed his arms and nodded. "Do you guys feel?" "No, we don't feel anything." Everyone rolled their eyes at him. Yuanshi was stunned. His cheeks trembled. "There is just a very strange, no." Everyone replied in unison. Yuanshi was stunned for a while. He could not help but sigh and say, "Let's be more serious. Tell me, I'm listening." Nightmare chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Yuanshi nodded and pointed at this space. Then he was stunned. His eyes widened and he slapped his forehead. "Damn it, I forgot what I was going to say." Everyone, Bing Air stretched out her slender finger and pointed at a place in the distance. She felt that something was not quite right the moment she came in. Yuanshi had been cheering when he was talking. Now, he said, "Over there." Ming nodded. She spread her wings and flew quickly in that direction. She did not even ask what was in that direction. She rushed out in a hurry. Everyone behind her was stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed. After the few of them left, the space behind them rippled again. Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, and a large group of people appeared. Their bodies trembled at the same time. Obviously, they also felt something. After a few words, the two groups of people split up and flew in two different directions. There were still many unknown places in this mausoleum world. It was not good for everyone to split up. This was a floating island. It floated thousands of miles above the ground. Although it was called an island, its area was not much smaller than a continent. Even though it was thousands of miles high in the sky, it cast a large shadow on the ground. Above the island, there was a sky that was still red and black. Strange energy rolled and flowed in the sky. An aura of desolation hit them in the face. This floating island was filled with an extremely rich life force. The life force was so rich that it could stir up a light breeze. Ming and the others, who had rushed up, trembled and almost sneezed. Towering and ancient mountains, high mountains and steep ridges, were like huge walls that stood between the heavens and the earth. They stretched across all the places that could be seen. On those mountain ranges, there was an extremely thick red object. At first glance, it looked like a snake. It was even bigger than the mountain range. However, there were many clearly visible patterns on it. Red light pulsed in its body. It was filled with exuberant life force. Kuming and the others looked around, but they didn't find anything special. They exchanged glances with each other, then directly rushed towards the center of the island. In just a short while, they arrived at the center. This was a basin, a desolate basin. After arriving here, even the huge red objects on the mountain range had disappeared. This place was not like this just now. Yuanshi scratched his head in confusion. When he was flying in the sky, just now, he had caught a glimpse of the scene here. Although the unknown red object he saw along the way was more eye-catching, he clearly saw it here. Oh, it's actually a phoenix blood seedling? Suddenly, a soft voice that was mixed with surprise and faint laughter made everyone's hair stand on end. The ethereal voice was very familiar to everyone. This voice, didn't Yunuashi not come in? They abruptly turned their heads, only to see a black figure squatting on the ground a few meters to their right. His long black hair and black robes dragged on the ground, while an amiable smile hung on his handsome face, one that seemed like it would never disappear. That face was one that Ming and the others were all too familiar with. However, for him to appear here at this time, it's a soul projection. Ming was the first to come back to her senses. At that time, she and Yun Nuoxing had seen the projection of the god of destruction. Now, they could distinguish it from a bit of memory. In other words, this is the heavenly god of chaos, Quarter Moon herself? Yuanxi's cheeks twitched. A thought flashed across his mind, making his hair stand on end. He guessed, this mausoleum world can't be formed from his memories, those memories of the past, right? Why do you say that? Chu Yingzhan did not understand. Do you still remember what little star said before we came in? Yuanxi's expression turned serious. We're going to return to the swaying era of the primordial age and replay the scenes of the past. Hearing this, Ming and the others also pondered for a while. They looked at each other and nodded. This guess did not seem impossible. Brother, you, don't walk so fast. We can't catch up. Just as everyone was speculating, a slender figure rushed over like a flash of light. In a flash, she appeared on the spot, and then threw herself on Quarter Moon's back. Giggling, Quarter Moon also laughed softly and replied, "Oh, you obviously ran in the wrong direction because you wanted to play. You didn't leave old Sean and the others behind, did you? Aya, they'll catch up. Brother, it's just the two of us now. Why don't we?" The slender figure revealed an astonishingly beautiful face. Hanging in front of Quarter Moon, she slowly pressed her hands on his clothes. Then everyone saw that the glowing girl was suppressed by Quarter Moon. He let her lie on his back and ignored her. Brother, you really doesn't know how to be humorous. It's such a beautiful day. Isn't it a waste if we don't talk about love? Come with me. The girl pouted. Although she could not move, her head could still move. Her red lips blew a fragrant breeze into Quarter Moon's ear. Everyone was speechless as they watched the girl being wrapped up like a dumpling and thrown to the side. You little girl, you're not serious at all. If little Fire and the others saw this, they'll join forces to suppress you again. Quartermoon looked at this indecent girl in annoyance and shook his head helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly changed. 10 people squatted neatly on the ground. 10 heads stared at the sapling that was more than half a meter tall on the ground. After a moment, Quartermoon chuckled. All right, I've left my life imprint. I'll come back and take a look when I have time. When this heavenly phoenix blood tree matures, I'll give it intelligence. As for now, I'll just wait for it to grow quietly. Leave the phoenix blood at the bottom. If you take away this divine tree, you won't be able to live. I thought you'd take it and leave it for your phoenix? Everyone looked at Quartermoon in astonishment. After she finished speaking, everyone was slightly dazed for a moment. When they regained their senses, a huge ancient tree with an incomparably majestic aura suddenly appeared in the open space in front of them. The red tree trunk extended all the way to the sky. No one knew how tall it was. The branches, leaves on the branches spread out, covering a large area. The huge tree roots extended out like red mountain ranges. In the distance, the huge red object that was pressing down on the top of the mountain range also appeared once again. Everyone was a little stunned. If they were not mistaken, those should be the heavenly phoenix blood trees, tree roots. Moreover, they had already spread out to the entire floating island. Wow, this thing is so big that it's boundless. Heavenly phoenix blood tree. Heavenly phoenix blood tree. That big guy that's third on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. Holy sh**t. It's too amazing. Nightmare raised his head. His exclamations grew louder and louder. Everyone listened to him repeat each sentence with black lines on their faces. They did not know what this guy was so excited about. Compared to his excitement, Yuan-Shi was rather calm. He turned his head and looked around. This big guy's appearance here was too sudden. He felt that there should be something here. When he looked around, his gaze suddenly paused on Ming, who was beside him. The latter was holding a round ball that was about a foot long and wide. It was like a pocket-sized planet. Fragment? Where did you find it? Yuan-Shi was in a bad mood. He could not help but ask. Ming stretched out his hand and pointed at a spot in the air above the tree trunk. He looked at him indifferently and said, I took it down when you were in a daze just now. It was surprisingly smooth. Everyone was speechless. They raised their heads to look at this incomparably huge heavenly phoenix blood tree. Yura could not hold herself back. She vigorously swallowed her saliva, looking like she was about to make a move. This ancient tree might be sentient. Don't provoke it. Ming wrinkled his little nose when he saw her like this. Although he was not very familiar with her, they were still of the same status after all. Ming could not help but remind her. But the second divine item. I'll just pluck a branch. Just one, okay? Sister Ming, just pluck one. This big guy is so big. It shouldn't be a problem. Just treat it like dandruff. May mouth sparkled. Her jade-like hands pulled on Ming's wings and gently shook them. Don't touch my wings. Ming's face darkened. He glared at her angrily. Acted as if she did not see it and begged him bitterly. In the end, Ming could not stand this annoying girl. She first asked everyone to leave the island. She flapped her wings and came to the side of the heavenly phoenix blood tree. She circled it twice and found a relatively small branch. She flicked her angelic holy sword and cut it off. She pulled it out and ran. Ming did not dare to look back. The existence of this thing made her feel suffocated. Taking a branch was no different from pulling a tooth out of Tiger's mouth. She hurriedly put it away and flapped her wings as if her life depended on it. However, what made her let out a small sigh of relief was that the heavenly phoenix blood tree did not move at all. It was probably just as Yura had said. It just treated it like dandruff and did not care at all. This saying was very strange. Seeing Yura happily hugging that 1 meter long blood-red branch and jumping around, Ming's expression was a little strange. She felt a little guilty as she stroked the silver hair that fell in front of her chest. She still had it in her portable space. Moreover, it was a very big one. this is the world of the primordial era. Although this place is very strange, the residual energy aura is very different from the aura of the current realm of the gods. There are qualitative changes. Compared to the abundance of energy, it is more like it is filled with uniqueness. Wandering aimlessly in the depths of this world, Chu Yingzhan's heart was empty. She sighed at the different energy aura in this place. It was very special and very strange. Just by sensing it for a while, she had a faint feeling of enlightenment. However, it was a pity that she did not have a need to seek this state of enlightenment. It was a bit of a waste. Therefore, she racked her brains to see if she could use this state to think of something. However, other than pulling out a strand of hair in frustration, there was no other effect. Bing Air, do you feel anything else? After swimming around for a long time, she did not discover anything. Ming could not help but look at Bing Air. Just now, this girl had pointed out the location of the heavenly phoenix blood tree and obtained a fragment. This made her feel a little hopeful. Bing Air sensed for a while. Then, she sniffled and shook her head. Ming felt a little helpless. However, this was also to be expected. This world was so big. Who knew where those fragments would be hidden? Chapter 850. Whoosh! The huge runic magic circle flickered with dazzling light. In the center of the runic magic circle, there was a crystal-like metal device. Under the stimulation of the energy of the runic magic circle, the metal device lit up with 4 blue rays of light. Then it split into 4 neat pieces. In the center of the 4 pieces of metal device, there was a ball of dazzling white energy. After it split, it suddenly turned into a torrent of energy that rushed into the sky. Around the torrent of energy, there was a circle of spiral-like energy. That's the 20th. What's that thing called again? The man in khaki-colored robes could not help asking as he looked at the colossal device with his arms crossed. It's a signal tower, capable of passing through the world barrier and sending out signals to other worlds. It's very fast, reaching every world in a minute before spreading to the next. Quarter Moon smiled faintly as she patted the 4 metallic devices. Stellaris stuff is still useful, and not as insignificant as you think. Their world has their own way of evolving their world to its limits as well. Well, although they don't have the power of gods, gods are a specialty of the realm of gods. Compared to us in the realm of gods who have developed our individual ability to the limit, I find Stellaris technological development to be quite wondrous. It's their own method of development, after all. Bizarre machines like these are endless, and we can certainly do what they can do. It's just that the machines would keep running as long as there's energy to sustain them, whereas we would have to stand there like idiots if we were to do it ourselves. The girl in dazzling gold muttered. In a way, Stellaris development is certainly more advanced than the realm of gods. The only flaw is that they don't have the technology of gods. They would have grasped the technology of gods too if they came to the world where the realm of gods is. However, the chaotic and rapid pace of this world doesn't suit them. The man in khaki-colored robes cleared his throat. We're digressing. Oh, I've just received news that Oldwater and the others have finished setting things up. 33 signal towers are constantly sending out huge amounts of information to worlds beyond the realm of gods. Do you think anyone would receive it? The barrier to this world has been sealed off. The realm of the gods is in chaos, and all of the living beings in this world want to invade the realm of the gods. If it weren't for the fact that there are so many of them that it makes my scalp go numb, I would have killed them one by one. The man smacked his lips. That's not all. The Changyuan continent. What's with that look in your eyes? Did you forget? Although it's not a good neighbor, it's still the second largest world in the 8 Elements realm. There's also the Saint Spirit continent next door, which is the 3rd largest world. They're just short of spitting saliva on our heads. What's wrong with these idiots? What's wrong with them? How dare they declare war on the realm of gods so directly? The girl stomped her feet as she cursed. Her rather angry voice left the two helpless. The starry temple of the old era pointed the last clue to the realm of gods. We thought that the realm of gods would become even more chaotic due to the influx of outsiders, but turned out to be worse and declared war on us directly. Well, That's part of the reason for the realm of gods' notoriety. Moreover, the Chanyuan continent and the Saint Spirit continent are worlds that possess the power of gods aside from the realm of gods. Although those worlds don't produce gods, they're just another name and aren't as powerful as gods. Quarter Moon shook her head helplessly. It's a good thing that the signal tower isn't a product of this world. They've sealed the barrier, but they can't block the signal from the signal tower. Let's hope that some of the gods from the realm of gods who have been sightseeing will come back. It's a matter of life and death. There's a limit to the power we can mobilize. The plan to establish the guardian faction of the realm of gods is in progress. But Moon, you have to know that not many of these laborious factions will participate. Most of them are powerful factions that have been oppressed by the realm of monsters and demons in the realm of gods over the years. At most, if we take into account the connections we have in the realm of gods over the years, at least 80% of the Guardian faction are people we know. The yellow-robed man smiled bitterly. Then let's give them some benefits. But these benefits won't be of much use in maintaining the Guardian faction. It's just a delaying tactic. No matter what, let's get some trustworthy and powerful factions to join us. Once we extend it to the next generation, in 1 or 2 eras, or even 5 eras, it should become a pure Guardian faction. For now, let's set a small goal. There are bound to be people who are willing to protect worlds and whatnot. I'll be satisfied if we can find 2 in a large area. Quarter Moon smiled faintly, the smile on her face never disappearing because of bad news. Yes, I know. The voice gradually faded until it finally disappeared. Ming and the others watched as the image in front of them faded away, and the original scene reappeared. In front of them was a mysterious runic magic circle about 10 feet in size. At the center of the runic magic circle was a metallic device that looked like a crystal. Unlike what they saw in the soul image, this device had fallen into a deep sleep. At the top of the device was a floating white ball that slowly rotated on its own like a planet. Seeing the planet appear, Ming and the others were slightly delighted. In a flash, Ming and Nightmare dashed out and separated. Ming flew straight to the top of the metallic device and took the shard off it. Nightmare knelt under the metallic device like a ferocious tiger, drooling all over his chin. He looked like a hungry ghost who had been starving for God knows how many years when a feast was placed in front of him. Don't stop me this time. I must get to the bottom of this ancient device. The living ancient device. Slurp, it's still working. It's not broken. Signal tower. Slurp. Nightmare touched the metallic device in a frenzy, wiping away the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Everyone looked up to the sky, speechless. Yuanshi covered his eyes and muttered to himself for a while before sighing, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What did that heavenly deity just say? Stellaris, right? I think that place is quite suitable for Nightmare, the birthplace of this strange metallic device. Everyone nodded in agreement. The path of nature, the path of heavenly divination, and the path of reincarnation. They're all ancient Taoist teachings. In ancient times, there was also talk of using Tao to ascend to divinity, but the efficiency of such Tao cultivation was ultimately too slow. Time flowed, and it disappeared amidst the passing of eras. Everything we learn and cultivate in this era is a more efficient method of cultivation that the ancients had tried countless times and modified countless times. Numerous ancient Taoist magics could be seen engraved on the stone walls of the mountain range. After observing them for a while, Qin Yin realized that they were immortal magics from the primeval times. However, in this era, they were ancient Taoist magics that had been abandoned. Even so, she had a feeling that these Taoist magics were worth learning from, although she couldn't get too deep into them. So what is the Tao of magic in Na? Nightmare said vaguely, munching away half of the medicinal herb in his hand, as if he was munching on cabbage. Damn it, so wasteful. Don't you know that those are herbs that are at least 10 million years old? They could be refined into peerless items, my dear. Yuanshi looked at the remaining half of the herb in his hand and fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. She snatched it over, but after thinking for a moment, she gritted her teeth and threw it to Mo Yin. TSK. There's not much left. What a waste, what a waste. Herbs that are 10 million years old are everywhere. You've already picked up quite a few just now. What's there to waste? Nightmare waved his hand nonchalantly and finished off the rest of the herb in his hand. Qinyan walked back from the mountain wall and staggered and almost fell down when she saw that everyone was casually eating herbs that were unknown years old. She was an alchemist and knew the preciousness of these herbs. Seeing a group of people wasting herbs like this made her feel a stabbing pain in her chest, although she had also collected quite a few herself. Immortal Qi lingered in this place, as if a fairy had been born. The rich energy was mixed with a medicinal fragrance that could not be dispersed. When everyone walked in, they saw such a situation. Herbs and treasures of heaven and earth were piled up everywhere like cabbages. Herbs that were 1,000 years old and 100 million years old were all worthless. In this medicinal field and immortal mountain, these were indeed not precious. Placed on top of the piles of herbs were some strange objects that were dazzling, almost blinding everyone's eyes, and a fragrance almost suffocating their noses. 1, 2, 3, a total of 9. Oh, I don't recognize any of them. Can you guys recognize any of them? Yuanshi placed his hand on his forehead and looked around for a while. Then he turned his head and said, "It's a bit far, so I can't see clearly." As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew beside her, and a golden whirlwind swept past. In the blink of an eye, Ming Ming returned with 9 balls of light floating above her jade-like hand. They were the 9 balls of light that they had counted just now. She casually said, "I can see them clearly now." Everyone was speechless. This girl... Oh, let me see. Devil Nightmare waved his hand to block out the light from the glowing orbs, revealing 9 strange objects. After looking at them for a moment, his eyes went wide. These are all extinct, celestial objects from the primeval age. Snow Spirit Ginseng, Immortal Jade Ice, Moonlight Bamboo. I don't recognize the other 2. Nightmare scratched his head in distress. Only then did everyone remember that he was the son of God of the Nightwalker Alliance. His family ran all over the realm of the gods. No one here knew better than him about these things. I've never heard of any of them. Since they're fairy items, there's no way they're not on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. Yuanshi scratched his head in distress, a little puzzled. He knew a little about the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. Although he didn't know all of it, he could still recite the top 50 like the back of his hand. The treasure of heaven and earth ranking has extremely detailed and accurate information. Moreover, most people can understand the divine items. You can say that it's a publicly acknowledged list. But who says that these are the only treasure of heaven and earth ranking? There are many items that can be listed on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking because there's no more specific information about them, so we can't confirm whether they're extinct or not. We don't know their specific effects, and we don't know their birth conditions, so they're not listed on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking. In other words, the items on the treasure of heaven and earth ranking are all heavenly treasures with a lot of accurate information. For example, the number 1 God Spirit tree can list at least 100 of its effects. Oh, Ming nodded, then said, "Let's take 1 each." Everyone grinned when they heard that. A fairy's item was not an ordinary item. Even if there were divine sons and daughters here, they had never seen such a thing. At most, they had heard of it. Naturally, they wouldn't stand on ceremony at this time. Yer was the first to take it and ran away with a giggle. The others also found items that were more compatible with them. However, there was one with the richest energy. It was also one of the 3 fairies' items that Nightmare couldn't name. No one touched it. Let's leave it for Little Star. It's hard for him to guard the door. Yuanshi said. Everyone nodded in unison. If Yuanshi knew about this, she would probably be moved to tears. After putting away the items, Yuanshi glanced at a place, then looked at Ming and said with a smile, "Ming, how many fragments do you have?" 3. There was one on the Ur Mountain just now. Ming raised her jade-like hand. There were 3 planets rotating slowly on her hand, shining brightly. Oh, let's go to that place. Based on my intuition, that place, Yuanshi chuckled and pointed in a direction. That was the center of the mausoleum world. The strange energy was very dense, making people feel intimidated. Kuming nodded and didn't say anything. Her delicate figure flashed over explosively, and the group of people behind her followed closely behind her. Yuer exclaimed with surprise when she saw everyone flying, and she hurriedly took away the entire mountain of medicinal herbs that hadn't been finished. After that, she exclaimed with surprise, "Wait, wait, Yua, I'm still behind you." It was peaceful along the way. They crossed over many mountain ranges and arrived at the center of the mausoleum. There, black clouds rolled and rolled, emitting a heavy and mighty aura. The red color in the sky faded away. In front of them, there was a sword-like mountain peak that pierced the sky. It was straight and smooth, very frightening. What a dense, evil aura. Ming frowned as soon as she rushed into this place. The divine power in her body was very sensitive to this kind of evil aura. As soon as she entered, the divine power in her body showed signs of rioting. Even her wings trembled a few times because of this. The energy fluctuations are very strange. I feel danger. Be careful. Qinyan also reminded them with a serious expression. Everyone reflexively became vigilant. They landed below the Black Mountain Peak. When they got closer, they saw that the entire Black Mountain Peak was actually a huge longsword. The hilt was buried in the ground, and the tip of the sword pointed straight to the sky. Endless cold light leaked out, making everyone gasp for breath. Cold sweat flowed down unconsciously. The longsword still retained a terrifying power, almost piercing the sky. This thing can't be a divine sword, can it? I feel that oppressive aura that I occasionally felt from Little Star. Yuanshi pondered for a while, then hesitantly said, "The power of divine authority. Look halfway up the mountain." Yuer suddenly pointed at the position halfway up the longsword and jumped up. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. That position was the gap in the longsword. It was not an opening that had been broken, but it looked like that. In the center of the gap, there was a round ball that looked like a planet floating in the air. Swoosh! Ming Ming immediately charged out. No one could react in time, but this time, before she could reach the sphere, the ground suddenly began to tremble. An extremely brilliant brilliance shot up into the sky. Rumble! The churning, frightening aura that seemed to be the only aura in the world pounced over. Ming Ming's pretty face paled. She flapped her wings, and her lovely body suddenly froze in the air, after which she hurriedly pulled back. The light pillar that contained an endless amount of power brushed past her body. That vast and mighty frightening aura caused everyone's faces to turn pale. On the ground, everyone soared into the air. Bing hurriedly stretched out her hands to catch Ming Ming, whose body was a little unstable. Her beautiful eyes looked solemnly at the black Sword Mountain Peak. At this moment, the mountain peak was trembling slightly, and the pieces of soil embedded in the ground were slowly falling off. A terrifying aura spread across the sky, and even the black sky above their heads was trembling under this aura. Ming Ming's beautiful face turned pale as she turned her head back. This power, this terrifying power that seemed to dominate the heavens and earth, was the power of God. Boom! A monstrous aura swept out like a storm. The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone felt their bodies tremble, and they lost all connection with the power in their bodies. Even the power of heaven and earth that filled their bodies was wiped out in this situation, leaving nothing behind. A huge, faint black, transparent barrier fell from the sky, enveloping the entire mountain peak and the entire basin. A figure suddenly appeared on the black ground below. Everyone, who had lost their wind elements and had fallen to the ground, looked at this figure with ugly expressions. The demonic figure had long yellow hair that was disheveled. His eyes were as deep and boundless as sharp swords, exuding an irresistible aura. He wore a long yellow robe, and his sword-like eyes stared intently at Ming and the rest. Being stared at by that pair of eyes, everyone only felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if they were enduring the pain of 10,000 arrows piercing their hearts. Cold sweat instantly dripped down. That vast aura that could not be resisted made them understand a fatal problem. This is a divine expert, and he should be related to God Quarter Moon. Looking at this situation, damn, are we a bunch of weaklings going to fight to the death with a divine expert? Yuanshi's expression was extremely ugly. Without Little Star, how could they fight? Even their escape route had been cut off. Chapter 851. That yellow-robed skinny figure emerged from the black ground. His aura seemed to be able to crush everything. As he looked down, the heavens and earth trembled because of him. That aura made even peak God Emperor experts tremble in front of him. A godly spirit's shadow. He's crossed paths with Empyrean God Crescent Moon, and there's an 80% chance that they've crossed paths. I've finally encountered a powerful reenactment. Yuan Shi and the others swallowed hard. Their souls were trembling, but at the same time, they couldn't suppress their excitement. They could see that this wasn't the complete form of a god. It was just a shadow of the past, and its strength was similar to theirs at the 9th level of the immortal realm. This was a young, ancient god. A young god. Qin Yin murmured softly, her jade-like hands trembling slightly. Even though he was only a young god, he was still a peerless figure who could look down on his generation. His means were unimaginable. The vast aura quietly dissipated. The power of the divine right calmed down. Everyone's strength also recovered. They spread out cautiously. After the initial shock, they gradually calmed down. TSK, pretending to be a god. Nightmare sneered. He slowly walked forward, opened his arms, and laughed wildly. I don't care if you're a young god. I don't care if you're a heavenly talent. I'm a god. I'm also a godson or a goddess genius. Old ghost who's been dead for many years. Stop trying to scare us. I, Devil Nightmare, am a future god, a future heavenly god. You're just an immortal. 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 He wasn't some ancient god. You're just an existence on the same level as us. There are 8 of us. We'll beat you to death. Devil Nightmare's eyes were about to burst into flames as he laughed maniacally. His words also caused everyone to wake up. Yes, they also had extraordinary talent. Even though the ancient gods had heavenly talents, that was only written after they became gods. The gods also had their weak moments. Boom! A dazzling golden holy storm swept up an incomparably pure and holy light as Ming Ming's wings spread out to a width of 5 meters. Holy golden light constantly emanated from her body, invading this black space. An ethereal and gentle voice calmly rang out, "Angel domain, please enlighten me." The golden holy sword was held horizontally in front of her as Ming stepped forward. The holy storm that was swirling around her body caused her pure white dress to flutter continuously. The wings that adorned the chest of her dress looked as if they were about to spread out. Humph! This princess is also a little genius of the eternal devil god clan. You also lightly shouted. The billowing devil chi skyrocketed. Everyone shouted in unison as they stepped forward step by step and shouted in unison. Let's go. Please enlighten me. We don't respect the heavens and earth. We don't respect the gods. We only respect ourselves, and we are invincible. I don't care how arrogant you are. When we become partners, there will definitely be a place for us in the future. Who cares if you were glorious in the past and ruled over the heavens and earth? But right now, you're just a mere immortal rank, a weak immortal rank like us. Boom! Nightmare roared violently and launched an attack. He took the lead and rushed toward the immortal shadow. Billowing devil chi swept out from his body as he punched the so-called young immortal shadow in the face. There seemed to be endless demons roaring behind him. Bang! In the face of Nightmare's direct punch, the young immortal shadow raised his eyes slightly and stretched out a hand. The fist and the palm collided instantly, and he actually blocked the former's punch that could sink the earth. Crack! A ray of light flashed across the young, immortal shadow's eyes. The space around him suddenly collapsed as he threw a punch and a palm at Nightmare. The vast power caused the latter's expression to turn serious. He blocked in front of him with his devil chi and returned a punch and a palm. When the two fists and palms collided, an unstoppable power came from the front like a waterfall. Nightmare was shocked. He gritted his teeth and pushed the young, immortal shadow's hands away with both of his hands. His body floated back with the help of the explosive force. His hands trembled violently, and some black blood flowed out from the web between his thumb and forefinger. The moment Nightmare was sent flying, a brilliant holy light bloomed in front of the young, immortal shadow. Ming, holding the angelic sacred sword, appeared behind him strangely. The sacred sword in his hand was surrounded by holy flames as he stabbed the young, immortal shadow's back. Ding! Bai Ming's strange appearance was extremely fast, but when the sacred sword was a meter away from the yellow-robed figure, it suddenly froze. A black longsword suddenly appeared in the void and blocked the sacred sword. Halfway through the sword's edge, there was an oval gap, just like the peak of the black longsword. Burn! Feng Ming was not surprised that her attack had failed. She swung the sacred sword in her jade-like hand, and golden flames surged out from the tip of the sword. Almost instantly, they engulfed the yellow-clothed figure. The golden flames engulfed the yellow-clothed figure and burned fiercely. The latter's heavy and terrifying aura was greatly weakened by the golden flames. Just as the golden flames began to burn, Yuan Shi and the others' attacks arrived with a loud bang. Kuming retreated, and in an instant, terrifying energy attacks and profound skills surged out, fiercely landing on the golden flames, causing the ground to sink by a large circle. Be careful. Damn it, this is not the power of the immortal rank. This place is engraved with the immortal shadow's own power. Although it is only the immortal rank, he can still mobilize a trace of the immortal shadow's power. Nightmare warned loudly from behind. The moment his voice fell, a heart-palpitating fluctuation slowly spread out. The energy that everyone had gathered to attack suddenly dimmed. In the golden flames, a yellow figure flashed and disappeared. That figure quickly appeared in front of Ming like a bolt of lightning. With a grab of his broad hand, the angelic sacred sword in Ming's hand exploded. At the same time, he slapped out with a mighty palm, fiercely hitting Ming's arm. His figure flashed and disappeared like a ghost. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds of flesh colliding rang out at the same time. Nightmare, who was about to charge forward, was shocked to see everyone's figures fly back in a sorry state. That figure, while attacking Ming, also took care of Yuan Shi and the others. Ming and the others fell to the ground in a sorry state. They staggered back dozens of meters before they finally managed to stabilize themselves. Their faces were pale. This was not a young, immortal shadow. Damn it, this was an immortal rank with a trace of the immortal shadow's power. That was not an immortal rank at all. Ming clutched her right arm, a trace of dark golden blood hanging from the corner of her bright red lips. Half of her life form was an energy body. In the end, she forced her body to turn half a circle, and only her arm took the hit. If an ordinary person had been hit in the chest by that palm, they would have been seriously injured, even if they did not die. Yuan Shi and the others were not in a better situation. After knowing that the thin figure had a trace of the immortal shadow's power, they thought it was a beginner immortal rank powerhouse. And now, they were a group of immortal ranks. This was not fun at all. The young immortal shadow raised his eyes. His eyes were as sharp as swords and looked straight at everyone. He clenched his hand at the space beside him, and the black longsword that blocked the angelic sacred sword appeared out of thin air. He held it in his hand, and an unparalleled power slowly spread out. Bang! The yellow figure suddenly flashed and instantly appeared in front of Huaming. The black sword in his hand turned into countless streaks of black light that rapidly stabbed out, leaving behind pitch-black marks in the space around Huaming. The few slashes and stabs seemed to have sealed off all the space around Huaming, and a weak but terrifying aura quietly spread out. Mei Mao Ming froze. She did not expect that the other party would make her the first target. She immediately ignored the numbness in her right hand, which affected her speed. She clenched her hands, and two golden sacred swords appeared. They danced in the air, leaving afterimages. She gritted her teeth and waved the swords at extreme speed. Ding, 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 ding. The black sword shadows that covered the sky poured down, and a crisp sound suddenly burst out. Every time a clear collision sound was heard, the space would explode with a turbulence caused by the annihilation of the golden and black energies. Kacha! Kacha! The sacred sword in Ming Ming's hand was about to shatter after every few blows. She retreated as she fought. The sacred sword in her hand only took an instant to condense. Even if it shattered, another sacred sword would immediately appear in her hand, blocking those black shadows once again. Looking at the dazzling battle that had suddenly erupted, Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and nodded fiercely. They shouted to the girls beside them, "We will hold them back. You guys use your ultimate skills. Don't worry about us. Do your best." After that, Yuan Shi and Nightmare shouted and rushed forward. The power of their bodies surged to the extreme again. Bing Air and the others were stunned for a moment, then nodded. At this time, this was the only way. Taking turns to fight against a person who had the power of God was meaningless. Roar! Bing Air's delicate body swayed, and a dragon's roar resounded through the space. Behind her, two pairs of huge ice-blue membrane wings stretched out with a bang. The huge dragon wings flapped gently, and a bone-chilling wind suddenly blew in the sky. A terrifying dragon's aura also descended. At the same time, this dragon's aura had a slightly different feeling. It was a little similar to the aura of the young god. Chu Yingzhan and Qin Yin looked at Bing Air's appearance and looked at each other. After a while, their figures separated slightly, leaving a large space between them. At the same time, their hand seals changed rapidly, and a surge of aura spread out from their bodies. At this time, there was no need for them to hold back. They began to use their most powerful strength. Waves of immortal energy circulated wildly. For a time, the wind blew violently. In the dark sky, bursts of thunder exploded, and even the earth shook. When everyone was using their full strength, Ming's face became paler and paler. The speed of the two swords formation also slowed down. Nightmare and Yuan Shi, who were beside her, madly burst out powerful attacks against the yellow-clothed figure, but the latter turned a deaf ear to them. The long sword in his hand blasted towards her again and again like a machine. The energy sparks that exploded behind him did not seem to affect him at all. Bang! After another fierce attack, Ming's delicate body trembled slightly. The two sacred swords in her hands were shattered in one go, and her pretty face became much paler. The black sword shadows that seemed to have penetrated the rules covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire space around her. "Ming!" Yuan Shi shouted anxiously. At the same time, the strength of his attacks became more and more frantic. Mystical skills, punches, and kicks fused together. He gave up all defense and slapped out desperately. Nightmare, who was beside him, also shouted angrily. The cold demonic aura almost drowned him. Buzz! As the endless sword shadows flashed past, a soft cry rang out, and Ming Ming's body suddenly turned into a ray of light and dissipated. The sword shadows then swept past, covering the sky and covering the earth, cutting the ball of light and the ground into pieces. Demon God's Fall. Wind Kill Technique. Thousand Wind Flash. Two angry shouts burst out from behind him. The cold and gloomy devil Qi condensed into a 1,000-feet-tall figure that looked like a ferocious devil god. It roared and swept towards the yellow-clothed figure with thousands of green wind blades that covered the sky and the earth. The young god slowly turned around and looked at the black shadow and green wind blades that covered the sky. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. He raised the long sword in his hand high up and then casually slashed down. Bang! One slash. That sword strike that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth directly cleaved the gigantic devil god figure and wind blade into two halves from middle. The two halves cleaved into the ground, creating a gully that was only a foot wide, but who knew how deep it was. That sword shadow fell close to Mo Yin and Yuan Shi, and both of them felt a very familiar scene. It was as if they had seen Yun Nuo Xing raise the nether void sword high up and cleave the entire world in two. However, the shock that the latter gave them was even greater. Whoosh! The two of them decisively retreated. A black sword silhouette flashed past the two of them, and the space there was sliced into two. If they had not managed to dodge the attack earlier, they would have been the ones to be sliced into two. In the distance, a ball of light appeared and condensed. Ming's delicate body slowly condensed. Her silver-white hair was disheveled, and there were dozens of small wounds on her body. Her voluptuous chest heaved violently. Even though she had scattered herself into energy at that moment, she hadn't been able to completely dodge the sword shadows. Many wounds had been left on her body. If she hadn't been suppressing the wounds, she might have become a dark golden blood person by now. This guy, why is he holding me down and beating me up? Ming half knelt on the ground, holding her numb right arm and panting heavily. Her small face was frighteningly pale. Yuan Shi and Nightmare immediately landed beside her. When they saw that she was only injured and wasn't seriously injured, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. When they heard this, they also had strange expressions. Nightmare muttered, "Perhaps he feels that you're too much of a threat." Divine energy suppressed his evil energy. "Perhaps that's why the evil energy in my body can't operate smoothly when facing your divine energy," Nightmare added. Ming laughed bitterly. This was really... She didn't know what to say. She had to endure the crazy attacks of the two people and launch a series of deadly attacks at her, causing her to suffer unspeakably. If this continued, she would be the one who would be exhausted the quickest in this group of people. "Get out of the way," Yuan Shi roared. He and Nightmare both placed their palms on Ming's shoulders. The three of them quickly retreated. As they retreated, a massive black sword of light appeared in the air. It slammed into the ground, causing it to sink a few meters deep. Billowing waves of dust swept out. Before they could stop retreating, the space in front of them suddenly blurred. The yellow-robed figure appeared before them, as fast as lightning. He gripped his sword with both hands and swung it at Ming, who was at the center of the group. Seeing that he didn't intend to let Ming go, Yuan Shi and Nightmare narrowed their eyes. They roared angrily and threw Ming into the distance. Yuan Shi waved the huge red cauldron, while Nightmare drew a large blade to meet the attack. Suddenly, terrifying energy exploded. The world darkened as several types of energy scattered chaotically. Ming landed on the ground and slowly squatted down. Seeing that the figure had given up on her for a short period of time and had turned to fight with Yuan Shi and Nightmare, Mei Mao's eyes burned with anger. She gritted her teeth and nodded fiercely. She dragged her half-crippled body to her feet. She only managed to stand straight. With a wave of her left hand, the angelic sacred sword appeared once again. However, compared to the sacred sword that had appeared before, this one was a little blurry. She couldn't even maintain its shape. She was almost exhausted. However, Ming didn't care about her weak body. She held the sacred sword in her left hand and pointed it diagonally at the ground. Her right hand pinched her left wrist. The wings on her back slowly unfolded. The dim golden light on her body bloomed once again. She gathered all her energy into the sacred sword. Boom! The wind element and demonic aura surged. In a daze, it was as if they could see the terrifying scene of a galaxy being destroyed. The young god opened his hands wide and closed, facing Yuan Shi and Nightmare head-on. Each attack was stronger than the previous one. The two of them burned themselves with all their might. Only by doing so could they withstand the power of the stacked attacks. The three of them were at the same level. However, the yellow-robed figure had some of the god's power. It wasn't something that immortal realm experts could contend against. Bang! Bang! Two loud sounds were heard. Everyone's expression froze. They quickly raised their heads and saw a huge black hand pressing down from the sky. Like swatting flies, the hand slapped Yuan Shi and Nightmare down from the sky. Two loud sounds were heard as they crashed into the ground, causing terrifying cracks to appear on the ground. Oh no! Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw this scene. A look of horror appeared on their faces. Could it be that they couldn't hold on and were going to start losing members? Yuan Shi and Nightmare were well-deserved geniuses of this era. However, Under the overwhelming power of a yellow-robed figure, everyone couldn't help but think of the worst. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Two battered and crazed figures rushed out once again. Finally, they hovered in the air, staring at the yellow-clothed figure with eyes as ferocious as wild beasts. Their eyes were red, and if looks could cause harm, the latter would have been executed by 1,000 cuts. "Hey, Yuan-Shi, do you have any backup plans?" Nightmare licked his lips and laughed maniacally. Yuan-Shi took a deep breath and shook his head. "If it was a magic rank, I might be able to test the power of that beast's soul. I haven't used it since I tamed it. Unfortunately, the wind element isn't very good at charging around. Look at the boss's girls. They're working so hard. If they see that one or two of them are missing, or something bad happens to them, they'll probably eat me alive." Nightmare chuckled. He turned around and looked at Ming and the others, who were trying their best to accumulate power. His eyes flashed with a terrifying red light. That's right. They'll probably eat me too. One of them will stir-fry, and the other will braise." Yuan-Shi nodded in agreement. He knew how much Yin Nuoxing treasured his little sisters. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. So if you don't want to be steamed, I think steaming is better. It's just that braising is a bit uncomfortable. Yuan-Shi grinned. Nightmare looked at him speechlessly. Then he chuckled and nodded. "Then let's play with our lives. At least we have to hold on until they use their ultimate move. I don't believe that a demigod spirit immortal rank ghost, bah. Today I'm going to eat you." Just as Yuan-Shi and Nightmare were about to play with their lives, Bing Air, who had been flapping her four wings, slowly opened Mei Mao's tightly shut eyes. A golden light flashed through her eyes. Space suddenly froze. Chapter 852. Her golden eyes gradually widened with an intimidating light. Like a pure, golden gem, she was surrounded by a fluorescent light. She looked like a flawless work of art. Her beauty was breathtaking. However, under this gorgeous radiance, one could feel a hidden and terrifying energy fluctuation. A shocking energy color flowed in Mei Mao's eyes. Bing Air looked at the huge battle circle in the distance. She slowly stretched out her hand and pressed it in the air. 9 magic arrays that were thousands of feet long appeared in the sky. The 9 magic arrays surrounded the huge battle circle below. At the center, the entire battle circle was enveloped. Bing Air opened her mouth slightly and spoke a language that no one had ever heard before. It was low and solemn, causing everyone's expressions to turn serious. Dragon language, one of the innate skills of the Dragon Clan. Using the dragon language to cast a magic array could amplify its power to an unimaginable level. Moreover, the 9 magic arrays with different colors, 9 elemental divine art, ice elemental freeze. A delicate shout resounded in the sky, accompanied by an ice-cold aura that spread out. The 9 different colored arrays trembled slightly at this moment, and all of them turned the blue of the water element. Vaguely, one could see that the space at the edge of the array was starting to freeze. Retreat. When the familiar 9-piece array formation appeared, Yuan-Shi and Mo Yin both let out a loud roar. Each of them used all their strength to send the yellow-robed figure flying with a palm strike, and quickly left this area. They all knew a little about the power of the 9 elements divine technique. During the time in the 9 deities temple, they had personally experienced its power. At this time, they were not surprised to see Binga use it. She had a soul contract with Yin Nuoxing. Even if the latter's soul was currently in a deep slumber, it did not prevent Binger from using the divine ability she knew. At this moment, the yellow-clothed figure's expression finally changed a little. He raised his head and looked at the 9 elemental array that sealed the entire sky. Under the vigilant gazes of Yuan, Shi, and Mo Yin, he actually gave up on the 2 of them and slowly raised his right hand. Swoosh! Terrifying energy rapidly revolved under Bing Er's fine control. The seals on her jade-like hands changed, and the 9 elemental arrays trembled. Countless amounts of energy surged towards the spacious area in the middle. Subsequently, an icy blue light pillar covered with mysterious golden runes suddenly fell from the center of the spacious area. It was as quick as lightning as it blasted onto the yellow-clothed figure. The huge, icy blue pillar of light shot out from the center of the 9 elemental arrays. The speed of the pillar of light was close to the speed of light. It pressed down on Yuan, Shi, and Nightmare as they rushed out of the range of energy. The extremely cold air turned the area enveloped by the pillar of light into a block of ice. Even the ground that was only illuminated by the light from the pillar of light turned into an icy blue color. Within the icy energy, there was an imperceptible trace of godly power. It was the godly power of Bing Air's godly power of the ice god. However, she had not truly inherited this godly position. Even if it was an inheritance in her bloodline, she was far from being able to use it. This trace of godly power was squeezed out from her body with all her might. Even if it was just a little bit, the power it created was not something that ordinary ice god power could compare to. The icy blue pillar of light that pierced through space froze the void. The terrifying blue beam of light pierced through space. Standing at the bottom and looking up at the beam of light that occupied the entire line of sight, it was like an eternal light. Around the beam of light, space, time, and even the void were easily frozen. The vast oppressive force was enough to suffocate everyone. However, the yellow-robed figure below only made 2 movements. He put away his long sword and slowly raised his hand. Bang! The terrifying icy blue pillar of light suddenly bombarded the yellow-clothed figure and directly hit his raised right hand. It could not move an inch further. That hand seemed to have the strength of 1,000 pounds. It blocked the icy blue pillar of light with one hand. The pillar of light was pure energy and did not have a physical body. However, it was blocked by him with one hand. Bang, bang, bang. Under the illumination of the icy blue light, even the space around him began to freeze. The piercing, icy energy that could pierce through the void slowly froze the space around him. The yellow-clothed figure did not seem to feel any danger. His eyes were indifferent and sharp. He made a lifting action and blocked the icy blue pillar of light with his hand. Now, Bing Air was not surprised that the icy blue pillar of light was blocked. She shouted to Chu Yingzhan and the others beside her. She never thought that she could kill the young god with one move. If it was so simple, then the power of a god was like child's play. As long as she could make him divert his attention to defend, or even restrict his movements, that would be enough. Everyone knew that this was a rare opportunity. They shouted in unison, and the power that they had been brewing for a long time exploded like a hurricane. Several extremely powerful energy light pillars burst out. Following the changes of everyone's hand seals, the sky suddenly trembled. Rumbling thunder resounded without end, and the sky was about to be drowned in silver lightning. Devil God technique, devil fall. Yor was the first to shout. She pulled herself out, and the devil aura around her quickly condensed into a terrifying devil god shadow. The black shadow roared ferociously. It was many times stronger than the devil god shadow that Nightmare had just summoned. The black energy surged out in all directions. Its ferocious bloody mouth contained a destructive power that could swallow the heavens and the earth, causing cracks to appear in the space. Earth God technique, giant rock devour. When you are attacked, Chu Yingzhan also shouted coldly. She waved her 2 lily-white hands in front of her. Suddenly, the black ground below cracked open, and a giant black rock hand that was thousands of feet long rose into the sky. With an extremely heavy power, it slammed toward the black-clothed figure. Angel Judgment. At this moment, Ming Ming also used all the strength he had left. Monstrous golden flames transformed into surging waves of fire that gushed out. Amidst the surging waves of fire, an enormous golden holy sword that was thousands of feet long swept towards the figure along with the waves of fire that contained monstrous destructive power, incinerating space into nothingness. Yuan Shi, Mo Yin, Qin Yin, and Little Moon also unleashed all of their power at this time. The energy in their hands that had been gathered to the extreme transformed into four extremely ferocious bursts of energy that instantly shot out. Wherever the four bursts of energy passed, thick spatial rifts were torn open. The bursts of energy that contained everyone's full power suddenly attacked under the indifferent gaze of the yellow-robed figure. At the moment of the collision, the world fell silent. Then, the extremely violent energy burst like a balloon filled with air. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The place where the energy collided was like a black hole that constantly devoured all of the surrounding energy. A terrifying energy shockwave swept out, spreading throughout the entire black basin. A ring of dust rose thousands of feet into the air. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion of energy was caused by two streams of energy that contained weak divine authority pouring out their energy. The two streams of light rapidly released energy as they violently collided. Everything in the surroundings was annihilated. Space, time, and space blurred. The dazzling fireworks were like beautiful fireworks. The flat black basin had already been reduced to ruins. Under the extreme light, it had shattered into chaotic regions. Bang! The black barrier that enveloped the entire basin rapidly flickered under the ferocious impact of the energy. Waves of energy slammed against the barrier one after another. In the end, the barrier was unable to withstand the tremendous pressure from the various forms of energy and shattered. Figures hovered in the sky at the edge of the black basin. At this moment, Ming, Yuan Shi, and Nightmare were all covered in wounds. Although the others were not severely injured, their auras were extremely weak. The barrage of attacks earlier contained all of their strength. It was no different from a great battle. The explosion of energy gradually calmed down. The Black Basin had been completely destroyed. Other than the black sword mountain that still stood tall, it was difficult to see any other traces of its original state. Half of the sword mountain's height was a round ball that was shining brightly. However, Kuming and the others did not rush over immediately. Instead, they cast their gazes downwards. The Black Basin was covered in smoke and dust, as if it had experienced an apocalypse. The barrier at the edge of the Black Basin had already disappeared. They could leave at any time. However, this was not the reason why they had come here. How could they leave without obtaining the fragment? At the place where everyone's gazes were gathered, the rising dust gradually settled. The shattered Black Basin finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the center of the energy explosion, there was a huge crater. At the bottom of the crater, there was a relatively flat area. The gravel and dust had all been blown away. At the center of the crater, a yellow-robed figure stood there. The expression on his face was still as calm as ever. There was no joy or sorrow. His eyes were sharp and frightening. This old man is still not dead. Nightmare sucked in a breath of cold air. His handsome face was slightly distorted. Moreover, he seemed to be unscathed. Isn't it just a little bit of divine power? Isn't it just a little bit of divine power? Don't look down on me. I'm sorry, but divine beings can really do whatever they want. Yuanshi rolled his eyes as he glanced at the frantic Nightmare. Seeing that all of their attacks did not cause the slightest bit of damage to the yellow-robed figure, he felt a little helpless. He really should say that he was worthy of being called a divine being, even though he was only an immortal-level divine being. Ugh, I miss Brother Yin so much. Yu had also calmed down from the frenzy of the battle. When she saw that the enemy was still standing in front of her, her little face suddenly fell. Everyone let out a long sigh when they heard this. It seemed that little Xingxing was usually the one who did such heaven-defying challenges. They were just spectators. Today, they were actually given a chance to challenge, but they realized that it was extremely difficult. Little Moon glanced at her cheap sister. She stroked her messy long hair with her jade-like hand and sighed. But I don't think we can call Big Brother in now. Why don't we retreat first and call Yaohua and the others? Everyone thought about it. Although they were a little reluctant, they really did not have much power at this time. It was a good idea to retreat first. Thus, they nodded and planned to leave. I think we don't need to do it again. Ming winked at Mei Mao and pointed down with her jade-like hand. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes. There, The yellow-robed figure was still standing there without any movement. In front of him, a light ball about 20 feet in size appeared. In the light ball, two figures appeared. One was dressed in yellow, and the other was dressed in a black robe. There was a chic and indifferent smile on his handsome face. The latter was no stranger to everyone, and the yellow-robed figure seemed to be the person standing on the ground at this time. Suddenly, in the light ball, Quarter Moon and the yellow-robed figure suddenly launched an attack. Their monstrous power caused the entire space and time to collapse. They fought from the ground all the way to the starry sky. They crossed countless stars, passed through one living galaxy after another, and finally broke through the world barrier. They fought all the way into the void and fell into another world. This terrifying battle caused even the void to tremble and collapse. Everyone looked at the battle in the light ball in horror. It was a battle between two divine gods. They fought all the way from one planet to the void, passed through the world barrier, and fought all the way to another world. The battlefield expanded infinitely. They did not know how many worlds they passed through in the end, but they finally stopped in the void. They almost caused the void to sink. This battlefield is really big. Nightmare's face could not help but twitch when he saw the extent of the battle between the two. The image in the light ball sped up a lot and finally stopped at the last scene. The yellow-robed figure was knocked to the ground by Quarter Moon, but she did not kill him. Then they sat down to rest and chat. What the hell? Everyone was speechless. It was one thing for two divine gods to fight across countless worlds and disturb their neighbors, but why did they end up sitting down to chat? There are not many gods in this world, and divine gods are even rarer. Even if they meet and fight, they will not kill each other. Qin Yin said softly. She had many ancient books in her family, but there were very few records of two divine gods fighting to the death. Therefore, some people had such a guess, and she just repeated it. Everyone looked at the sky, speechless, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Although they were separated by the light ball, the battle seemed to have happened right in front of them. The world collapsed, the stars were annihilated, and even the starry sky became dim. It went straight through other worlds, leaving behind only the aftermath of destruction. Space and time were chaotic and unobservable. See you next time, then. If you have time, come to the Dark God Palace to chat. In the end, Quarter Moon got up and left. She looked back at the yellow-robed figure and smiled. She left behind a handsome back view and disappeared. The yellow-robed figure engraved these words in his heart and looked forward to the next battle. He did not know how many years he had waited. He planned to return to the divine realm to take a look, but he learned that Quarter Moon had fallen. The scene displayed by the ball of light had already skipped many years. This yellow-robed figure finally passed away in a corner of a remote world with regrets. Silently, this world was about to be extinguished. There was no life left. The funeral of a heavenly deity was grand and mighty, yet no one was lucky enough to witness this scene. So this is the embodiment of an obsession? This place is similar to the place where Quarter Moon met him. There's also that mountain peak. Yuanshi smacked his lips and could not help but exclaim. That was a divine god. It's not just similar. This is the place where Quarter Moon experienced the scenes of the ancient era. Chu Yingzhan said softly, then frowned. The Dark God Palace. Why do I feel like I've heard of it before? It shouldn't be. I don't know much about the secrets of the ancient era. What a coincidence. I have an impression of it too. Nightmare, Yuan Shi, and Qin Yin said in unison. Then they exchanged glances. Qin Yin shook her head. But I only have an impression of it. I think I've heard of it before, but I don't have any specific information. It exists, but it can't be understood. Yuanshi scratched his head. Strange thing. Well, let's not care about it. It should be something left behind from the ancient era. It can't affect us, so let's ignore it. The light ball stopped after the yellow-robed figure died. At this time, the light ball slowly faded and disappeared, along with the yellow-robed figure. Phew! Seeing the young figure disappear with the wind, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They sat down on the ground and completely relaxed. Finally, he disappeared. Just by standing there, that figure gave him a lot of pressure. Just looking at those eyes made them feel like their hearts were being pierced by thousands of swords. Ming Ming turned into a beam of light and returned in the blink of an eye. There was an additional ball of light in his hand. It was the fragment that had been placed halfway at the tip of the sword. He looked at the relaxed and limp crowd and said in a soft voice, "There are now 4 fragments. I wonder if Sister Jean has found anything." Little Moon and Yor sat back to back. She raised her head and muttered. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a series of wind-breaking sounds in the sky. Everyone quickly raised their heads. Not far away in the sky, a large group of figures quickly appeared. They looked at the black basin. When they saw Ming and the others, they were stunned and quickly landed. "Yo, what's going on? The commotion here has spread over there." A bright white figure landed. He used his thumb to point at the sky behind him. Then, he looked at the shattered basin. His face twitched slightly. "Did they fight?" "Nothing. I just fought with an immortal with the power of a god." Nightmare lay on the ground and chuckled at them. Hearing this, a look of shock flashed across everyone's faces. "A god? What happened in the end?" Lin Sheng hurriedly asked, looking at the group of people around them. "It was a Pyrrhic victory. We were almost killed," everyone said in unison. Nightmare added, "Let's leave this kind of work to the boss in the future. We're just mortals. We can't beat him." "You were the first to rush up. Didn't you say you were very powerful at the beginning?" Yuanshi rolled his eyes at him. Nightmare's cheeks trembled. He turned his face away. "You heard wrong. Really, you heard wrong. You heard wrong." Everyone was speechless. "We found 4 fragments here. What about you guys?" Ming waved her lily-white hand and took out the 4 planets. They slowly rotated 2 inches above her lily-white hand. "Our 2 groups have found a total of 4 pieces. Looks like there's only 1 left." Lin Sheng muttered to himself for a while. He then looked around and sighed. "What did you see? Are there any memories worth mentioning?" Yuanshi sat up like a carp and looked at Lin Sheng. They now knew that a fragment would lead to a memory scene. Although this was the case, the 3rd fragment they obtained did not have any special memories. At this point, Lin Sheng and Yao Hua looked at each other. Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Yuanshi and Ming were slightly startled. "What's wrong?" "We saw the ancestors' final battle. It was the huge pit in the Ganyuan region." Yao Hua had a strange look on his face. "It was spectacular. It was indescribable. The battle was earth-shattering. Take a look for yourselves." After Yao Hua finished speaking, he took out the memory he saw. He divided it into 8 parts and threw it into the minds of Yuan Shi and the others. The latter and the others were shocked. They saw the battle in the Ganyuan region from beginning to end. They gathered in the elemental stone. Then there was the earth-shattering battle. However, it was very shocking to watch, except that I couldn't see what their enemies looked like. However, I still feel that something is not right. Yuanshi scratched his head. In the memory, the enemy he saw was a mass of black fog. From the beginning to the end, even when they separated at the last moment, until the star destruction descended, he did not see what those people looked like. The only people who could be distinguished in the image were Quarter Moon, God, and the other 8. The girl, covered in golden light, was nowhere to be seen. She did not appear from the beginning. "What do you mean?" Yao Hua asked curiously. "We just obtained the 4th fragment here. What we saw was the battle between God Quarter Moon and another god. The battle was earth-shattering, the galaxy shattered, and it only stopped after passing through dozens of worlds. Why is it that the final battle in the Ganyuan region that we saw here caused such a small commotion?" Yuanshi said strangely. Yao Hua was also stunned. He waved his hand and took out the 4 fragments. Just as he was about to see if he could see that scene, the 4 fragments flew out. The 4 planets in Ming's hand also trembled. They broke free from her control and soared into the sky. They fiercely collided with the fragments in Yao Hua's hand. A burst of white light wriggled. Everyone hurriedly widened their eyes. After the white light wriggled for a moment, it suddenly split open. A model of a planet that was about 10 feet in size fell out. It was as if the 8 fragments just now had fused together. After the planet that was about 10 feet in size appeared, the space on both sides of it also slowly wriggled. Chapter 853. the model of the planet broke out of its shell. Its appearance did not change much, but the space on both sides suddenly rippled like a calm water surface. After a while, two figures emerged from the ripples with a whoosh. They were wearing black windbreakers and had colorful hair. Their faces were as beautiful as a girl's. They were wearing golden robes and had long golden hair. Their faces were somewhat devilish. They were Yin Nuashing and Zero. Their sudden appearance stunned everyone. Just when they thought that the two had recovered and looked into their eyes, they saw emptiness. Their eyes were empty and lifeless. The realm of the gods has the protection of the first generation of heavenly gods. Excessive energy fluctuations will cause the laws of heaven and earth and divine authority to suppress them. The realm of the gods does not allow battles between heavenly gods to break out. Yin Nuashing and Zero stared to the front. The words that came out of their mouths were ethereal and resonant. They had a somewhat mechanical magnetism to them. Their lifeless expressions let everyone know that these two were still keys. Yuanshi was stunned for a moment. He laughed dryly and scratched his head. He did not think that it was his question that caused the two keys that controlled the door to explode out. There should be a reason why Yin Nuashing and Zero appeared here. Little, oh key classmate, why are you here? Is the door closed? Some energy radiance flowed through Yin Nuashing's eyes as she replied. The door is temporarily closed. Abnormal situation detected. Abnormal situation? Everyone was stunned for a moment. If the door was closed, did that mean that they could not leave? What abnormal situation? Nightmare asked calmly. Fragment. Yin Nuashing's voice slowly sounded. Zero continued from the side. The ninth fragment is lost outside the world. Detecting, tracing the energy trail. Traces found in the void. Continue to search. Yin Nuashing and Zero's voices sounded at the same time. A large amount of energy radiance flowed through their eyes. The radiance that blossomed made people mistakenly think that the two of them were about to wake up. At the same time, an indescribable energy was gradually spreading out. After a moment, everyone looked at each other strangely. The fragment was lost? The sealing ability of this mausoleum world should be very strong, right? How could it be lost just like that? Yaohua stretched lazily. Well, since we found the corpses of the 9 patriarchs, we should be able to scare the Grand Elder and the Home Master out of their wits. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while. Let's take a break first. I'm dying from running. Well preserved. Yuanshi raised his eyebrows. Haha, it's complete. It's sealed in a crystal container. Although it's emitting Xian crystal energy waves, I'm sure it's something more powerful than a divine grade Xian crystal. Maybe it's the one that has preserved the bodies of our ancestors for so many years. Yao Huan nodded with a smile. However, the 10th Hall Master does not have the body of the 10th Hall Master. Jin Ying's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yin Nuashing did not tell them about the Ice Realm's divine realm, nor did they tell them about their own teacher. Thus, the younger generation of the 9 Gods' Palace was at a loss. If its heavenly goddess Quarter Moon, her body is in the Ice Realm's divine realm, which is the North Ice Realm. However, it can't be retrieved. Little Star forgot to tell you guys. He probably thought that Jin Wang and the others would tell you. Yuan, she said with a smile. No, they didn't tell us. The group of 9 Gods' Palace's younger generation expressed their helplessness. After waiting like this for a dozen or so minutes, Yin Nuashing and Zero's voices sounded at the same time, causing everyone to be stunned. After being stunned for a while, what followed was a wave of speechlessness and paleness. Tracking the final trail, the target has escaped from the void. Since an unknown time ago, the fragment has escaped from the tomb and fallen into an unobserved world. Observation complete. The life form of the target star system has been confirmed. Human, magical beast, no other life forms. Energy level, low. Converted to divine realm level, mortal realm level to demonic realm level. There are a large number of unknown life forms in the star system outside the target star system. They have no intersection with the target star system and no life forms that can cross worlds. Not paying attention. Location of the primordial realm, void, world barrier, 5 primordial realms. Void location. Away from the center of the primordial realms, important void location. The lower plane has been accurately located. Probability of crossing over, 100%. Probability of crossing over, 90%. Safety threshold range confirmed. Gate to the primordial realm, open. As Yin Nuashing and Zero spoke in unison, before the crowd could recover from the huge amount of information, they saw the two of them reach out their hands to each other. Purple energy curled up around their arms, and then their hands moved to the sides. Suddenly, a space door that was 10 feet wide appeared in the space in front of them. In the space door, there was a swirling vortex that was a mix of purple and blue. However, this temporary space gate was a little different from the ones they usually saw. The ones they usually saw only passed through the space of the divine realm. The edges were embellished with silver blue space energy, and the center was also a blue space vortex. But now, what appeared in front of them was a crack embellished with purple energy. Even the color of the vortex had changed. This tear directly tore open the barrier of the primordial realm. Wait a minute. I'm a little confused. 5 primordial realm? Are they going to cross worlds? Yao Hua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It was bad enough that they were running around, but now they were going to the 5 primordial realm. Oh my God, they couldn't accept this. Lin Sheng and the others were also slightly shaken. Their expressions kept changing. Even a face-changing master would find it difficult to change so many expressions. In the end, they couldn't help but gulp. Lower primordial realm and whatnot. I've only heard of it, but I never thought that there would be a time when we cross worlds. Shuel Lingfeng and the others couldn't stay calm. Although the great primordial realm was divided into 8 primordial realms, and it wasn't just a legend, they had never seen anyone from the lower primordial realm. They only had impressions of the existences in the lower primordial realm. Now that a gate had suddenly opened and allowed them to go to the 5 primordial realm, they had crossed 3 primordial realms. Their brains couldn't handle it. Ming, Yuan Shi, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other for a while, unable to make up their minds. Crossing worlds is the right of gods, and even gods. Well, although I came up from a 7 primordial realm with my idiot father, it was a messy crossing. Chu Yingzhan said faintly. It would have been better if she hadn't said this. Once she said it, other than Yao Hua, Ming, and the others who had already heard from Yin Nuashing, Lin Sheng, and the others felt their heads explode. They looked at Chu Yingzhan in horror. Everything that happened today challenged their worldview. It was shattered into pieces, and they probably wouldn't be able to put it back together. Elder Sister Ming, let's go. Brother Yun's fragment is there. We can't not go. You didn't think too much. She flew and hugged Ming's arm and wings. Mei Mao looked at her with sparkling eyes and said with a smile, as if she was acting coquettishly, Brother Yun will go too, right? We can still come back, right? After saying that, she didn't care about Ming and the others' reactions. She looked at Yin Nuashing and asked with a smile, This secret key can only be used to open the door. It will go with you. Going back and forth between the 8 primordial realm and the 5 primordial realm requires a huge amount of power from the primordial realm. The twin divine contract cannot be broken. The secret key will remain inlaid to maintain the power of the gods. Yin Nuashing and Zero's ethereal and echoing voice sounded. Everyone's eyes flashed slightly. Then after we go over, can't we recover? Can't we use the divine contract when one opened the door? Yuer jumped in front of Yin Nuashing and circled around him twice. She even poked the latter's face with her jade-like finger and asked somewhat unhappily. Everyone was shocked by her actions. What a silly girl. Right now, he's not your big brother Yin. Those are just 2 secret keys without souls. If you do this, it doesn't seem to have any reaction. After you asked this question, Yin Nuashing and Zero slowly turned their heads and looked at each other. Traces of energy flowed through their eyes, as if they were exchanging information. When everyone saw the 2 of them looking at each other so affectionately, their cheeks twitched. Other than Chu Yingzhan, who didn't know why she was so excited, everyone else felt that this scene was very strange. However, they didn't dare to disturb them. It's feasible. After a long time, Yin Nuashing said softly. However, the fluctuations of the twin divine contract cannot be concealed. We need to find an empty world and use a world barrier to isolate the senses of the 5 elemental realms. No, to find the fragments, we need the power of the gods. Number 2 refutes the breaking of the twin divine contract. Number 1 thinks it's feasible. We can preserve the necessary power of the gods and have the lowest power to change the laws of the 5 elemental realms. Number 2 is an idiot. We can't refute it. Number 1 is twisting words and forcing logic. Logic system malfunctioning. Check. Action within safe range. Number 2 can't refute number 1's decision. Pass. Cross to the 5 elemental realms. The twin divine contract is broken. Temporarily let the soul's rationality return. Preserve the lowest power of the gods and have the lowest power to change the laws of the world. Everyone looked at the two of them talking, and their jaws dropped. And they couldn't go back to normal for the time being. What's this? The two of you can even scold each other like this when your souls are asleep? And your scolding is so soft. Why does the atmosphere feel a little strange? It feels like an older brother lecturing his younger brother. That's not right. Clearly, Zero woke up first. How did he become the younger brother? At this time, tons and tons of information flowed through everyone's minds. They couldn't process it in time, and their brains almost stopped working. Except for Chu Yingjian, who was even more excited about that. Although it's a rare opportunity to travel across realms, if you're afraid of that unknown world, don't go. And this isn't a good job. We're going to the 5 elemental realms. The energy in the lower elemental realms isn't as dense as the upper elemental realms. If you're just going to look for things and don't have any opportunities, if you want to improve your strength, stay here and cultivate. Yuan Shi jumped out at this time and said to everyone, "Anyway, you'll have this opportunity after you become a god." Everyone's cheeks twitched. Becoming a god? Let's not talk about whether they could do it. Even if they could, how many years would it take? However, Yuan Shi was right. Looking for things wasn't a good job. They were able to find the 8 fragments in this mausoleum world by coincidence, because they were all placed in places with excessively dense energy or very strange places. They found them immediately. In fact, they hadn't even explored a third of this mausoleum world. Well, there won't be any other restrictions when we go to the 5 elemental realms, right? Yao Hua stepped forward and asked. The first generation of gods has set up an energy suppression on people from the upper realm who want to cross to the lower realm. The power they can serve will not exceed the limit of the target world. Based on observation, the upper limit of power available in the 5 elemental realms is the half-demon rank. Other than that, there won't be any changes to the form of energy or life forms. This time, it was Zero's voice that sounded. If there aren't any accidents, there won't be any accidents for a group of immortal ranks like us. The essence of the energy in the 8 elemental realms isn't something the lower realm can compare with. For example, among the same level, a solid energy carrier can easily kill a half-solid one. Yao Hua crossed his arms and nodded. Even if we, the 9th level of immortal rank, encounter a 9th level half-demon rank, we can still kill. No, let me ask, Key Lord, what level is the energy essence of the 5 elemental realms equivalent to the carrier? What's the energy density of that world? Level 3 gas, world energy, under observation. Yin Nuashing answered faintly. Then there's nothing wrong with it. Everyone suddenly laughed sinisterly. Now that they knew the energy essence, it was easy to deal with them. Even if there was an army of half-demons, they could wipe them out. Energy essence wasn't just divided by level 1 or 2, it was the degree of energy condensation. In other words, it was the energy density. The degree of energy condensation of solid was enough to instantly tear apart the degree of energy condensation of a gas, unless the latter could resist it with energy that was nearly 1,000 times stronger. Perhaps it could even neutralize the energy condensation of a solid. Similarly, the degree of energy condensation of a crystal could easily wipe out a solid of the same level or even a higher level. Yao Hua and the others had already tested this on Yin Nuashing. Observation complete. The 5 elemental realms are divided by the void. The energy density in the center of the important void is 1/10,000,000th of that in the God realm. The higher the density, the lower the density, the lower the density. The lowest density is 1/10,000,000th of that in the 5 elemental realms, Yin Nuashing said faintly. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they survive with such low energy? Wouldn't that mean that they couldn't replenish much energy after using it up? Wouldn't they suffocate to death the moment they went over? Yuan Shi raised his hand and jumped out. His cheeks twitched as he asked, although there are a lot of questions, I think it's better to ask them clearly. Look at me. If I squander all the energy over there, how long would it take for me to return to normal? Yes, to normal, not to strong. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Shi felt 2 pairs of emotionless, cold eyes sweep over his body. He felt as if he had been seen through from the inside out, which made him shudder. However, it was over very quickly. Then, Yin Nuashing said faintly, 3 months. Oh, damn. This time, everyone really couldn't stay calm. It seemed that the overly condensed energy was also a disadvantage. The energy of the 5 elemental realms was so thin to them that it actually took 3 months for them to recover to a normal level of energy. This, Chu Yingzhan thought for a moment, and Mei Mao said with a smile, we can find some natural treasures with rich energy in this mausoleum world and go over. There are plenty of them anyway, so we don't have to worry about not being able to recover. Then, everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Then, wouldn't crossing realms weaken the energy of those natural treasures? Yuan Shi was still worried. He continued to be an obedient child and asked one question after another. Apart from the godly items that can affect the rules of the world, nothing else will be affected. After getting this answer, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they still had backup energy. They didn't have to worry about running out of energy and collapsing over there. After confirming that there were no more worries, Ming, Yao Hua, and the others instantly accepted the fact that they were about to cross realms to look for things. Then, they led a group of people and risked their lives to plunder those natural treasures that were growing vigorously. Anything that had a higher energy or a higher energy reaction was put into their spatial storage devices. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass grew. Lei Ming even crazily dug up dozens of square meters of soil that was brightly colored because of the rich energy. Do you want to eat soil? Yao Hua was so angry that he punched Lei Ming in the head. Everyone was speechless. Being crazy to this extent was really impressive. He could even dig up soil. While Ming and the others were urgently looking for energy sources, Lin Sheng and the others were also discussing the allocation of manpower. This kind of cross-realm travel was indeed an unprecedented and precious experience for them. Hence, the group spent 2 hours discussing. In the end, everyone agreed to go. Brother Lin, you'll need a lot of manpower to look for things, right? It'll be hard for you guys if everyone stays. Xiaoqing, who had met Yin Nuashing and Zian once at Yuanguang Academy, said to Lin Sheng with a smile, well, it's up to you guys. Anyway, it's such a precious experience. I have to go and take a look no matter what. Wenyao, don't stop me. You can't stop me. Shueling Feng also grinned. Zhao Wenyao said, no, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm even planning to give you a push. Everyone, hence Lin Sheng and the others happily went to pack up and prepare to cross realms. Only the 2 door gods were left behind to open the gate to the primordial realm. After spending most of the day preparing, they also spent some time discussing what might happen when they reached the other side. After chattering for half a day, Yao Hua and the others stared in shock as Lei Ming stuffed the entire mountain into his space storage device. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you planning to migrate? Yuan Shi covered his face and was speechless. Was this supposed to be a backup energy source? Could it be used as a backup energy source to dig up soil and move mountains? Was he planning to move an immortal mountain and live there for a long time? However, he had already dug up a bunch of trees and left, leaving behind a pile of potholes. Everyone felt that he had no right to criticize Lei Ming. These two bandit-like guys were really plucking feathers from geese and leaving the skin behind. A perfectly good mausoleum paradise had been turned into a disaster. If God Quartermoon saw this, she would probably skin them alive. In short, after a whole day, everyone finally gathered in front of Yin Nuoxing and Shui Lingfeng, still full of excitement. Looking at their excited expressions, they probably treated this cross-realm search as a vacation. I say, you guys aren't going to look for something, right? Chu Yingzhan's eyebrows twitched. She was a little speechless as she watched everyone chatter. I'm afraid you guys are just going to look for something on a vacation, right? Everyone nodded honestly, nodded, and nodded again. Your cute little star classmate will cry. He's standing right in front of you. He'll really cry. Chu Yingzhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone shrugged. They knew that the collective combat power of that world wasn't as high as theirs. Furthermore, they had the help of a heaven-defying ability that could change the rules here, so they really couldn't feel nervous. Just standing in that world could turn upside down. Furthermore, they had a specific location to find the target, so they didn't need to search the entire starry sky. It was as simple as walking out of the house and taking a teleportation gate to cross cities. At most, they could stay there for a month or two. Furthermore, they were fully prepared. They could cultivate in that place without relying on the power of heaven and earth for 10 to 5 years and even see a new world. It sounded very relaxing and happy. They really couldn't feel nervous. The gate of the primordial realm is ready. Destination locked. Set deviation. Teleport to a no-man's land. Setting complete. Prepare for teleportation. After receiving confirmation, Yin Nuoxing's indifferent and ethereal voice sounded again. Then, everyone silently counted to 3 in their hearts. The purple crack in the primordial realm expanded and swallowed everyone in one gulp. It was as simple as opening the door, walking in, and closing the door. Hey, we're here. That's why it's not much more complicated than going out to buy soy sauce. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When the purplish-blue light flashed in front of them, the space began to return to normal. The purplish-blue light that filled the world slowly faded away. Then, what appeared in everyone's sight was a starry sky, dotted with countless brilliant stars. Beneath their feet was a desolate yellow earth. The air. No, there was no air in this place. The space was filled with countless desolate auras. Ming subconsciously used the divine barrier to envelop the group of people. Then, everyone gasped in unison. There was no air just now, and they almost suffocated to death. At the immortal stage, they had immortal chi to maintain their life functions. They were immune to most environments, such as vacuum, high pressure, and no air. They could go without breathing for 8 to 10 days without a problem. However, breathing was just a subconscious action. Don't tell me we've come to the star field. Everyone stared blankly at the bright starry sky. At this moment, they were on a huge rock without any traces of life. As the wind blew from the starry sky, they couldn't help but shiver. Oh, looks like there's a deviation in the teleportation. I just wanted to slightly adjust the teleportation to a no-man's land. I didn't expect to cross such a long distance. Aha! An awkward laugh came from behind, causing everyone to be stunned. That's why I said you're an idiot. I just said to directly attack and teleport there. Isn't it just a few people there? Just beat them until they lose their memories. Why you care so much? Then, a feminine voice sounded. That way of speaking, that tone, it was obviously the voice of a violent maniac. Everyone turned their heads in unison and saw Yin Nuoxing with her arms crossed and staring at Zero, who was scratching his head and laughing dryly. From the looks of it, the two of them had returned to normal. They had removed the Gemini divine contract when they came here. Chapter 854. This place is a bit similar to the 8-element sector. I don't know if it's because of the shadow message, but although the smell here is very different from the 8-element sector, the appearance is not much different. Yin Nuoxing looked at the starry sky and stretched. Seeing that the two people had woken up and were no longer keys, Yer exclaimed and jumped into Yin Nuoxing's arms. She giggled and said, "Brother Yin, Brother Yin, what is shadow message? Yin Nuashing reached out and hugged the naughty girl, put her on the ground, and rubbed her hair. He said softly, when the great Yuan realm was born, there was only one primordial realm. Later, for some unknown reasons, the great Yuan realm exploded and divided into 8 primordial realms that were separated from each other. However, they were still divided by the original great Yuan realm, and the various information contained in them were the same. Although they did not communicate with each other, there were also undetectable connections between them. The 8-element sector was at the top of the great Yuan realm, and the huge energy and information it generated would flow to the lower realm through the connections between the primordial realms. For example, the appearance of the starry sky, the appearance of the planets, the size of the stars, the life forms of various races, the forms of energy, and some other basic elements. However, after passing through the layers of barriers between the primordial realms and crossing to the lower realm, the forms of energy and information would change. The 7 elements sector received this energy and information flow, and the worlds that were born were derived from the affected energy and information flow. In other words, the worlds formed by the distorted information of the 8-element sector are the 7-element sectors. This energy and information flow will flow all the way to the 1st element sector at the bottom. Every time it passes through the barriers between the primordial realms, the energy and information will be distorted and changed. In general, the 8 primordial realms are almost the same. This is the general background. The small difference is that the life forms in the primordial realms have changed. The life forms born in the 8-element sector included humans. When this energy and information flow to the lower realm, it caused a large part of the life forms in the lower realm to be somewhat similar to the 8-element sector. The most direct manifestation is that in the world we are currently in, 50% of the intelligent creatures are humans, and the other 50% is made up of tens of thousands of races. Zero pointed upwards and said. Everyone listened in a daze for a long time. After a while, they expressed that they understood and nodded. Oh, so that's what happened. I thought. Nightmare sighed and muttered softly. What do you think? Is it somewhat different from the 5 elements realm in my mind? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, do you think that the 5-element sector is a barren, empty place with no energy, dim starry sky, and dead silence everywhere? Do you think that even birds don't lay eggs? Nightmare scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. When he first heard that the energy in the 5 elements realm was scarce, he did think so. He didn't expect that in reality, the 5 elements realm was similar to the 8 elements realm. Seeing him like that, Yin Nuashing knew what he was thinking and rolled her eyes. It's all the same, and the place where we live is generally the same. Mortals care about the little things like daily necessities, while cultivators cultivate day and night and go out to train. In the end, they have to calculate their living expenses as well. Moreover, the information from the 8 elements realms peak also determines that the other 7 elements realms are not too different. By the way, little star, what's with your state, the twin divine pact? Yuan Shi asked, patting Yin Nuashing's shoulder. The twin divine pact is a direct connection between our souls of the same origin, a connection that fuses our souls. As for that state, Yin Nuashing muttered to herself for a while before saying, it's a purely logical way of thinking that ignores emotion and personal bias. Quartermoon learned it on a life-bearing planet called Stellaris, which is a rather vast world and equivalent to the peak state of the peaceful world we saw at the time. At that, she looked at Ming and smiled, and the latter came to a realization as well. What was the world she lived in for 9 years like when it developed to its peak? Ahem. All right, let's get down to business. Zero hurriedly cut off the topic that was getting further and further away and looked at the starry sky around them before lightly kicking the earth-yellow planet. Everyone could only feel the earth tremble. Hey, watch out. That kick of yours has broken the balance of the system. Let's see how you're going to clean it up. Yin Nuashing hugged the 3 maidservants in his arms and rolled his eyes at Zero. Why did this fellow not know how to control his strength when he kicked them? Don't worry, it's just a tremor. Even if I kick this planet into outer space, it wouldn't affect this world at all. At most, the people down there would look up one day and realize that one of the Earth yellow stars is missing. Zero shrugged and pointed at the moon over the horizon. It was a blue orb that hung over the horizon like a round plate. Furthermore, there was only one sun on this planet. It wasn't as majestic as the God Realm's dual star system. Currently, everyone was standing on this earthy yellow planet. The sun was very far away from them, and if the sun shone directly on them, it might burn a mortal to death, but to them, it was nothing. The suppressive effect is gone. Yuanshi clenched his fists. He was a little surprised. Right now, they were all half-demons, not 9th level immortal rank like they were in the Mausoleum Immortal Realm. Without the suppression of the Mausoleum somehow seeped into the void and affected the Jiesu secret realm, causing the entire secret realm to be affected. Even the gods are no exception. But compared to that, I'm more concerned about how the Mausoleum world got into the Jiesu secret realm and connected the two worlds in the void. It sounds a little scary, but that's exactly what happened. Zero's calm voice caused everyone's eyes to widen, but they all expressed that they didn't understand. This was something that happened on a higher plane, so ordinary people like them wouldn't understand. Let's not talk about it. Let's go over first. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and looked at the green moon in the sky. That was actually the destination of their trip. It was another planet in this galaxy, not a satellite. How far? Not far. Yin Nuashing pondered for a while, and some ocean blue waves appeared in her eyes. About 2 billion miles. Everyone nodded and expressed their calmness. Although this distance sounded frighteningly far to ordinary people, in their eyes, it was just a straight line between 4 or 5 cities. It wasn't far, not far. Bullshit, everyone shouted angrily. 2 billion miles wasn't far on the ground, but they were in the starry sky. This was space travel. Even if the target was right in front of them, they wouldn't get lost. But isn't space travel a privilege of the gods? Aren't there all kinds of restrictions? Energy exhaustion and whatnot. That's right, but you also have to look at the actual situation. Immortal rank masters can seal themselves and not eat, drink, or breathe for a month without a problem. Even if the starry sky is a vacuum, there won't be any problems if they stay for a short period of time, about 2 to 4 hours. It's true that gods can travel the starry sky, but that's on an individual basis. Zero rolled her eyes. In other words, Yin Nuashing coughed softly and added, if you want to wander the starry sky for a long time without any accidents, you have to at least have the strength of an ultimate god master. We have a group of people here, and we could take turns to hold the barrier and still not die. Moreover, Zero shouted loudly to divert everyone's attention. She pointed at herself and Yin Nuashing and sighed. This is the 5 elements realm. The conditions for us 8 elements realm people to travel in the 5 elements realm starry sky are much lower than in our own world. If we were in the 3 elements realm, a mortal rank master who can fly around the starry sky at a fast speed. What's more, the 2 of us have the power to change the rules here. Plus, there are several formation masters here. Don't tell me none of you have learned how to teleport. Moreover, according to the actual calculation, the divine realm is probably the size of a supermassive galaxy. 2 billion miles is indeed not far. Zero said faintly and looked at Yin Nuashing. Let's fly over. The space here is very fragile. If we tear the space and teleport, I'm afraid we'll accidentally tear the entire space here. Or, you can teleport us over? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and nodded. Her colorful eyes penetrated the endless distance and fixed on the green sphere. The spatial energy in her body slowly flowed. Just as it began to flow, everyone could feel the space around her showing signs of collapsing. The space of the 5 elements realm is really fragile. It really shatters at the slightest touch. Chu Yingzhan could not help but sigh. A minute later, Yin Nuashing took a light breath and stomped her feet on the ground. The earthy yellow planet shook violently again, causing everyone to feel dizzy. However, before they could say anything, the space in front of them suddenly lit up with a blue light. Then, their line of sight suddenly shook. The green sphere that was originally hanging on the horizon suddenly appeared in front of them. Furthermore, it was magnified many times, occupying their entire field of vision. The green land was filled with trees. This huge planet with life slowly rotated in front of them. The mountain peaks pointed straight at the sky. Yin Nuashing looked around and said, "This planet has a diameter of 40,000 miles. There are many life forms. Most of the terrain is mountains and forests. The ocean is hidden under the land like floating islands. The exposed surface of the ocean is on the side. We can see the back of this planet. It's undeveloped land. Most of the life forms are gathered on the other side. It's daytime there." There was no sound in the vacuum. She used soul voice transmission to speak directly in everyone's minds. "Okay, wait a moment." Zero raised his hand and took out a blurry ball of light. He waved his hand, and dozens of silver-white rays of light shot out from the ball of light and entered everyone's minds. They turned into a huge amount of information and spread out. "What's this?" Nightmare touched his forehead. The large amount of information was actually in various languages. There were many that he had never heard of before. He probably wouldn't understand even if he said it out loud. "We have a book of books. Over the years, when my shadow reincarnated, I recorded a lot of information in it. The Book of Ages has information about many observed worlds. Even if there isn't, the power of the Book of Ages will seep into the heart of the world. We can use it to quickly understand this world. However, this ball of light isn't the main body. Well, the only simple information that can be shared is language. As for the rest, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to process. With that time, we can understand this world by ourselves." After saying that, Yin Nuashing helplessly spread her hands. "Oh, if that's the case, let's disperse here. Although there's no danger with so many people, it's not convenient to find things." Lin Sheng smiled and said, "Let's go to the east. If we find out anything, we'll contact each other through our souls. The seeds should have been distributed." Yao Hua nodded. "Then let's go to the west." Yin Nuashing thought for a while, looked down, and said, "Then let's land here. Don't get killed by the people here." "Ah." Yao Hua just laughed when Yin Nuashing kicked him away. He streaked across the sky like a meteor and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a sorrowful wail through the soul voice transmission. Jining pursed her lips. She no longer wanted to pay attention to his suicidal actions. She was already being merciful by not saying that he deserved it. She looked at Yin Nuashing and smiled sweetly. "Then, you guys be careful. We'll go first." Yin Nuashing smiled and waved at everyone. With a boom, the two groups of people streaked across the sky like dozens of meteors. They stuck close to the surface of this huge planet and slowly descended. They left a huge trail of flames behind them and disappeared over the horizon. "Then let's go too." Yin Nuashing stretched and smiled at Ming and the others behind her. Under the quiet night sky, on a plain outside a mountain range, energy sparks bloomed violently as if they were going to burn the plain to ashes. An intense battle spread hundreds of meters away. Boom! The energy waves rolled and rumbled, and the shock waves that erupted blew away all the enemies within a dozen meters. That empty space did not last long before it was flooded by figures that blotted out the sky. It was as if they were in a sea of fire, and there were constantly flaming arrows and fireballs that flew past them, leaving behind large clusters of explosive flames on the ground. Waves of sharp metal screeching sounds could be heard, and the sounds of collisions could be heard, causing the ears of the people outside the army who had been nervously watching the battle to go numb. The commander of this battle only felt a little headache. This goddamn night raid, this goddamn place. There were very few people who came to this lousy place. His inexplicable suggestion of coming here to take a look was a sign to this godforsaken place. Even the magical beasts were too lazy to set up their nests in this place. It was bad enough that they came here, but they actually encountered the army of a hostile country. Moreover, the sentinel on duty forgot to sound the alarm. From the beginning of the battle until now, it was a one-sided situation. The commander only felt a toothache, a headache, and his brain was trembling. Clang! A long sound of weapons clashing was heard in front of him. The commander was a little anxious as he swung the long sword in his hand. In the pile of corpses beside him, there was one more nameless corpse. From the beginning of the battle until now, the number of people that came to besiege him was like a swarm of flies. However, from the beginning to the end, he did not see the enemy's commander, so he did not dare to attack rashly. By the starry sky spirit, where is this bastard hiding? He couldn't see anything. The commander's gaze swept across the huge battlefield not far away. His gaze swept back and forth between the enemy troops dozens of times. He looked at every figure, but he couldn't see any obvious leader. If this continued, his troops would be wiped out before he could find the enemy's commander. Thinking of this, the commander patted the heavy silver armor on his body with a headache. If the enemy's commander did not come out and he went out first, he would be attacked by the enemy's array masters and then be attacked by the enemy's commander. His army would almost be finished. But if he did not go out, his own army would also be on the verge of being wiped out. Do I have to retreat? Just as the commander was hesitating whether to retreat or risk it all, in the sky, several bright flames cut through the night sky. The speed at which they crossed countless mountains in a flash, and the bright flames, and the loud screeching sound, there was a moment of silence on the battlefield. Under the stunned gaze of the commander, the several huge fireballs landed on the battlefield directly in front of him. The flames of the explosion lit up the night sky. The flames soared hundreds of feet high. The flames that set the prairie ablaze almost engulfed the entire battlefield with a whoosh. The two sides that were fighting fiercely just now did not need anyone to command them now. They retreated desperately. However, perhaps it was because of the location of the explosion, only a small portion of the silver armor commander's army was engulfed by the flames and explosions. As for the other side, almost all of them were hit. A bunch of wailing and howling filled the night sky. Pooh! What's wrong with the space transmission? In the flames, figures appeared one after another. Yin Nuoxing was pulled up by Ming and stood up. She patted the dust off her body and looked at the scene of the prairie ablaze, dumbfounded. It seems to be the barrier of the planet's consciousness. The moment you came into contact with it, you tried to teleport, but the conditions for the teleportation were disrupted. You should have peacefully appeared on the ground, but now you were thrown into the atmosphere at sublight speed and smashed down like a meteorite. Ling laughed dryly. No matter what, we still ended up on the ground. I mean, we landed before we could react. Yuan Shi and the others got up from the ground and rolled their eyes. This forced landing method, although they had indeed landed on the ground. Brother Yun, I'm a little dizzy from the spinning. Yu tidied up her messy white robe, then rubbed her small head and muttered softly. The super acceleration from standstill to sublight speed just now made everyone panic. Before they could panic, they had already landed. Big Brother also didn't react. He's clearly a light element himself. Little Moon muttered as she leaned on Yin Nuoxing. The world spun around in her line of sight, and she could not focus her vision. At this, Yin Nuoxing was speechless, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. Although he had the light element in his body, his nerve reflexes were only that fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was smashed into the ground. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Ming, who was unscathed. This girl was still the quick-witted one. The moment she saw that the situation was not right, she instantly turned into energy and possessed his body. Then, she made her cute big brother experience a passionate kiss that collided with the ground. Now his mouth was still a little numb, and there was still the taste of the earth in his mouth. It was still warm. The density of energy has decreased and is slightly suppressed. However, his strength is still at the half-demon level. Don't worry. Zero chuckled and looked around. His expression was a little strange. It's just that I didn't choose the place to land. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing secretly looked at the group of people who were struggling in the sea of fire, but were obviously fine. Then, he turned back to look at the dazzling army and the hundreds of dumbfounded faces. Whoa! A long horn sounded. The people who were drowned in the sea of fire seemed to have received a signal to retreat. They rolled and crawled out of the sea of fire and then retreated towards the plains without looking back. They were orderly and fast, and there were no unnecessary movements. When Yin Nuashing and the others reacted, they saw a large group of black figures running towards the horizon and disappearing. Seeing the group of people disappear on the plains, Yin Nuashing turned back and looked to the other side. At this moment, the commander in heavy silver armor was at a loss. He walked forward and sized up the strange group of people. He did not know if they were friends or foes. "Yo!" Yin Nuashing raised her hand and greeted him brightly. The commander obviously hesitated for a moment. The wrinkles on his face squeezed together. He was at a loss for a while. However, after sensing the powerful aura from the other party, he still saluted in the style of their empire and patted his shoulders. Then, he looked at Yin Nuashing, who was standing slightly in front, and said hesitantly, "Spirits of the starry sky, thank you for your help. You were just passing by, just passing by." The group of people waved their hands awkwardly. Chapter 855. The messy scene was quickly restored under the command of the commander. The plains were so flat that it was as if nothing had happened. Taking advantage of the night, the commander led his large group of soldiers, as well as Yin Nuashing, who he had picked up, and the group retreated hundreds of miles through the night. Only when the night could not get any darker did the group relax. They cleared out a flat area filled with forests and set up camp. Yin Nuashing now felt a little troubled. When he first used the Book of Epics to sense the existence of life in a certain corner of the 5 elemental realms, he and Zero heaved a sigh of relief. With something that could breathe, it would be much faster to find things. The fragment was lost in the mausoleum world and had wandered in the void for countless years. Now that it had fallen into this world, the fragment contained a large amount of various energies, which should have caused an impact that could not be ignored on this planet. Although so many years had passed, and even if it had turned into a meteor and caused a mass extinction, the scars might have been healed. If there were any life forms, it would be the best choice to ask them. Although Yin Nuashing did not want to face these people, he was not good at talking. But now a group of people was sitting in a tent, staring at the commander. The way they landed just now had really scared the latter half to death. If he could not see that these were all humanoid life forms, he would have even thought that some divine realm had descended from the starry sky. This starry sky has existed for 30 billion years. According to the worst-case scenario, the fragment might have come here when it was just born 30 billion years ago. Then it was dragged by the evolved starry sky and merged with this planet. This is the worst-case scenario. Zero shook his head and said in everyone's souls, in the best-case scenario, it would be like what we did just now. It would directly crash down or be teleported here. Yin Nuashing, can we not talk about this? Zero chuckled and said, the fragment contains an enormous amount of energy, but it's in a state of deep sleep. However, there's no guarantee that it won't leak any energy over the years. Moreover, after crossing 3 primordial realms, just the power of the 4 primordial realms mixed together is enough to destroy this universe. It hasn't happened yet. I can only say that it's still brewing. Things without intelligence won't be able to remove the power of the primordial realm that adheres to them. If it doesn't transfer again, when the friction between the 4 powers of the primordial realm that it carries reaches a certain level, all right, it will explode. I've already heard about that. However, I heard that it exploded in the tertiary realm. It seems that the entire world in the void was affected. Yin Nuashing felt a headache coming on. That's not all. The power of the primordial realm is extremely mysterious. Its energy level is ranked above the world's origin energy. It's the origin of the origin energy. When the 4 types of primordial realm power are combined, it's enough to use this universe as the center. It's also enough to blow up hundreds of universes nearby, Zero said faintly. I don't think it was said to be so serious in the beginning. Everyone exclaimed in their soul transmissions. Far away in a place that they couldn't see, Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, and the rest were all stumbling. Damn it, were they going to be blown up if they couldn't find Xingyu? You didn't ask just now, Yin Nuashing and Zero said in unison. The two of them looked at each other and sighed. The soul transmissions were very fast, so the commander naturally didn't know what happened. He only saw Yin Nuashing, and Zero sighed suddenly and shuddered. "Oh, what's wrong?" Zero raised his head and smiled. He waved his hand at him and said, "Nothing, nothing. I just thought of something. Don't worry about it. Sorry to trouble you tonight." "Oh," the commander replied. Seeing that no one was talking and was just exchanging glances, he couldn't help but say in a rough voice, "Your attire is really weird. I can't tell which empire you're from. Are you from the Fire Empire? The clothes over there are quite similar to yours." Yin Nuashing reached out and poked Zero's back. The latter shuddered and coughed dryly. He quickly looked up and sized up the rough man in heavy silver armor. 2 seconds later, he smiled and said, "That's right. We came to the Dark Forest from the Yin Empire in the west. We lived there for a while, and we're just planning to move. We're a big family. This is my brother and my sisters. Oh, I'm Zero. My brother and I are both array masters. Tonight, when we were practicing the teleportation circle on the mountain, we accidentally made a mistake and drew a spatial pattern too early." He. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. If they hadn't fallen from the sky, they would have thought that Zero had lived in this world for many years. The Book of Epics can directly record the superficial information of a planet with life, a world. The main topography of the world, life forms, energy forms, and where most life forms gather. These can be stored in the mind at any time, but the deeper information, such as history, the name of a certain country's emperor, and how many times you wet your bed when you were young, can't be obtained. Yin Nuashing explained in the soul. Everyone's cheeks twitched. This was deep enough. However, no one would be interested in knowing how many times a person wet their bed when they were young. Seeing that the commander's expression was slightly strange, as if he had some guesses and some believed it, perhaps he was still puzzled by Zero's name, but he did not suspect anything. Everyone also deliberated for a while and said their names one after another, and under Zero's little guidance, they easily fabricated their identities. What array master, what wandering cultivator, what orphan. Yin Nuashing really felt that devil, who could say that he was an orphan, was probably in despair of his Nightwalker alliance, right? In short, it was a group of strange people who gathered together for various reasons. The commander was stunned. When it was his turn, the rough man scratched his head. His silver armor clanked. He smiled awkwardly. "You can call me Luo. As you can see, I'm a small general of the Jinshin Empire. I was unlucky for 8 lifetimes to come to this place. I even bumped into the enemy soldiers and started fighting. Oh, neighbor, I've admired the Luo Xanjian of the Jinshin Empire for a long time. I've always wanted to see it." Zero pretended to be very surprised. He couldn't help but smile. Hee. There are many adventurers who want to go to that place. However, to us, the people of the Jinshin Empire, it's just a place with good scenery and a slightly steep natural terrain. If you want to go, you can go there directly. The information that Zero inadvertently revealed made the commander let his guard down a little, giving him a sense of trust. Furthermore, although the group had already concealed themselves, he could still sense a strong aura from them. So he had no choice but to be cautious. "Is there a place to stay nearby? Or are we just going to be stationed here?" Yin Nuashing asked casually. "You want to find a place to stay?" Luo pondered for a while and smiled. "Why don't you come to our village? Although we're soldiers, we've already lived here for a while. If there's no accident, we'll be staying here for a long time. The people of Green Pine Village are very hospitable. We'll set off early tomorrow morning. What do you think? Just make the arrangements. You don't have to worry about us." Yin Nuashing said with a smile. Luo nodded, then pointed at Yin Nuashing and said hesitantly, Does your sister need any special arrangements? Things like daily necessities. I don't think you brought any luggage." Everyone was stunned as they turned their heads to look at Yin Nuashing. On his shoulder, they saw a little girl dressed in purple. She was laughing as she hugged Yin Nuashing's head. Her 2 little legs were swaying gently. At this moment, everyone was shocked. "Little purple soul? How did you come out?" "My soul isn't." Yin Nuashing was stunned for a while. Then, she suddenly felt that the connection with the girls in her mind had been restored. Only then did she realize that she had left the world of the mausoleum. The suppression had disappeared and her soul had been restored. Hee hee, I was just outside. Brother, where did you run off to? This place is so strange. Little Purple Soul was hugging Yun Nuoxing's head. One of her little hands was pulling his colorful long hair. She giggled. Yun Nuoxing reacted. She looked at Luo, who was in a daze and curious about where the little girl came from. She quickly waved her hand and said, haha, don't worry about that. This girl comes and goes like a ghost. Luo nodded and walked out of the tent in a daze. After thinking for a while, he simply walked away without caring about anything. Yun Nuoxing used a few seconds to explain the situation in detail to the girls in his mind. Then he quickly hugged Little Purple Soul, who was tossing and turning on his body. This girl was climbing up and down his body like a little monkey. So, you're involved in trouble again. Yi Shi and Purple Knight said faintly, well, we know what happened even if you don't tell us. Although the soul connection was blocked, we can still see what happened to you directly in your soul. Oh, you don't have to think about borrowing our power or anything. I can already feel the suppressive power contained in the power of the primordial realm. Even if we run out, we'll only have 2 more demi-demon levels. Purple Knight coughed softly and said, no, I'm not thinking about anything. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. After a while, everyone huddled in the tent. Little Purple Soul, Little Moon, and Yura used Yun Nuoxing as a pillow to sleep. Everyone else huddled in a circle and looked at the 2 balls of white light floating in front of them. The 2 balls of light were only the size of a head, but they contained an enormous power that no one could understand. 2 white halos appeared from the 2 balls of light, and the light dimmed a lot. Yun Nuoxing and Zero waved their hands and put away the book of the epic. They looked at each other and frowned. I can't sense it. The book of the epic isn't used to search for fragments after all. It can't be found like this. There's no place on this planet with such a huge energy reaction. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and Zero looking dejected, everyone gave up on the unrealistic idea of finding it immediately. Anyway, it's here. It can't run away. Let's leave it at that for tonight. Now, Yuan-Shi stretched and looked at the slightly brightening sky outside. He was stunned for a moment. Let's wash up and get ready to get out of bed. Everyone, we haven't slept yet. The sky began to brighten. Law asked a group of soldiers to pack up the tent and tidy it up. Not long after, he informed Yun Nuoxing and the rest of them set off. Law didn't show too much curiosity about what the crowd said yesterday, nor did he delve into why this group of homeless people appeared here. There were actually quite a lot of loopholes in the identity Yun Nuoxing and the others made up. It could be exposed after a little deeper investigation. However, Law didn't seem to care about this. Yun Nuoxing and the others were also happy to be at ease. The aura that leaked at that time probably suppressed the former. They studied it for half a night. This world was also a world where the strong were respected, which saved them a lot of trouble. In order to take care of Yun Nuoxing's group, there was a child in the group and a few very delicate-looking girls. At first, he didn't let the group move too fast. But soon, he saw Little Moon and Yura disappear over the mountain, running like the wind. He suddenly felt that he seemed to be thinking too much. He simply let the group of silver-armored soldiers move forward quickly. After walking for 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the edge of the large forest. A river appeared abruptly on the side. In the distance, there were open plains and terraced fields. A few wisps of smoke drifted out from the short adobe houses. That's the village. Law saw the quiet small village with its back against the forest and surrounded by rows of towering ancient trees in the distance. He was a little excited. The gloomy forest of Xingyuan is rarely visited. It's a large area of undeveloped virgin forest. There's not much value in developing it. Most people live on the other side. Green Pine Village is one of the few villages on the other side. There's only Green Pine Village within 1,000 miles. Look at that. Law pointed to the side. It was a mountain next to the mountain range of Green Pine Village. It was very strange. It looked like a green pyramid standing there alone. A winding and rugged mountain road led from the foot of the mountain to the top. At the top of the mountain, there was a vigorous ancient tree that was more than 10,000 feet tall. The scattered branches and leaves were like a huge barrier from the top of the mountain, enveloping the entire Green Pine Village. The fine sunlight sprinkled through the gaps between the leaves, filtering the hot heat and sprinkling the entire village with cool shade. That tree has a history of nearly 200,000 years. It has always stood on the top of the mountain. It's just the most ordinary tree, but visitors who see that tree always subconsciously think that it's a sacred tree on the holy mountain. I've reminded them many times that it's just an ordinary tree that has lived for a long time. Law scratched his head and chuckled. There are many beasts and monsters on the mountain next to it. It's also a sign that we're about to enter the other side of the Xingyuan continent. The entire Xingyuan continent is divided into two areas. One is where most of the life forms gather, and the other is where birds don't lay eggs and not many people visit the dim forest. We've just returned from the shallow area and haven't gone deep. It was obvious that Law was very talkative. He could chat with people who had just met for a short time. Yin Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and smiled. They followed Law to the village called Green Pine Village. As for the two girls, Little Moon and Yuer, they were already fooling around and waiting for them at the entrance of the village. Green Pine Village was quite remote. It was not in the main life circle of the Xingyuan continent. It took root in a place where there were few people and monsters. The village didn't look too small. It was exquisite and unique. It was not a poor village either. Perhaps it was because it was right at the edge of the main life circle and the dim forest. It was not very far from the main life circle. Occasionally, people who wanted to enter the dim forest would pass through the dense forest and mountain roads. Green Pine Village seemed to have more than 100 families. A small river flowed from the mountain in the distance. It split into two branches at the entrance of the village, wrapping the entire village and the two mountains. It then meandered towards the dim forest. There was a small bridge at the entrance of the village. Further ahead was the forest that Yin Nuoxing and the others had just walked out of. This place was quite isolated. Nightmare sighed when she saw it. What a place to retire. Then he was pressed to the ground by Yin Nuoxing, and Yuan Shi Law arranged his soldiers in a flat area outside the village entrance. He then led the group across the bridge and onto the gravel road inside the village. Little Purple Soul kept circling around Yin Nuoxing's shoulder, looking around curiously with the others. The village was surrounded by a 2-foot-wide river and backed by 2 mountains. Both were natural barriers, so there was not even a fence or wall in the village. Adobe houses and wooden huts were placed everywhere. Occasionally, there were a few houses with courtyards, which should belong to the rich in the village. However, they were squeezed together with the wooden houses and adobe houses around them. There was no distinction between rich and poor. It looked more like a place for people to gather and drink tea and chat. Yin Nuoxing even saw a few old men drinking tea and playing chess in one of the courtyards. Dried vegetables and dried meat made from some kind of wild beast meat could be seen hanging down from the eaves of the courtyard in every household. There were also some strange-looking tools. He could not tell what they were for, but from the looks of it, it was obvious that they had nothing to do with farm work. Beside those tools, there were some animal skins and probably lethal weapons. Yin Nuoxing guessed that they should be used for hunting, and at the same time, they could also make 2 leather coats. Around the village, except for the terrace fields that were about 10 meters high, there was no other place for farming. Law also said that there were a lot of monsters and wild beasts beyond this mountain. Sometimes, even children could deal with a beast without astral power. Everyone suddenly felt that the local people were tough. Every one of them was a warrior who could lift a beast with his bare hands and break the city wall with his bare hands. At first, they were worried that the villagers here would be troubled by the beasts behind the mountain. Now, they were worried that the beasts would be bullied by the tough villagers here. As for astral power, Yin Nuoxing and Zero looked at each other. The latter said in their souls, "It's the name of the energy in this world." The people in Xingyuan continent seem to rely on starlight, which is the power of the stars. Most of the astral power in their bodies is not pure. It's not as bright as the fireflies in your family. Yin Nuoxing rolled up her sleeves and started a fight with Zero in front of everyone. These two, what's wrong with them? Law looked at the earth-shattering battle and couldn't help sweating. Yuan Shi sighed and patted him on the shoulder. Just watch the show and smile. Don't think about anything at this time. Chapter 856. This village was very plain and simple, and the layout was very strange. Even after walking for a long time, they were still at the entrance of the village. These houses were arranged in a straight line from the entrance of the village to the mountain, parallel to the forked river. About 20 meters away, there was another row of mud and wood houses parallel to the other river. At this time, the sun was shining brightly, and the smoke in the village had been extinguished. It was time for a day of farming, and only a few villagers were strolling on the road. At this time, most of them should be at the terrace fields halfway up the mountain, or simply hunting behind the mountain. It was not right to say that these villagers were strolling. They were carrying baskets with unknown things in them, and after returning home, they would carry some strange tools and jog up the mountain. Luo Zheng chuckled and greeted the villagers passing by. It seemed that he was quite popular in the village. When the villagers saw this tall and strong man in armor, and saw that his armor was stained with blood, they were not surprised. Someone even teased, "Little Luo, did you return empty-handed again? According to what I said, you should lead everyone here and stay here. Open up a plot of land and stay for those who hunt. Aren't you tired from running around all day?" There were also some who chuckled, "Oh, little Luo is back. Oh, looking at you, you must have suffered a lot. Take a rest. You have to have the mentality to live your life. Nothing can be rushed." Then, everyone turned their attention to Yin Nuoxing and her group. After sizing them up for a while, they said, "Are they adventurers? Or are they lost? Or are they travelers? This young man and young lady are so handsome. It must have been hard for you to follow this rough man all the way. This group of soldiers doesn't know how to take care of people. They're a group of adventurers. They are very impressive. They just came back from the Yin Empire." Then, everyone introduced Luo Zheng in this way, scratching his head as he did so, with a simple and honest smile on his face. When the Yin Empire was mentioned, the villagers would let out a long, "Oh," and looked at Yin Nuoxing and her group with a surprised gaze. The Yin Empire, the clothes there are amazing. Every time we see people from the Yin Empire, there were different clothes. Everyone was speechless. They wiped their sweat and returned the greetings to the villagers while watching Zero being surrounded by people. They kept calling him a handsome young man and almost asked about his marriage. They couldn't help but snicker. Of course, Yuan Shi and Nightmare would not be left out of this good thing. The gazes of the villagers made it seem as if they were choosing a son-in-law. The three of them could only smile bitterly. They could only smile dryly and hurriedly return the greeting. Then, they tried their best to escape from the clutches of the villagers. Looks like my face is quite useful." Ming and the other girls looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was the only one who survived. They saw him rubbing his face with a sinister smile, and they couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy had a girl's face, so no one thought that he was a man. That was why he wasn't surrounded. It said that this place is so simple that it makes people feel peaceful and quiet. At first, they thought that there were some strong men here. As a result, they saw some ordinary people. At most, they had some strength. Such a peaceful place made Yin Nuoxing's group suddenly forget that there is a very deadly thing in this world. "Wait a minute, I'm going to pray." The soldiers who come back from the battle need to say hello to the spirit of the stars. After greeting many villagers, Law turned to Yin Nuoxing and the others and said, "Spirit of the stars?" Everyone was slightly stunned. They had heard these 4 words many times. Even the villagers were saying it, but it was a little strange when they said it. "Spirit of the stars, is your child better?" "The spirit of the stars is safe. Irwazi is much better now. The flow of star power has returned to normal. Spirit of the stars, our pig is gone." These strange words made everyone speechless. At this time, when they heard that Law was going to pray, they could not help but feel their cheeks twitch. From war to the disappearance of their pig, they could chat with the spirit of the stars. It seems that the spirit of the stars is in charge of everything. What is this spirit of the stars? Yuanshi could not help but ask in his soul. "I don't know." Yin Nuoxing and Zero answered together and frowned. The Book of Epics can't find this thing. Maybe it's a deeper existence. Maybe it's the embodiment of the will of this planet. Maybe it's the name of a god. I don't know. There are gods in the five elements realm, but we are used to calling them the god race. There are also gods in the three elements realm. As for the other elements realm, I haven't been there yet, so I don't know. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and called in his soul. Yaohua, Lin Sheng, is there any news from your side? What the hell is the spirit of the stars? There was silence in his soul for a while, and then Jin Ying's gentle voice sounded. It seems to be a god that people worship and pray to. It should be the god race of the five elements realm that Little Star mentioned just now. We don't know much about it. Well, the situation here is similar, but I saw a statue of a god. Anyway, it's a statue, a ball, but it's not a ball like a fragment. It should be called a star. The people of the star origin realm seem to be worshipping stars. Maybe it has something to do with their star power? Lin Sheng replied. Oh, wait for us. We'll go too. We found a place to stay. We have to pay our respects no matter what. Nightmare suddenly jumped out. Law was startled by their voices, then showed a look of understanding. He slapped his forehead and said in realization, "That's right. When I was wandering outside, I failed to cast the teleportation circle. Adventurers most often pray to the spirit of the stars. Look at my memory, I forgot. Let's go and see." Nightmare laughed evilly in his soul. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. It seemed to be something related to faith. Although they were not very clear about it, the two guys who led the way were confused at this time. They could only try their luck and see if they could get lucky. If it existed at the beginning of the planet, it should have some connection with history. Now, they just had to see if the so-called spirit of the stars could bring them any good news. It was a statue of a stick stringing a ball more than 1 meter in diameter. The ball looked very much like a child's drawing of the sun. Uffed. Everyone was caught off guard and couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of saliva. This was something that seemed to be drawn by a child's imagination. A ball, a stick, and 2 rings. No one would suspect that this was the orbit of a star system. They had come here with a somewhat pious heart, but when they saw this thing, maybe no one has ever seen what the spirit of the stars looks like. If it's the planet's consciousness, or if it's really a celestial, no one should have seen its true appearance, right? So it's normal to see what this statue looks like. And the spirit of the stars, don't you think it looks like a star? Ha! Ha! Zero struggled to save the dignity of the spirit of the stars. But when he saw Yin Nuoxing and the others' expressions, he knew that he would not be able to save their dignity. Speaking of which, I've never seen a statue of a god in the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan stroked her long hair. There aren't many things to worship in the realm of the gods. There are, but they are very few. The few that do exist are celestial gods, or even existences that surpass celestial gods. In the realm of the gods, they stand at the top. Who will provide you with protection, and who can be worshipped by whom? Zero smiled mysteriously. The power of faith exists because of faith, and those who are worshipped will also provide protection to those who pray to them. But in the 8 elemental realms, this is quite inefficient. In ancient times, faith existed, but now it has basically disappeared. But in the lower elemental realms, in the 5 elemental realms and below, faith is widespread. What they worship is mostly the will of the planets that people know about but do not know about, or the celestial race in the star field. Although they are pitifully weak in the eyes of us 8 elemental realms, they're the protectors of the elemental realm, the guardians of order. There is no doubt that they are powerful, Zero said. Law walked in front of the statue, without the slightest surprise that Yin Nuoxing and the others had when they saw something strange. He took off his blood-stained silver armor, wore a coarse linen shirt underneath, and placed it neatly on the ground. This tall and strong man knelt down on one knee, his hands pressed on the other knee, and prayed silently. He looked quite pious. It seemed that faith was very common in this world. He was a small general of the Jinshin Empire, and when the villagers mentioned the spirit of the starry sky, Yin Nuoxing and the others were confused. Everyone followed suit and knelt down on one knee, so as not to be mistaken as a troublemaker by passers-by. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and found that she could not think of anything, so she simply stopped thinking and emptied her mind. Zero seemed to have thought of something. He nodded vigorously with a serious look and murmured something. The girls lowered their heads and closed their eyes very quietly. If the people of the 8 elemental realms knew that a group of people from the 8 elemental realms came down to worship an unknown spirit of the starry sky, who knew if it existed or not, they would laugh their heads off. Hey, don't get into character. If you are really pious, you will make the spirit of the starry sky explode. Zero glanced at everyone and quickly reminded them. Then everyone quickly came back to their senses and looked at him, and Yin knew washing in confusion. We are people from the 8 elemental realms, located at the apex of the elemental realms, the highest plane and the first continent of the 8 elemental realms. The highest plane is actually the center of the important gathering point of the void, which is the center of the most important position in the void of the 8 elemental realms. It is also the place where all kinds of energy are the most vigorous. With this point as the center, the energy will slowly decrease in all directions of the void. When the quality of the energy decreases to a more obvious degree, it will be divided into a plane in a neat ring. Zero mentioned another thing before he explained, and then he explained seriously the conceptualization, law, and causality energy in us are unimaginable. We can easily kill a life in a second-level plane that is even more powerful than us. In the 5 elemental realms, if we really pray, the spirit of the starry sky won't be able to bear the power of faith generated from us. This is the greatest talent and power that we have in the apex world of the 8 elemental realms. This is also the reason why the 8 elemental realms is called the first major world of the 8 elemental realms. Zero paused and looked at Yun Nuashing, glaring at him. Especially you. Although we have been weakened over and over again, our souls still have the imprint of the word God. To put it in a special way, your every move can be sublimated into an oracle. So please, you idiot number 1, don't be so willful in the future, especially in the 5 elemental realms. No one can bear a moment of sincere worship from the 2 of us. Do you understand? Well, we have become mobile bombs. I know, we can't control ourselves now. That's why we have such a problem. Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. Seeing the worried and puzzled eyes of Ming and the others, he could not help but chuckle. Don't worry, you can control yourselves. Think, weaken the influence of your own existence, and there will be no problem. Our own conceptual power will subconsciously erase the influence of the particularity of our own existence. Everyone responded within no. Half of them had been praying piously just a moment ago, but now they were all letting their imaginations run wild. As long as they put on an act, no one would be able to tell that something was amiss. Nightmare directly muttered, Amit Ba. Everyone looked at Law, who did not pay attention. They picked up a brick and smashed the idiot's head hard. You're F*** king messing with us. Yuan, she exclaimed, boundless deity. Everyone, both of you are messing with us, aren't you? At this time, Law had finished his short prayer. He picked up the silver armor on the ground and slowly stood up. He smiled at everyone. I'm done. You guys are done too. If you don't mind, why don't you come to my house to rest? I often lead the troops out, and there's nothing special in my house. Nothing else. The house is very big, and there are a few empty rooms that we don't need. The village chief went out with a hunting team, so he'll probably be back in a day or 2 at the latest. It's okay for me to entertain him. Yin Nuashing and the others, of course, did not have any objections. There was no problem even if they did not sleep. They all nodded. Chu Yingzhan looked at the statue and rolled her eyes. When will the villagers come to pray? After a day's work, they come back when there are special circumstances. If they hunt a rare monster, they will drag it here and wait for the oracle to deal with it. Haha, sometimes they also let us help to deal with it. They pray to wash away the filth on the corpse, so they don't have to worry about eating poisonous meat by mistake. Law smiled and scratched his head. So there's a god's emissary in this place as well. The crowd murmured in their minds. They looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes. However, they felt that it was inappropriate and quickly cast this thought aside. It was a little too rude. They were in front of a statue of a god. Although the statue was a little strange, they couldn't look down on it just because it was strange, right? After all, it was related to a god. The crowd of origin residents of the divine realm thought so indifferently. Law's house was located in the center of the village, near the riverbank. It was a large house with a courtyard. Obviously, Law, who had a lot of combat power and a lot of soldiers, had a residence that matched his strength. It was a large house, but his soldiers were all camping on the opposite side of the village. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. Occasionally, they would go over the mountains and hunt a lot of game back. It seemed that the soldier and the people got along very well. And from the way the villagers called him by his name, although Law was tall and strong, his silly smile did not make people feel any sense of oppression. Wow, oh! Everyone stood in front of Law's door and looked up and exclaimed. The house with a courtyard was very big, and there were several side rooms. Perhaps because he was a general, the door and the house were built very grandly. It was not imposing, but it was very big. The door was 4 meters high and more than 2 meters wide. It was no problem for 3 people to squeeze in, but it was too big for 1 person to live in. Oh, this was built with the villagers on the day I first came. Uncle Yi and the others all said that I was a general, so the house must be big enough, the bigger the better, and then this is it. Law looked at the crowd with his usual silly smile and laughed. This extra-large special residence was also built of wood. It was a 2-story building, a bit similar to the attic of the celestial realm. There were rows of thick, giant logs on the slanted roof. The main house was in the middle, and on the 2 sides, there were 2 single-story wooden houses. There was a simple adobe house at the back. According to Law, it was used as a place to make fire and cook. In the courtyard, in the wooden shed, there was a pile of wood that was 3 meters high. There were also some scattered weapons in the corner, and there were also the leather tools seen in other houses. It seemed that Law also knew how to make leather. The main house was paved with a different layer of wooden flooring. Compared to those ordinary wooden flooring, this layer of wooden flooring was suffused with a bit of brilliance and a fragrance wafted out. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a flight of stairs leading to the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, there was a pit piled up with wooden planks in the middle. A pile of firewood was placed in the pit. At this moment, a pot of water was placed over the bonfire, making gurgling sounds. Hey, do you drink the water of habituation? The water in the mountains is clear. If you want to drink unboiled water, the silver kettle next to it is. If you're not used to it, wait a minute, this is still boiling. Law said casually and asked everyone to sit on the ground and trotted to the kitchen to cook. The wooden floor with a little dark yellow luster did not feel hard when sitting on it. Instead, it felt soft. If you press hard, you can feel the hardness of the wood, but if you touch it lightly, you can see the ground gently rippling a few times like water waves. Seeing Law running back and forth between the main house and the kitchen at the back, everyone felt a little sorry. Even Ming could not sit still. She pulled Yin Nuoxing and ran over to help, but when they came to the kitchen door, Law had already prepared some simple food. The 2 of them looked helpless and could only help to bring it to the main house. This kind of simple food was quite simple, easy to make, and easy to make. It was like the simple food made in order to survive during the march, such as meat soup, vegetable soup, and large pieces of yellow local dry food. Yin Nuoxing and others looked at each other. It was okay if they did not eat, but seeing Law's enthusiastic look, it seemed rude not to eat. And when they saw the latter's amazing eating style, everyone inexplicably felt a little noise coming from their stomachs that had not moved for many years. Immediately, everyone let go of their reservations and threw themselves into the huge amount of breakfast that had been prepared in a short time. Bing even took out all kinds of roasted meat and skewers from various exotic beasts that she had kept in her space storage tool. The latter was obviously the best type of food. Luo Daso grabbed a piece of roasted meat and tasted it, then nodded repeatedly, his eyes rolling so much that it looked like he was about to ascend to heaven. I always feel that something is wrong. Yin Nuoxing stared blankly at the mountain of barbecue that was quickly consumed. Then, she looked at Law and blinked. Law's face was glowing, and he was eating to his heart's content. However, after Yin Nuoxing stared at him for 10 minutes, he suddenly felt something. He stood up abruptly in a daze, and then, under everyone's astonished gaze, he rushed out of the door without looking back and plunged into the river. At this time, Ling finally reacted. She looked at the barbecue in her hand and was stunned. She then looked at Bing Air and asked, "You gave the meat of a demigod magical beast to the mortals of the five elemental realm?" Bing Air blushed and buried her head in Yin Nuoxing's arms, muttering, "I forgot." Everyone looked speechlessly at Law, who was screaming in the river. The water splashed by his feet was more than 100 feet high, as if there were bombs exploding at the bottom of the water. Watching him desperately releasing the excessive energy in his body, Yin Nuoxing could not help but smile bitterly. Chapter 857. After returning from the mysterious dim forest, he finally managed to make it in time for his first meal of the day. Unfortunately, he ate the wrong thing when he was eating. It was the food of the divine realm, and it was the meat of a demigod magical beast. Even if it was just a little bit of his little finger, it was enough to make him suffer. Just now, everyone saw him eat a big piece. At this time, his whole body was about to turn into a torch. The surging essence was rampaging in his body, and the energy that did not belong to the five elements realm was being released explosively in his body. Yin Nuoxing couldn't stand it anymore. She knocked on Bing Air's head and appeared beside Law in a flash. She slapped him on the shoulder, and suddenly, the surging energy in the latter's body calmed down. The excess energy was all absorbed by Yin Nuoxing. "Sorry, I forgot that this thing can be eaten casually." After pulling Law ashore, Yin Nuoxing said awkwardly. At this time, Law was still breathing out hot air, as if his whole body was roasted. His body was red and white. After a long time, he trembled and came back to his senses. He scratched his head and said, "I've heard about how powerful those rare meats were before. Today, I finally tasted it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It seems that I don't have the life to enjoy those things. Thank you. I almost ate myself to death." Yin Nuoxing scratched her head awkwardly. As soon as the two returned to the house, the sky suddenly darkened. Dim yellow and orange occupied half of the sky. Dusk, they didn't know when it came. It happened so fast that Yin Nuoxing and others were stunned for a moment. They could hear the voices of the villagers in the distance. They seemed to be discussing the sudden dusk, but all of them were quite calm, as if they were used to it. It's already dusk." Law was also surprised. He scratched his head with his palms and said, "It seems that Fu Yi is here. It's already been half a year." Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes, organized her words, and said, "Yes, I feel that the last Fu Yi was not long ago." Did it really not that long ago? I keep feeling like only a short while has passed." "Haha, it's you guys who don't feel anything. You've been running around outside all the time. Adventurers wake up early to pack up, run around, and set up camp at night. Time passes quickly, and Fu Yi has 12 hours less in a day. Of the remaining 16 hours, half of it is night, and there are less than 6 hours in the day. It's normal for you to feel that time passes quickly." Law, who was attracted by Yin Nuoxing's words, said a lot of information at once. Everyone looked at each other for a while and nodded inadvertently. "Sigh, it's been half a year again. How long has it been since we left the Yin Empire?" Yin Nuoxing sighed and winked at Ling. "It's probably because we ran out during the silent night last time. Perhaps we just happened to experience this silent night once, so we felt that time passed very quickly. Hee. Zero cooperated with Yin Nuoxing, and the two of them talked nonsense together. The sudden dusk stunned the village for a moment, and then the people calmly adjusted their biological clocks to this time period. What should be done at dusk is what they're doing now. Law has been tidying up the second floor of the main house and 2 side rooms for everyone. It is estimated that this is also their way of adjusting their biological clocks. No matter what they were doing just now, they treated dusk as dusk and daytime as daytime. Yin Nuoxing felt that even if they were not killed by Fu Yi, the creatures on Xingyuan continent would not be able to take it. What a strange planet. Let's not talk about the 28 hours a day first. Every half a year, the time of each day will be shortened by 12 hours. There are only 6 hours in the day, and the remaining 10 hours are all night. This is the result of the acceleration of the planet's rotation, Ling said to everyone in their souls. But this is not the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon. The realm of the gods itself is not normal. With such a large area, It actually has an accurate time period of 24 hours a day. The other strangest living planets I've seen have half a year of day and half a year of night, but there are still creatures living there happily. That's why the world is very strange, Yin Nuashing replied. In the blink of an eye, the process from dusk to night did not last long. When Law had just finished preparing the rooms, the sky had already turned dark. It took less than half an hour. The speed of the planet's rotation was very strange. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, but it did not cause anything that could be noticed, such as earthquakes. Another night had passed in a short period of time. It was the first real night they had spent in this strange five-elements realm after leaving the realm of the gods. Although the night was a little strange, and there was a possibility that there was a thing under their buttocks that was going to destroy dozens of universes nearby, everyone felt inexplicably at ease. They did not feel any pressure and fell asleep easily. They felt so at ease that Yin Nuashing did not know whether to say that they were stupid or too calm. Yin Nuashing could not calm down. He suddenly came to the Yuan realm and was suddenly told that if he did not find something, that thing would destroy the void. He could not calm down. Moreover, his biological clock had not been adjusted, so he could not sleep. However, Little Purple Soul was sleeping like a little pig next to him. Ming was dragged to the next room during the struggle between Little Moon and Yu-Er. She was not allowed to sleep in the same room as him. Yin Nuashing did not think much of it, but to Ming, it looked like the end of the world. Qin Yin, Chu Yingzhan, being Air, Zero, Nightmare, and Yuan, she were probably sleeping comfortably. They were used to sleeping soundly in all kinds of environments. They could sleep peacefully in the celestial realm, where the world was going to be destroyed at any time. It was just adjusting their biological clock, and they fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. Although Yin Nuashing thought that it was because they were too careless. Law's house was very big. It was built by him and the villagers together. Since he was a general, he had to have a big room. It was a strange logic, but it was implemented. As a result, Law was not used to living in such a big house alone. Yin Nuashing and the others slept in the main room, while Law slept in the side room. He left the largest main room for the group of powerful wandering adventurers. However, he was used to sleeping in the side room because the main room was too big for him to sleep alone. It was just right for him to leave it to Yin Nuashing and the others. Yin Nuashing did not refuse, because Law had already stuffed himself into the side room, so there was no time for him to refute. The furnishings in the side room were very simple. There was a hard bed covered with a mat, but no one had a chance to refute. Even Chu Yingzhan, the crazy girl, was blocked outside the door before she could open her mouth. After some discussion, they felt that Law would not compromise if they did not resort to violence. With that, they had no choice but to move into the main room with simple furniture awkwardly, and then fell asleep together. Yin Nuashing took out a set of soft quilt from the pendant and gave it to Little Purple Soul. The little girl pestered Yin Nuashing for a long time, telling him stories and listening to the requiem. It took him half an hour to deal with this clingy little sprite, and then he laid down at this strange time, unable to fall asleep for a long time. In desperation, Yin Nuashing had to find Yao Hua and the others in her soul to ask about the situation. Strangely, Yin Nuashing thought that Yao Hua and the others should be in the daytime at this time, but when she asked in her soul, all she got was a bunch of snoring sounds. Damn, the sky is so dark. I'm afraid the sun has exploded. Hearing the snoring sound from her soul, Yin Nuashing could no longer stay calm. She jumped out of bed with a strange look on her face, unable to control herself. She carefully climbed out of bed and gently pulled Little Purple Soul out of her hair. Yin Nuashing tidied up her pajamas that were almost torn off. She looked at the little girl's cute sleeping posture and could not help but chuckle. She gently tapped the little girl's nose with her right hand and watched as Little Purple Soul mumbled and turned over, curled herself up in the quilt, and fell asleep. She then turned around and walked out of the room. She could not fall asleep anyway. The Book of the Epic. The layout of the second floor was smaller than the first floor. There was an open corridor outside and a wooden fence on the outside to prevent people from falling down. The entire second floor was connected by the corridor. At the back, facing the kitchen below, there was a small protruding area that looked like a platform. At this time, Yin Nuashing leaned against the wooden fence of the platform and looked at the other 4 rooms. The 2 rooms next to his and Purple Soul's rooms were Little Moon, Yuer, Ming, and Qin Yan's rooms. The other 2 rooms were Yuan Shi's, Nightmares, and Zero's. Although Yin Nuashing could not understand why Luo lived alone and had 5 rooms, leaning against the wooden fence, Yin Nuashing muttered softly. Holding the ball of light in his hand, he turned around and looked at the quiet night sky outside. Then he noticed a very strange phenomenon. There were 6 moons in the sky. Perhaps they were not 6 moons, but 6 planets or something in this galaxy. One of them was yellowish in color, a bit like the one they were teleported to when they first arrived here. However, it was only 2 billion miles away. The latter should be hanging on the edge of the sky and should be a very small dot. Why was it as big as a basin hanging on the edge of the sky? He had no idea. This world was too strange. The 6 moons were neatly arranged in a row. From the smallest yellowish one on the left, which was the size of a basin, to the largest red planet on the right, which was the size of a millstone. The 6 moons moved very slowly. They hung in the sky for a long time before there was a clear distance between them. With the double enhancement of the Eye of the Ocean and the Evil Spirit Eye, Yin Nuashing's line of sight was able to penetrate through countless distances and landed on the largest red moon. He looked at it seriously and realized that there were traces of life on it. There was the existence of the ocean and the earth. However, the distance was too far and his eyes could not see any further. His eyes were about to burst. He could only see that there seemed to be something moving on it, but he could not be sure if it was a person or something else. The Crimson Moon? According to the Book of Epics, the red moon in this galaxy is a planet 10 billion miles away from the Xingyuan continent. It is slightly larger than the Xingyuan continent. It is located in a place that can barely receive sunlight. Fortunately, the sun in this galaxy is powerful enough. I did not expect there to be traces of life on it. Rubbing his sore eyes, Yin Nuashing sighed. Even if there was life on it, it would not be an ordinary life. He just did not know if it used the same system as the Xingyuan continent. Once again, he tried to use the Book of Epics to sense the abnormal energy fluctuations in this world. However, he gave up after a while. The Book of Epics only needed 1 second to scan this world. Everything it detected would be gathered into information. He had already scanned this world 10 times in a short period of time. If he continued, this world might suddenly collapse. The fragile 5 elements realm could not withstand the powerful search of the Book of Epics. Brother, while Yin Nuashing was fiddling with the Book of Epics in this world, the door to the room beside him suddenly opened with a creak. A tall and holy figure walked out while stretching. The huge wings on her back were very dazzling under the moonlight. Her holy face looked even more stunning under the 6 different moonlights. Her most obvious feature was none other than Ming. Ming, why are you awake? Looking at the girl who gently leaned over and then snuggled into his arms, the huge wings rolled the 2 of them up. Yin Nuashing habitually rubbed her swaying silver-white hair and said softly, "Ugh." Ming pursed her red lips and hesitated. After a while, she said, "I was awakened by a dark energy." Dark energy? Yin Nuashing was shocked. He did not sense anything at all just now. Just as he was about to scan it with the Book of Epics, Ming grabbed his hand and shook his head. "It's very far away. I don't know how far apart it is, but I know that it's very far away. It suddenly came, and it's more like the aftermath of that energy explosion. I'm an energy body of divine power, and this kind of power is my natural enemy, so I can feel it. Even Big Brother might not be able to sense that energy explosion in that distant place. Even if I can't sense it, I can't sense it. Where is it?" Yin Nuashing asked. Ming looked up at the sky and was surprised when she saw the 6 moons. However, she did not pay much attention to it. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the distant sky. Yin Nuashing thought she would point in the direction of the crimson moon, but she pointed in a direction where he could not see anything. It was not above the 6 moons, but at the end of the horizon. Furthermore, he could not see anything even with his eyesight. Perhaps it was as she said, very, very far away. Where's Big Brother? Why aren't you sleeping? Ming retracted her gaze and stood on her tiptoes. She pressed her face against Yun Nuoxing's cheek and asked softly, Insomnia. I feel like I can't settle down. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said honestly. Then he pointed at the crimson moon in the sky and said, I just saw life on the crimson moon, but the Book of Epics did not tell me anything. That place seems to be in a temporary, untouchable state. I plan to take a look later. By the way, Ming, did you look at the night sky last night? Did you see the 6 moons? Yin Nuoxing asked. Ming pondered and thought for a while. Then she shook her head. I can't remember. I probably didn't see it. If I saw it, I should remember. The 6 moons are too obvious. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's expression, Ming suddenly thought of something and said, Brother, do you think they're related to Fuyi? A little. It's just a guess. After all, this place is really strange. When I arrived, I felt that something was wrong all over. I couldn't sit or rest. I can't tell if it's because of the shards or some other reason. Yin Nuoxing's expression was slightly complicated. Ming wrinkled her nose and pulled Yin Nuoxing towards his room. She said softly, Brother, don't think too much. Didn't the villagers say today that you have to have the mentality to live through life? You can't rush anything. Rest well under this strange night. Maybe something good will happen when you wake up tomorrow morning. Yin Nuoxing thought about it and agreed. Then I'll charge the Book of Epics with energy first. When the time comes, I'll launch a worldwide thorough scan. By the way, girl, Ming looked at him with a smile. Your room is next door, right? Yin Nuoxing pointed to the side, speechlessly. I want to sleep with brother. Ming rolled her eyes at him. She curled her huge wings and pulled Yin Nuoxing into her arms before he could react. She closed the door and gently threw the 2 of them onto the bed. Ming closed her eyes and made a steady snoring sound, signaling that she had fallen asleep. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Ming curled up his arms like a kitten. She even used her huge wings to wrap around him so that he could not escape. This girl is getting more and more powerful. I wonder what kind of battle will happen when Little Moon and you meet tomorrow morning. Yin Nuoxing glanced at Xiao Xian, who was sleeping soundly on Ming's neck. He then looked at Little Purple Soul, who was sleeping on his side. He sighed helplessly and threw his messy thoughts to the back of his mind. Then he hugged the soft body that was filled with divine power and closed his eyes. In the end, he even felt the kitten rubbing against his face. In the Jiesu secret realm, at the peak of a tall mountain, there stood a towering tree that was swaying in the wind. A young girl in a purple dress stood there gracefully, her jade-like hands gently supporting herself beside the tree. Her long purple hair swayed in the wind, and when the wind stopped, it fell down her shoulders and stopped extending all the way to her knees. The young girl's slender figure was surrounded by a faint purple mist. Her pair of deep purple Mei-Mao shone with a breathtaking light. She was wearing a black hooded cloak with spots of bright red blood sticking to it. The young girl's aura of a fairy was suddenly filled with a fierce, murderous aura. She was like a fairy stained with blood. She was alluring and extremely dangerous. The young girl looked at the battlefield in the mountain range below. There was a sea of people piling up, and countless energy explosions were flying everywhere. In the mountain range, scarlet magma was surging, and the scarlet color of blood illuminated the sky. Even in the sea of magma, the battle did not stop. Everyone fought their way into the magma and came out of it unscathed. In the sky above the sea of magma, there was a ball of light that was about the size of a head. It was like a miniature sun that was spitting out huge tongues of fire. Those fearless people were fighting with their lives on the line for this ball of light that was emitting a strange energy. However, no matter how powerful their killing techniques were, no one died, even if they were surrounded by countless strong people. This chaotic battlefield had become crazy. It had become a meat grinder that would never stop. Swoosh! Suddenly, on the quiet mountain peak, there was a gust of wind behind the young girl. A young figure suddenly appeared. The young man's face was a little thin, and he was as strong as a bear. There was a simple and honest smile on his face that seemed to never fade, and there was a deeply hidden, ferocious aura in his black eyes. "Big sister, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" The large man scratched his head and bowed to the young girl in front of him, respectfully saying, this scene was a bit strange. A large man was respectfully speaking to a young girl that was half his size. However, the large man didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He knew that this young girl in front of him. Let's talk about the bad news first. The young girl slowly turned around. Beneath her tattered black cloak was an elegant and refined face with an inexplicably mysterious charm. There was a smile without warmth on her face, causing the large man to shiver. However, he quickly recovered. He knew that this young girl always had this faint smile on her face. She was a beauty that could cause the downfall of nations and cities. Without warmth, no one dared to approach her. Anyone that came within 2 meters of her would be swept over by her excessively beautiful, deep purple eyes. That kind of oppression was not something that anyone could enjoy. This rose had thorns, and they were poisonous thorns that could crush anyone's heart. This was the conclusion that the large man came to after following her for so long. Even though she was as beautiful as a fairy, there weren't many people that tried to curry favor with her. It seemed like there was only one guy who, after being saved by Big Sister, was hell-bent on her. However, Big Sister seemed to have said that she had a boyfriend. He still remembered that when a group of people were surrounded and struggling for their lives, that group of people was frightened by Big Sister. They pointed at her and said that she was a monster. At that time, Big Sister seemed to be quite happy, saying that he was also treated as a monster. It would be great if she became a monster too. The large man's thoughts ran wild. The bad news is that the 3 groups of people that Big Sister asked us to look for, we haven't seen a single one of them. The burly man scratched his head and felt the girl's gaze lock onto him. He couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly explained, "It's not that we can't find them. I asked almost everyone, and they all said that they saw them 10 days ago, but they suddenly disappeared one day. Some of the people who saw them said that the last time they saw them was in a ruin at the border of the soul and wood elemental regions. The 3 groups seemed to be together, and the leader was the one with the colored hair. There are many of us in that ruin, and there are only 2 floating islands inside. No one can enter the second floating island." The girl blinked and nodded. She turned around and said flatly, "Tell your people to come back. There's no need to go into the ruin. Now, tell me the good news." The good news is, the Celestial Academy's people didn't manage to take the holy item of the wood elemental region. The leaders of the group all died several times, but no one was able to touch it. The large man said, "I don't think anyone will be able to take the holy item of the fire elemental region either." The girl looked down at the chaotic battlefield and said flatly. She then turned around and walked down the mountain. "How many holy items have come out so far?" The brawny man pondered for a moment and counted with his fingers. 4. The first to come out was wood elemental, then metal elemental, water elemental, and fire elemental. By the way, most of them have reached the 5th level of the immortal rank, and their peak strength should be at the peak of the immortal rank. "Oh," the girl replied flatly and waved her hand. "Tell everyone to disperse for now. Groups of 10 will develop in the secret realm. Blockhead, you take your people and follow me to the ruin." Didn't I say we don't need to go?" The large man was confused. "Did I say that? If I did, I'll change it now." The girl glanced at him. The large man smiled bitterly and nodded before disappearing in a flash. Taking off the hood on her head, the young girl shook her head. Her deep purple hair fluttered in the wind as her beautiful eyes looked towards the distant sky. Suddenly, a look of longing that they had never seen before appeared in her eyes. That smile that came from the bottom of her heart was enough to stun everyone. "Little star, what did you run off to?" Chapter 858. It was an uneventful night. The extremely long night made everyone feel a little dizzy. As they opened their eyes one by one, they ushered in the second short morning of the 5 elements realm. Yin Nuashing tidied up a little, then tidied up little purple soul. She giggled as she tidied up. The girl seemed to be itchy all over. She would squirm at the slightest touch. After a while, Yin Nuoxing saw that Ming had already left the room. There was a white feather on his head. She walked out of the room with little purple soul on her shoulder. As soon as Yin Nuoxing came out, she closed the door behind her and saw Ming and Little Moon and Yuer arguing. The three of them were fighting by the riverside. Or rather, they were fighting from the second floor all the way to the riverside. Yin Nuoxing saw that the wooden fence on the second floor had been broken through. There was a large area of burn marks on the ground that extended from below. It broke through the wall of the courtyard and stopped at the riverside. Yuan Shi, Ling, and the others were watching the three girls play around in the courtyard. Luo Zhe was dumbfounded as he looked at the big hole in the wall that he made in the wall. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing that the three girls were fighting more and more fiercely, and that Little Moon and Yuer were working together to suppress the angel who was flapping its wings, Yin Nuoxing couldn't stand it anymore. She appeared in front of the three girls in a flash. She spread out her 6 wings and separated the three girls. After being separated, the three girls hurriedly tidied up and stood neatly in front of Yin Nuoxing. They lowered their heads and didn't say a word. "Why are you fighting?" Yin Nuoxing smacked their heads one by one. She put her hands on her hips and glared at the three girls whose clothes were messed up early in the morning. Even though they were standing in front of her obediently, there was still a terrifying energy storm surging behind them. Looking at the three girls who couldn't calm down, Yin Nuoxing sighed. She folded her hands in front of her, narrowed her eyes, and calmly looked at the three girls who had their heads lowered. There was an extremely gentle smile on her pretty face, and an inexplicable black aura rose behind her. Ming Ming, Little Moon, and the other two girls shuddered in unison. The energy behind their backs disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. Ming Ming and Yuer trembled as they hugged Little Moon, their nominal eldest sister. Little Moon also hugged the two girls in fear. Her petite body could not stop trembling as she looked at Yin Nuo, whose black aura was getting thicker. Even though the expression on Yin Nuo's face was getting gentler and warmer, the three girls felt a shock that they could not resist from the bottom of their hearts. "Oh, Big Brother suppressive effect. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder that bastard can take in so many girls," said Miss Chu, who had been watching the whole thing from the courtyard. After a few minutes, the three girls finally calmed down and looked at Yin Nuoxing pitifully. Little Moon quickly switched to her serious personality. She coughed dryly, and under Yin Nuoxing's scrutinizing gaze, she muttered the reason for the fight early in the morning. As she spoke, Yuer added fuel to the fire, causing Ming to glare at her angrily. However, when the two girls saw Yin Nuoxing's colorful eyes staring at them, they still trembled and calmed down. "Oh, the two of you wanted to sneak in the middle of the night, but you saw that Ming had already taken a step away. So you joined forces to judge this girl early in the morning. In the end, the two of you couldn't defeat an angel in the form of energy." Yin Nuoxing sorted out the sequence of events and let out a long sigh. He knew very well that the three girls would sneak in while he was asleep. Ming had stayed in his room from the beginning and refused to leave. It was Little Moon and Yuer who fought to the death to drag Ming away. Yin Nuoxing felt that it was a little, feeling someone's playful gaze behind her. Yin Nuoxing sighed and felt that her moral integrity had been completely destroyed. It was noisy all morning. According to the time, it was already noon. 6 hours of daylight. By the time everyone had breakfast at Law's house, more than 2 hours had passed. Law was very happy to share his things with others. Just like yesterday, Bing Air took out a pile of barbecue. Law seemed to have forgotten about yesterday's incident and finished a large basin of barbecue alone. Yin Nuoxing had to suck the energy from his body to prevent him from being stuffed to death. Although it was only 6 hours of daylight, the village was still lively at this time. When the neighbors greeted each other, they pushed the door open and shouted. It felt like everyone knew how to roar like a lion from Hudong. A roar could be heard from the street to the end of the street. It sounded a little noisy, but it had a rough, natural taste. However, the sound that sounded like the roar of lions from time to time made Yin Nuoxing and the others a little unaccustomed to it in a short time. Soon, Yin Nuashing and the others heard a strange noise from the end of the village. Law had taken off his silver armor at this time and was cleaning up the yard in a coarse linen. He was still holding 1 or 2 pieces of animal skin in his hand. He planned to deal with them later. When he heard the noise, he stood up with a smile and said, "It should be the hunting team back. Let's go and have a look." Didn't they say that there was still 1 or 2 days? Yin Nuashing was a little stunned. During this silent night, the magical beasts are prone to riot. The village chief and the others should have noticed the movement of the beasts, so they came back early. Law scratched his head. A group of people followed Law to the village's dirt road. They could see many villagers coming out of their houses. Everyone had a very excited look on their faces. In addition to a few acres of terraced fields, more than 100 families in the village were waiting for the hunting team, which was in charge of meat. Every 10 days, or half a month, the hunting team would go over the mountains and go to the main life circle of the Xingyuan continent. Then they would return with enough prey for the whole village for half a month. It was a big event that almost counted the days. The group of people followed the villagers and walked forward. Finally, when they were about to reach the end of the village, they saw a group of people walking into the village. Yin Nuashing and the rest did not rush over, but stood at the back of the crowd and looked into the distance. Walking at the front of the hunting team was an old man whose hair and beard had already turned white, but his body was still very strong. He looked like he was already over 60 years old, with his chest open and a gray tattered shirt draped over his shoulders. His footsteps were like the wind, and he did not look like an old man at all. As he walked quickly, the muscles on his body also trembled. His eyes were bright and full of vigor, and his wrinkled face was slightly rosy. He had a bit of white hair and a bit of a youthful face, and he looked a little dignified. However, when he saw the children in the village coming over, he still took out some crude medicinal herbs from his clothes. His smile was like a bright chrysanthemum, and the wrinkles on his face were all squeezed to the side. He laughed loudly and energetically. Hey, don't fight for it. Everyone has a share. Erguzi, you took too much. That belongs to Arya. Be careful that she will beat you up. Good children, don't fight for it. Everyone has a share. Don't waste your time. The herbs contained the energy of this world. Yin Nuashing and the others could see that it was quite thin. However, according to the children's standards, those herbs were precious. Yin Nuashing was not clear about the classification of herbs in the Xingyuan continent, but she could see that the energy of the herbs that the old man took out should be related to bone marrow cleansing. It could make the children grow stronger, and she guessed that they would grow up to be the same as the burly man next to her. The adults in the village did not go up to join in the fun, but instead ran towards the group behind the old man. The hunting group behind him had a large pile of game hanging from their bodies. The one at the very back was even carrying a 3-foot-long, wild boar-like magical beast. Such a bountiful harvest made the villagers happy. They hurriedly went up to help, plucking the game from their bodies. After which, the entire group walked towards the area in the middle of the 2 villages. After the burly old man greeted the villagers, he called for the others to come forward and help the hunting team. They carried the wild beasts and magical beasts respectively and walked towards the statue of the spirit of the starry sky. After a moment, he raised his head and saw the 8-foot burly man at a glance. Law was a big man, half as tall as the ordinary villagers. Yin Nuashing stood beside him like a weak little girl. Although the latter's body was a little small, Law was still too big. He stood there like an iron tower. Now the villagers were busy carrying the game and gathering at the statue. Only Law and Yin Nuashing were still standing on the village's dirt road. Hey, big man, why don't you go and help today? In the past, when the hunting team came back, you were more excited than anyone else. The old man's voice sounded like a big bell and a big drum. Then he walked quickly to Law, punched Law on the shoulder, and laughed. About that. Old master, I have a guest with me. How can I leave her behind? Law scratched his head and pointed at Yin Nuashing and the others behind him. He smiled and said, Old man, they're all adventurers from the Yin Empire. Yin Empire? The old man was surprised and walked towards Yin Nuashing in 2 or 3 steps. He looked at the group of people in surprise and said, The people of the Yin Empire still like to wear strange clothes. Oh, sorry. The spirit of the starry sky is blaming me. I am the village chief of Green Pine Village. My name is Dan. The two old men in my family did not give me a proper name since I was born. This is the only good name. It is not good for me to change the name given by the two old men, so I am called Dan. Oh, I feel a little embarrassed when I hear it. Village Chief Dan said a lot of things as soon as he opened his mouth. Yin Nuashing and the others were stunned. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The people of Green Pine Village were really talkative. When the old man finished, Zero and Yin Nuashing walked up and introduced themselves. The old man nodded and then said how strange their clothes were. Yeah, every time I see people from the Yin Empire, they wear different clothes. There are no less than 20 people from the Yin Empire in our village. None of them are the same. This is the one that left the deepest impression. The old man nodded with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He was also looking at the clothes of Yin Nuashing and the others. None of the 10 of them were the same, which made the old man believe that they were from the Yin Empire. However, when he saw the girls, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But I can tell that these girls are not ordinary people with one look. I have seen many of the gaudy clothes of the Yin Empire. These 3 girls look more like princesses from some noble family. Everyone followed Village Chief Dan's gaze, and in the end, their gazes landed on Feng Ming, Chu Yingjian, and Yin Nuashing, causing everyone to be stunned. Feng Ming was wearing a pure white sleeveless dress with 2 wings on her back, although ordinary people couldn't see it. Chu Yingjian was wearing a man's black robe, and although it was a bit strange, it still looked quite luxurious. As for Yin Nuashing, who was unjustly attacked, everyone felt that his temperament was too ethereal. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a harp in front of him, just like a well-bred vase. Although everyone knew that he was a violent maniac who couldn't be more violent, and that he advocated all kinds of energy explosions, with violence as his core ideology. If he was unhappy, he would even perform a destructive fireworks show, which was very exciting. Unfortunately, he had a girl's face and stood there quietly, just like a girl. I keep feeling that you are thinking of something very rude. Yin Nuashing turned around and looked at everyone with hidden bitterness. Illusion. It's all an illusion. You think too much. Everyone quickly waved their hands. Knowing that the old man was suspicious of their identity as adventurers, Yin Nuashing coughed and lifted a magic circle with his right hand. Under the old man's shocked gaze, he explained, "This idiot and I are both high-level magic circle masters. We usually rely on floating to walk. This time, we were wandering in the gloomy forest and were picked up by law because there was a problem with the space magic circle that we weaved. Also, old man, I'm a man." Hearing this, Village Chief Dan let out a long "oh." His old face was full of respect. He clasped his hands at Yin Nuashing and Zero. "So the 2 of you are magic circle masters. No wonder. With just a few words, they managed to fool Village Chief Dan. As for whether he believed them or not, they did not care. After all, they were just passers-by and would probably leave after 2 days. They would not stay here forever. Right now, they still had to find that unlucky fellow. "Old man, let's not talk about this for now. Let's hurry to the square and help before the night of Fuyi falls." He knew that this group of people was very powerful, mysterious, and harmless. That was enough. He quickly pulled Village Chief Dan. "Everyone is waiting in the square." "Yes." Luo smiled. He had already finished thinking about Yunhua Star at the moment when the sky fell. He didn't have any feelings at this time. He knew that this group of people was very powerful, mysterious, and harmless. "Oh, okay. You're still so impatient. Don't pull. Hey, my arm." Before Village Chief Dan could react, he was pulled away by law. Yin Nuashing and the others could even hear the sound of bones cracking. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed and quickly follow behind. "Ah, this is Lord Yao Hua at the edge of the main life circle of Xingyuan land. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from the soul. However, before he could finish laughing, Yin Nuashing and the others heard a crackling sound of collisions and screams. They looked at each other and rolled their eyes. What was this guy doing? "Ahem, little star, don't worry about that idiot." A moment later, Jeaning coughed lightly and continued the conversation. She sounded a little embarrassed. We are now at the north of the main life circle. There's a border city here. The arrival of Fu Yi caused the outbreak of the beast tide. Now, the battle is in full swing. I want to remind you to be careful. It's already night over there? Yin Nuoxing asked. Not yet. Looking at the sky, it doesn't seem that soon. Anyway, the beast tide came very suddenly. Everyone in the city is prepared, so the city walls should not be breached. We don't know if we should go and help. Mu Ling sighed. The situation here is similar, but everyone here is already in the head, so the beast tide has been suppressed for the first time in history. Lin Sheng's awkward voice slowly sounded at this time. Oh, by the way, which one of you looked up at the sky last night? Did you see the 6 moons? I saw it, but I didn't see anything, Yin Nuoxing said. Bang, bang, bang. Clang. Roar. There was a noise and a large group of roars in their souls. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other for a moment. Then they heard Lin Sheng say, Ignore it. Everything is fine here. Brother Yun, that red moon, the biggest one, threw a beam of light at the center of the main life circle last night. Do you have time to come and take a look? Clang. Bang. Do you want to go take a look? Yin Nuoxing and Zero looked at each other. Yin Nuoxing hesitated and said, You guys go and take a look. Zero and I are accumulating power here to activate the Book of Epochs and scan the whole world. We can't leave for now. Everything is fine here in the dim forest. The magical beasts in the main life circle have no intention of coming here to join in the fun. I have a premonition, but I don't know if I should say it. Say it. We can take it. Yao Hua shouted, mixed with a lot of strange roars. Okay, I have a bad feeling. I think we are in the wrong place. There was silence in their souls for 3 seconds. What the hell? F***, brother, what did you say? Percent at asterisk. A series of inhuman screams exploded in their ears, scaring Yin Nuoxing and Zero so much that they fell to the ground. Yin Nuoxing was held up by a few of his sisters in time, while Zero kissed the ground. It's just a premonition. The Book of Epochs has scanned this world all the way to the core, but it didn't sense any special energy, Yin Nuoxing said awkwardly. But the direction should be right. So it's still very important to investigate this star origin continent. Zero explained in time, preventing Yin Nuoxing from being killed by the screams in their souls. Chapter 859. By the time Yin Nuoxing and the others rushed to the square, a large number of wooden tables of various sizes had already been set up with the statue of the spirit of the starry sky as the center. There were also high-back chairs, or simply a folding stool. These various tables and chairs were arranged in a row, surrounding the tables in a circle. There was also a group of young and strong people running back and forth, rushing like the wind into the house that was more than 20 meters away. Then they carried a large pile of things over their shoulders and threw them on the square, continuing to move them. The others took over the tables and chairs that were gathered by the various families and hurriedly arranged them on the square. At this time, Yin Nuoxing and the others also saw the village across the square, which was the village parallel to the river on the other side. Although it was said to be across the square, the 2 villages were actually the same family. They were just separated by a little. Yin Nuoxing felt that he no longer had any strength to complain about this arrangement. Anyway, they were going about their own lives. It was fine as long as they were happy. It's just like a festival. Yuan Shi looked around from afar, then looked at Yin Nuoxing, who had a faint smile on his face, but was actually expressionless. He said, Speaking of which, is it really okay to let Yao Hua and the others fight over there while we celebrate the festival here? Fight? Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and rolled his eyes at him. How can you tell from that idiot's tone that he wants to fight? That's a one-sided slaughter. They were just bored and jumped out to get rid of the evil. That's right, it's just too boring. Everyone thought about it and felt that it seemed to be the case, so they ignored the 2 groups of people. Oh, sorry, I was too excited and left you guys behind. Standing on the edge of the square and watching a group of people busy, Yin Nuoxing and the others suddenly heard a rough laughter, turned their heads, and saw Law running over scratching his head. Before he stood still, his voice floated first. Every time the hunting team comes back, the big guys will get together and take out homemade furniture or something from the city from home. Those who have chairs carry chairs and big tables. Those who have good craftsmanship will help to cook. Those who have drinks will bring out a few jugs of wine and make 100 family meals here. After eating and drinking enough, the rest will be used as reserve food and distributed to each family. Living frugally can last for a month, and now it's just Fuyi. This time the scale is still small. During Fuyi, it's also very difficult for the hunting team to go out during Fuyi, so they try to reduce unnecessary consumption as much as possible. So this monthly big meal will also be smaller when Fuyi hits Fuyi. Hey, you adventurers who run around must have never seen such a scene. The cooker you're talking about, are you referring to that? Yun Nuashing reached out and pointed to the big man who had a huge stove next to him and was holding an iron pot with a diameter of 1 meter. It was in the middle of the square, next to the statue of the Spirit of the Stars. Under the huge pot, there was a fiercely burning flame. The thick soup was boiling, and the fragrance of meat was overflowing. 2 pieces of medicinal herbs were sprinkled on it, which added a bit of game flavor. Next to the pot, a muscular uncle in a black priest robe with open lapels was stirring the pot vigorously with a large spoon. The black robe on his shoulders was embroidered with a sun emblem like a child's hand drawn. When a muscular uncle stewed meat, he would suddenly kneel on one knee to the statue next to him. The sound made people worry if his kneecap was broken. By the way, he would say, "The Spirit of the Stars above. Thank the Spirit of the Stars for peace and food. Thank the Spirit of the Stars for letting the night come and be with us. Dean, have you peeled my radish? If you peel the skin off my finger again, I will throw you down and stew you together. The other pot is going to be burnt. Hurry up and help." Oh, the Spirit of the Stars above. I'm a little too excited, Gale. Stop fiddling with the eggs. You don't need them today. You wasted 10 days' worth of eggs. Oh, thank the Spirit of the Stars. It seems like I will have to cook an extra bowl of egg soup today. Everyone. Who is that guy? Everyone was stunned as they looked at the big man with chest hair who was cooking in a hurry. He was using the black priest robe to wipe his sweat, oil, and snot. His face was full of cold sweat. He is the best cook in the village. Ha ha. Actually, he is the priest in the village. Well, he is responsible for washing the Spirit of the Stars statue, sweeping the floor, and rubbing the dust. Oh, the Spirit of the Stars above. I seem to have said too much. I have sinned. Anyway, other than cooking, he is responsible for praying to the Spirit of the Stars. Law said and suddenly bowed to the strange statue and muttered, "Although this place is a little remote, where the Spirit of the Stars is, there will be a priest, even in the wilderness." Law smiled. Everyone looked at each other in silence. They could see from each other's eyes that they couldn't understand what this belief was. Then they sighed. But it was just as well. They wanted to know more about this mysterious Spirit of the Stars, and a priestess was sent to them. However, everyone looked at the priest and shuddered. It was better to join the church themselves than to ask this guy to learn more about the Spirit of the Stars. Other than those who were still busy making soup and serving bowls, the other villagers were already happily sitting at the side, casually, chatting with others about their daily lives. They could not stop talking about the Spirit of the starry sky in the east and the starry sky in the west. Everyone's ears were about to grow calluses from hearing this. Little Purple Soul jumped down from Yun Nuashing's shoulder with a whoosh and ran wildly through the crowd and under the tables and chairs with a group of children. Anyway, when Yun Nuashing and the rest arrived, it was already a lively scene. They curiously looked at the fierce uncle with chest hair who was cursing and scolding. In just a short while, a shout of "dinner is served" was like an earth-shattering roar, and then the entire square was boiling with excitement. The square, which had not been quiet for long, was suddenly in chaos again. Yun Nuashing and the others stood at the edge with pale faces and looked at the scene of a meal as if it was a war. They looked at each other and sighed. Law, who was shouting about the Spirit of the Stars and then fighting for the food, was already drowned by the crowd. This small village was not rich in resources and had a compact life. They were living their lives in such a strange way. A small meal gathering was as lively as Yin Nuashing and the others had seen in the big city. It seemed that as long as it was lively enough, even if it was in the open air and the northwest wind was blowing, it could still be exciting for the whole day. This was the scene that Yin Nuashing and the others saw. It was a pure communal meal. It was just the rations that the hunting team brought back for this month, and the whole village gathered together for a meal out of habit. It was also in this lively scene that the sky unknowingly turned dark. The time in this world was still strange. There were only 6 hours in the day, so it made Yin Nuashing and the others feel that it was already dark before dawn. This time, even dusk was very short. However, the arrival of Fu Yi did not make the villagers, who were keen on liveliness, feel anything. They were still eating and drinking in full swing. The little girl, Little Purple Soul, was running around the huge square like a purple elf. Yin Nuashing turned around and saw that only Ming and Bing Air were left. The little girl had already led the others out of the square. They sat at one table, ate 2 mouthfuls, and then changed to another. Yuan Shi and Nightmare displayed their amazing chopstick skills for a piece of meat that weighed several kilograms. The egg custard is a little bland. Yin Nuashing turned around and saw Ming holding a small bowl with a yellow egg custard in it. She was speechless for a moment and patted her head. There was a lot of food at this gathering. Just like the big pile of game that the hunting team had brought back, there were almost no repeats. There were all kinds of barbecue, steamed, stewed, braised, and so on. Everyone had also prepared some handmade snacks and some dry food and placed them on a big table that was about 10 feet wide in the middle of the square. They piled up into a small tower so that they could eat whatever they wanted. Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment before adding the essence in Bing Air's 50 kilograms of meat. The unique flavor and the rich energy in the barbecue meat had won the favor of the villagers. Everyone gathered together and ate heartily, except for Bing Air, who was looking at her 50 kilograms of meat pitifully with tears in her eyes. After settling everyone down, Yin Nuashing ate 2 mouthfuls and stood up. She smiled and said a few words to the villagers beside her and then walked in a certain direction. At an extra table at the edge of the square, the burly man with chest hair was drinking by himself. He smiled and looked at the people who were eating in the square. After calming down, his black priest robe had been tied up again. If you ignored the white apron around his stomach, he really looked like a priest at first glance. After Yin Nuashing walked out, Ming put down the food in his hands, leaving Bing Air alone in front of the huge table to quickly devour the food. He then lightly followed behind Yin Nuashing. "Hello, do you mind sitting here?" Yin Nuashing stood across the table and greeted the village priest who was cooking with a smile. Okay, make yourself at home. Don't mind it." The burly man with chest hair nodded with a smile. After Yin Nuashing and Ming sat down, he pointed to the sky and said with a smile, "The spirit of the starry sky above, today is a good day. The gloomy forest has left the main life sphere and is far away from the many disputes and battles. However, with the protection of the spirit of the starry sky, our compatriots far away from the main life sphere will be able to survive." Yin Nuashing blinked and exchanged glances with Ming. It seemed that even in a small village far away from the main life sphere, the priest knew what was going on there. It was just that they didn't know if this was a routine or if it was an emergency. This was a tall man, about middle-aged. In the realm of the gods, he would be an ordinary person over 100 years old. It was hard to say if he was a cultivator, but here, he was a man in his 40s or 50s. His body was a little fat, and his face was round and fleshy. It was not very obvious, but this heavenly official was indeed very strong, and his body was very big. Under the heavenly official robe, one could see the bulging biceps on his arms. On his face, there was a kind smile, and his black hair was tied up in a small braid behind his head. His chin was clean, and not a single beard could be seen. With this appearance, other than Yin Nua Star being able to tell that he was a chef, without the heavenly official robe, no one would know that this guy was a heavenly official. It is quite good. Our compatriots in the main life sphere have survived for so many years. They have been repelled time and time again. This time, they will definitely be safe. Yin Nuashing smiled and pretended to bow to the statue in the distance. He said, Back then, I wanted to join the church, but this little girl said that I didn't look like I was cut out to be a priest, so I didn't go. Yin Nuashing said and rubbed Ming's head. The latter rolled his eyes and grinned at him, showing two small canine teeth. He muttered in his soul, I didn't say that. Acting, of course. Hey, you can't say that. To serve the spirit of the stars, sincerity is enough. With enough piety and enough faith, anyone can become a priest. Look at me, I'm actually just a cook. When I was in the distant wind Eagle Empire, I was walking on the street and had a few too many drinks. My brain was still buzzing. Then, I was fooled into joining the church and became a priest. You see, I'm not a priest in the first place. Oh, spirit of the stars above, I've said too much. Chest hair patted his black robe and whispered to the statue. This sentence directly stunned the two from Yun Nuo planet. How could this work? He was fooled into joining the church while walking on the street. And this guy actually said the word fooled. Is this church really reliable? Ahem, I haven't asked yet. Uncle, how should I address you? Yin Nuashing coughed twice and changed the topic. Me? My name is Fu, and the Pope gave me the surname Qian. Chest hair puffed out his chest and said proudly. 3 seconds later, he smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He used his black robe to wipe the glistening oil and sweat on his face. Haha, just call me Qian Fu. No need for other formalities. I hate those. To be honest, I'm still used to being called Fu. Suddenly, I have another surname. Oh, old master spirit of the stars. This surname is very good. I'm not dissatisfied. Looking at this uncle named Qian Fu, using such a powerful way of speaking, Yin Nuashing and Ming looked at each other and mourned for the future of the spirit of the stars church for a second. Then they smiled calmly. Spirit of the stars above, is it too late to join the church now? Yin Nuashing laughed and said a sentence that was half true and half false. Ming heard this and choked. He coughed hard and his pretty face turned red. Oh, the two of you have the intention to join the church? Haha, I heard from Village Chief Dan that you are a group of adventurers who are determined to travel everywhere. Under your calm appearance, you have a restless heart. You are curious about everything and have the passion to explore to the end. Qian Fu patted his thigh and said, That's right. Adventurers travel everywhere, every day. It's impossible not to pray to the spirit of the stars. There are still many dangers on the Xingyuan continent. However, most people don't know much about the church, so they're curious. It's not good to join the church impulsively. Once you join the church, you have to give up a lot and serve the spirit of the stars with peace of mind. If you have been wandering outside for too long and want to settle down, you can wash your heart quietly next to the church or the statue for a while. You are a big family after all. Qian Fu showed an understanding expression to Yun Nuashing and nodded. However, what he said made the latter feel cautious. It seemed that it was not as he thought. There seemed to be a rule that anyone could join the church if they wanted to. Such an impulsive act of joining the church would be advised to think about it calmly. After all, serving the spirit of the stars was not something that could be done casually. Yin Nuashing nodded to show that she understood. She raised her glass and toasted him from afar. Then, she raised her head and drank. Suddenly, she threw the wine in the glass to the ground behind her. Ming looked at this action in a daze. Qian Fu did not notice this scene at all and had already drunk a glass of wine. Well, I understand. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and said with a smile, Actually, we adventurers only pray to the spirit of the stars out of habit. We don't know much about it. Why don't you tell us in detail? Well, if you're not interested, let's not talk about this. Yin Nuashing seemed to casually continue this sentence. Fortunately, Qian Fu had just said that not everyone knew about the church. He also knew that adventurers were more interested in running around. It was almost impossible for them to pray to the spirit of the stars with peace of mind. It was normal that they did not know much about it. When he heard that Yin Nuashing wanted to know more about it, he nodded happily. No problem. Although I was a cook at that time until I bent my knees and joined the church, I know a lot about the spirit of the stars. However, the people in the village are not very interested in this. Like you, they're used to praying to the spirit of the stars. Everyone is sincere and pious. but its purpose has been passed down from generation to generation and has been forgotten by many people. Even praying to it is just a habit. Compared to this, everyone is more interested in calculating how to spend a day, how to spend a month, and the daily necessities. Ahem, I digress. Where do you want to start? Doctrine? Or? Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment and smiled. Which part do you think is easy to say? Well, how about this? Just treat it as if we are ready to enter the church quietly. Tell us about the origin of the spirit of the stars, according to what you are good at. Qian Fu's expression suddenly became solemn. He stood up from the chair and knelt down on one knee in front of the statue of the spirit of the stars under the slightly stunned gaze of Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. He muttered something as if he was praying devoutly. As he spoke, Ming suddenly flapped its wings. Mei Mao blinked. She was an energy life form with divine power. At this time, she actually felt the power of faith that came from Qian Fu when he was praying. That divine power made her faintly feel it. Following the doctrine, I will not deceive or hide. I will balance everything with devout and loyal faith. I will not complain about the heavy responsibility that has befallen me. I will only reveal the truth to those who desire the truth and the truth of this world. Your name hangs high in the 9 heavens. May your glory protect those who follow the will of heaven for generations. Qian Fu's murmuring voice drilled into Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing's ears. They hurriedly sat upright and still. They coughed and drank a mouthful of water to rinse their mouths. Then they put on a poker face and calmly watched Qian Fu sit back down on the chair. He also looked at the two solemnly and slowly spoke. That is a story from 60 million years ago. When heaven and earth were created, the galaxy descended. In the vast sky, 7 worlds were born. They faced each other from a distance. In the night sky, they were the mirrors of each other. They were the 7 twins. Qian Fu muttered and pointed at the brilliant starry sky above his head. At this moment, 6 huge moons were hanging high in the sky. The worlds he mentioned were the worlds they knew, which were the 7 life-bearing planets, including the Xingyuan continent. This was the limit of their knowledge and the limit of their worlds. They were far from reaching the other side of the starry sky and the end of the starry sky. The spirit of the starry sky said that the starry sky had once spoken. The earth and the 6 moons reflected each other. Heaven and earth were one, and the 6 stars were the origin. At that time, the moons were not in a row like they are now. They were bright, tidy, and incomparably huge. They occupied the entire night sky. The 6 worlds faced each other. At night, they could even reach out and greet the Moon Master. There was a land and an ocean that were as beautiful as the Xingyuan continent we are standing on. The 7 brothers corresponded to each other and carried all the things that the spirit of the starry sky had created. The footprints of all races covered the earth and the 6 moons. Later, they were connected. The spirit of the starry sky's miracle descended and connected the earth and the 6 moons into one. There were no more gaps and no more distance. The 7 worlds seemed to have always been one, peaceful and serene. But now, except for the crimson moon, the other 5 life-bearing planets have all disappeared. Yin Nuashing whispered to Ming in his soul. Chapter 860. That was a very peaceful era. There were no wars, no natural disasters, and everyone was at peace. There were no gaps between the dozens of races, except for the occasional little pranks from the magical beasts who were also born from the same origin. But this was all forgiven by the spirit of the stars. He was magnanimous and never sided with any race. He could tolerate all the children who made mistakes in this world. This peaceful era lasted for a very, very long time. The peaceful life ended very suddenly. Without any warning, without any preparation, it appeared. The sky darkened, the stars dimmed, the sun was twisted into a cluster of light that looked like a sea urchin. The mountains were stretched into thin noodles, and anyone who touched it would turn into a weird shape in a few seconds. They might turn into a giant more than 10 meters tall that looked like a monster, or they might shrink to the size of a grain of rice, which was even smaller than the elves. However, there was no doubt that anyone who was touched by it would die within a short period of time. Even the most powerful saints of human beings and the wisest elders of elves could not survive more than 5 seconds in the hands of it. Not a single species was left behind. The land and the mountains trembled in fear because of its arrival, and they all fell apart in the end. Nobody knew what it was. They could only tell that it was a cluster of black fog that blocked the sky and the sun, or more like a black cloud. Wherever it passed, only the chaotic land was left. There was no life left. Not even a skeleton was left. It first appeared on the star origin continent under our feet, right in the center of the dim forest. Soon, it showed up on the 6 moons as well. It spread so fast that it could devour a mountain range and a forest in the blink of an eye. The human city walls couldn't stop it from spreading. By the time all the races realized what was happening and started to fight back, it had already infected 1/3 of the star origin continent. 3 of the 6 moons had already fallen silent, and countless lives on them had been killed. Before that, no one had even sent out a signal for help. They just let the black mist of death spread unscrupulously and died quietly without any sign of resistance. It was like the world was being executed quietly. It was fast, and there was no pain. The entire world was destroyed before panic was born, Yin Nuashing said in a low voice. Qianfu nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. He patted his black robe and said, "It was also at this time that the spirit of the stars appeared. He held a brilliant golden holy staff, and endless holy light poured down from the stars like purifying light. It immediately eliminated the black fog on the 3 moons and suppressed the expansion of it on the star Yuan continent. However, the range of the explosion was too large, and the speed at which it spread was beyond everyone's imagination. The human army, the elves' array masters, the giant spiritual masters, and dozens of other races' defensive lines were extremely weak against it. Their attacks had no obvious effect on it, and they could only slow down the speed of its spreading. Even with the help of the spirit of the stars and the help of all the races, the land of the star Yuan continent was still gradually eroded. People had to shrink their defensive lines. The long battle lasted for millions of years. In fact, no one knew who they were fighting. Panic spread like wildfire among all the races. However, under the pressure, all the races were very rational and didn't have any internal strife. Even though the defensive lines were shrinking day by day, and even though there were only people left on the star Yuan continent and the Crimson Moon, no one retreated. Even the spirit of the stars was getting tired day by day. The benevolent spirit of the stars didn't want to see his children being killed. He blew himself up. The spirit of the stars used all his strength and perished together with it. Yin Nuashing sighed. Qianfu nodded and said, "You know what happened. Only the star Yuan continent and the Crimson Moon were left in the 7 worlds. A large number of races were wiped out, and less than 40% of the races were left. The connection between the Crimson Moon and the star Yuan continent was destroyed along with the spirit of the star's sleep. From then on, the Earth and the Moon could no longer communicate. The changes in the world were even more worrying. Even though it had disappeared, it left behind a strange virus. All the races gradually lost their rationality under the torture of the virus. They became thinner and thinner, and finally became evil monsters. Without the protection of the spirit of the stars, everyone could only pick up their weapons again to protect their worlds. It took 2 generations for the virus to be completely eliminated. The long war finally came to an end. The pollution left behind by it and the blood of the people who had turned into monsters dyed the ocean black, the sky dark, and the land decayed. The back of the Crimson Moon is the same as the gloomy forest on the star Yuan continent. It's the same as the gloomy forest on the star Yuan continent. The gloomy forest is the trace of the battle with it and those monsters. All the races retreated to the main life circle, and this land was completely abandoned. It was not until many years later that the polluted land regained its vitality. After the Great War, the Xingyuan continent and the Bloody Moon were at peace for a long time. Qianfu heaved a long sigh. Of course, we don't know what happened to the Bloody Moon. The remaining people slowly recovered their vitality and peace and rebuilt their former homes. There were so many races, but in the end, only the human race, which had the largest population, was left. The other races all lived cautiously in the cities of the human race. They had no home of their own, so they had to live with the human race, get married, and live together. Well, there was nothing to say about that. In that era of restoration, the other races gradually died out or were assimilated, leaving only the human race. Even now, some of our compatriots still had the blood of the other races flowing in their veins. The blood was so thin that it was almost impossible to reproduce the blood of the other races of the past. In that era of restoration, the holy beast race was the only one who survived. It was a very magical race. Although their intelligence was not very high, they actually resisted the erosion of it and even gained strength from it. It seemed that they knew that the other lives on the Xingyuan continent had become weak. Well, the holy beast race rose up one after another, but they didn't really fight with the human race to the point of life and death. It was more like a small fight, and this situation continued from that time until now. After thousands of years of fighting between the human race and the holy beast race, the spirit of the starry sky, who had been sleeping in the divine realm, returned. However, he was still very weak. People could sense his existence and know that the spirit of the starry sky was very weak. He no longer had the power to connect the Xingyuan continent and the bloody moon. His remaining power could only protect this world weakly and prevent it from being affected by the disaster. He didn't deal with the holy beast race, but left them as an experience and test for the human race. The disaster happened in that era of eternal peace. If the Xingyuan continent and the bloody moon become peaceful again, the next time it comes back, these two worlds won't have any ability to resist. Warning of war. Using war to nurture war. This is a simple and easy to understand principle. Yin Nuoxing had been using her soul to communicate with Qian Fu. The group had been listening to Qian Fu's story through their souls. Hearing this, Yao Hua could not help but murmur. Everyone nodded in agreement. I just don't know what that it is. Black fog? The black fog that brings death and corrosion. Have any of you heard anything about it? Huasheng murmured doubtfully. Although we don't know much about it, it's more or less the same. It is said that in the gloomy forest, there will occasionally be traces of it. The 6 moons in the sky that were originally very close to each other also became farther and farther away after the war. Until today, they are all lined up in the sky. Jun Luo Yi said softly. Strange black fog, strange war. That idiot number 2? Do you think the fragment will be destroyed in this turmoil? Yin Nuoxing muttered. If I remember correctly, that thing is not sturdy at all. It will break easily. Break, not really. At least in the 5 elemental realms, there should not be any form that can break the fragment. At most, it will be lost in the turmoil or something. Ling smiled faintly and denied. To be honest, I thought that the spirit of the stars would be related to our fragment. If the fragment leaked its power, the leaked power would be the power of the gods. It would not be difficult for it to disrupt the thoughts of life in a star system. However, it turned out to be a physical existence. The power of the fragment will not materialize, which means that my initial guess was wrong. Then what do you think this spirit of the stars is? Yin Nuoxing turned to look at Ling, who was squeezed in the crowd. It has existed since the birth of the world. It protects 7 planets and has the power to connect them. If it was placed in the 8 elemental realms, what level of life form do you think would be able to do that? Ling pondered for a moment. She had a guess, but she did not say it out loud. Instead, she asked in return. Only a god emperor who has at least mastered the power of the natural order could do it easily, or a few grandmasters of magic circles. However, the description just now said that 7 worlds are connected. I guess it has nothing to do with teleportation. So, it should be the power of a god emperor who has come into contact with the power of the natural order and can barely change the natural order. Of course, the gods can do it too, Yin Nuoxing said. If that's the case, we have the answer. Ling smiled faintly. Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing raised an eyebrow and smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Can you please say it directly? Don't use sign language. Can you please consider the intelligence of mortals like us? Everyone immediately said resentfully. Yun Oshing coughed dryly and said, "In the five elemental realms, there are two existences who have the power of a god emperor or above in the eight elemental realms. The first is the god race of the five elemental realms mentioned before, although we don't know where they are. The second is the consciousness of the star origin continent. But if it's the consciousness of the star origin continent, it can't explain why it can protect the other six planets that have nothing to do with it." Ling said softly. "If that's the case, I have a guess." Chu Yingzhan chuckled, attracting everyone's attention. Yin Nuoxing and Ling said to the crowd, "Please begin your performance." Chu Yingzhan chuckled and said, "In fact, the spirit of the stars did not protect the other six moons, did it? In the end, only the Crimson Moon and the star origin continent survived. The other five worlds were all destroyed, so..." At this point, Yin Nuoxing and Ling understood a little. Yin Nuoxing guessed, "You think that only the star origin continent and the Crimson Moon had the power of a planet's consciousness. The other five moons did not, so they were the first to be destroyed. The star origin continent and the Crimson Moon, which had the protection of the planet's consciousness, lasted longer. The two worlds' consciousness did have the power to connect the seven worlds together. This explanation makes sense." Ling nodded. Then she thought of something and smiled faintly. "If that's the case, then it's easy. The spirit of the stars still exists, although it's very weak. If it really is the consciousness of the star origin continent, then we just need to talk to it to find something. We can also help it recover. I think it won't refuse." "Talk to the planet's consciousness?" Everyone was stunned. "How?" "The Book of Epics. Our Book of Epics can connect to the heart of the world. It's very easy to find a planet's consciousness. As for talking to it, it's even easier." Yin Nuoxing smiled. Ming blinked and said, "Then, what if the spirit of the stars is the protoss of the five elemental realm?" "If that's the case..." Yin Nuoxing and Ling both pondered for a while. Ling said, "After all, it's a powerful race that truly exists. The protoss of the three elemental realm manages the order of the entire void and the faith of the mortals. The protoss of the four elemental realm is laissez-faire. They are only responsible for creating worlds and not managing them. As for the protoss of the five elemental realm, I haven't come into contact with them yet. However, most protoss are related to the faith of the mortals. The existence of the protoss will affect the faith of the mortals. Even if the protoss of the four elemental realm isn't good at management, they still have a large number of believers in the mortal world. The protoss of the five elemental realm should be no exception. Then it's easy. There are two ways. The first is to find a world where the protoss of the five elemental realm have their faith and come into contact with them. The second is to directly use the Book of Epics to send a message to the entire starry sky and alert them," Yin Nuoxing said. "Are you sure that the second method won't make us look like invaders?" Yao Hua couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuoxing and Ling were stunned. After pondering for a while, Ling took a deep breath. Maybe, or maybe not. After all, the protoss are the most powerful force in their elemental realm. If we send a signal or something, it will at most alert them. The existence of other elemental realms is unimaginable to them. This is because the worlds they know are already very large. If they were suddenly told that there are 7 other worlds that, they probably wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. No, at least a certain goddess of the 3 elemental realm already knows about the existence of the greater elemental realm. I told her about it. As for whether she believes it or not, that's another matter. However, I think she will believe it. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Everyone was silent and shocked. Apart from Ming and the others who knew, even Ling was stunned for a while. How did this guy come into contact with the protoss of the 3 elemental realm? Ahem, Chu Yingzhan coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention back. Is the stage of listening to the story over? Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and did not answer her. She looked at Qian Fu and said, "It really is a long story. So many years have passed, and it has not returned. It should have been completely annihilated at that time. Who knows? However, it has developed to this point. The existence of a church is only to protect the spirit of the starry sky. After all, it was the spirit of the starry sky who really stopped that great disaster. Qian Fu shrugged and continued. As for the rest of the details, some people suspected that something was left behind in the birthplace of it, which led to the Beast clan becoming stronger and stronger. There were also some people who had some thoughts that they shouldn't have and wanted to get their hands on those untouchable powers. Those who were exposed were all executed by the church. Is it in the center of the dim forest? Yin Nuoxing asked. Of course. This is something that everyone knows. Qian Fu nodded. Its existence is uncontrollable. It is absolutely foolish to investigate or look for the power that it left behind. Those bastards, oh, spirit of the starry sky above, they must be decent, calm, and not get angry. Those people who went astray wanted to look for the things that it might have left behind. However, the dim forest is too big, and there are few living things in it. Even Green Pine Village is only at the edge of the dim forest. Those who went deep into the dim forest were mostly lost in it. At least, after so many years, no one has confirmed that there's really something in the center of the dim forest. Anyway, I think it is nonsense. The church's mission is to protect the existence of the spirit of the starry sky and to protect the fragile peace of this world. In short, it is to pull those people who have lost their heads and teach them a good lesson so that they can stop talking nonsense. The peace today is not easy to come by. The balance between the human race and the Beast clan is maintained. If it appears again, the spirit of the starry sky will not be able to stop it. I guess there is nothing we could do either. After so many years, we still haven't found an effective way to restrain it. Perhaps it has never appeared again, so there is no sense of crisis. Who knows? Qian Fu shook his head and sighed. Humans always forget the pain after the scars have healed. It is best that it does not appear again. If it appears again, whether the Xingyuan continent and the Crimson Moon can survive for a year is a problem. Yin Nuoxing and the others were silent. At this time, there was a burst of laughter in the square, and there was the sound of tables and chairs rubbing against the ground. Qian Fu raised his head and saw that the bustling atmosphere had passed. The villagers had already moved their things back in 2s and 3s. He stood up and apologized. Oh, it seems that this gathering is over. After all, it is Fu Yi time. Oh, sorry, I have to go and help clean up. Let's talk again when I have time. After saying that, the uncle with chest hair hurriedly ran to clean up the mess left behind by the gathering. As he ran, he opened the lapel of his black priest robe. He ran casually like a mountain of meat. Yin Nuoxing watched him leave. After a while, she stood up with Ming and stretched. What do you guys think? I think I want to take a look at the center of the dim forest, Chu Yingjian said with a grin. That's true. Yin Nuoxing nodded in agreement. She raised her head and looked at the 6 huge moons. Who would have thought that there were 6 other worlds? However, only one of the Crimson Moon was still alive. The other 5 moons were dead. The night is long. There's still time. When idiot number 2, and I use the Book of Epochs, it might cause a big commotion. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to sense it. Don't be too surprised, Yin Nuoxing reminded everyone. At this time, the gathering was coming to an end. There was nothing special, just a celebration of the food for this month. They gathered together to eat and drink to their heart's content and chatted about their daily lives. Finally, they left the gathering with satisfied smiles and went home to sleep. From time to time, they could hear someone shouting to help clean up the tables and chairs. Qian Fu and several cooks were busy working on the big pots. It was a happy and simple scene. However, when Yin Nuoxing thought of the things he had just learned, he could not help but sigh. It was really a strange place, a strange time of catastrophe, and a strange spirit of the starry sky. As for whether the fragment was on the Xingyuan continent, he and Zero had not caught anything related to them yet. As for whether the fragment was on the Xingyuan continent, he would know after a while when everything was quiet. However, it was most likely not. He had thought that this matter would be over in 2 or 3 days, but it seemed that he would have to delay it for a while. Speaking of which, do any of you remember that we should be in the secret realm right now? Everyone was suddenly speechless. Sigh, what's the point of thinking about that? Anyone who gets involved with Little Star will end up in a ghost town. Don't worry about these details. Yao Hua sighed. So, you guys are the ones who got involved, right? Yin Nuoxing could not help but roll her eyes. I'm not taking the blame for this. Chapter 861. There was a slight delay when the gathering ended. It was obviously more troublesome to clean up the pile of bones and leftover food than just setting up the stools. Yin Nuoxing and Ming scurried around the crowd and found Bing Er, who had run off to eat and drink to her heart's content. When they found her, the girl had a small mountain of meat and bones in front of her. When she saw the two of them walking over, she calmly finished the barbecued meat in her hands. Only then did she elegantly clap her hands and walk to Yin Nuoxing's side. At the same time, she stuffed a golden roasted meat leg into Yin Nuoxing's mouth. She smiled and said, "Father, try it. This is very delicious. I used my barbecued meat to exchange with them. Don't worry, Father, I've already refined the essence inside. There won't be any effects." Before Yin Nuoxing could open her mouth was stuffed by this girl. She couldn't even speak. She smiled helplessly and rubbed her head. At the same time, she finished the meat leg in her mouth in a few bites. Only then did she lead her to find the other people. Little Moon and Yu came out from an unknown corner. The two little girls were in a mess, and their beautiful faces were dirty. When they saw the large pile of food next to Bing Er, they immediately cheered and pounced on it. Yin Nuoxing stared at the two little faces with her mouth agape. She took out a towel and placed it in front of the two girls who were blinded by the food. As she wiped them, she asked, "Where did the two of you go? How did it get so dark?" We went inside and found a very, very dark hole. I pulled idiot sister Yu and jumped in. Yu twisted her little face and cooperated with Yin Nuoxing's actions. After she wiped herself clean, she buried her face in Yin Nuoxing's arms and rubbed against it. Only then did she jump into Bing Er's pile of food happily. The vitality of a headache, stupid cheap sister. Little Moon sighed and obediently allowed Yin Nuoxing to wipe her face clean. Yin Nuoxing smiled and rubbed Little Moon's face. She then looked at Ming and said with a smile, "Don't say that. No matter what, she's still your two little sisters, isn't she? Although this title is a little strange. Who's her older sister?" Little Moon and Ming lowered their heads and muttered in unison. They looked at each other blankly and said together, "It's fine as long as we have Big Brother." Then the two girls were about to fight each other. Yin Nuoxing quickly picked up the two of them and put them aside. She told Bing Er to take care of Little Moon and Yu and dragged away Ming, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws at Little Moon. Yin Nuoxing temporarily separated the two girls who were a little disagreeable due to their high synchronization rate. She stood in the square and looked around. She stretched her neck to look for Zero and Qin Yin. As a result, she saw a somewhat unexpected scene. Zero and Qin Yin were sitting at a long table. Opposite them were Law, village chief Dan, and several strong old men with white beards. At this time, they were holding large glasses of wine and drinking one glass after another. They drank until their faces were red, and they couldn't help laughing and chatting about something. Yin Nuoxing pulled Ming over and sat down next to Qin Yin. She looked at the people at the table and finally turned her gaze to the blushing and tipsy goddess of the Qin family. She said, "Why are you here?" Ming leaned forward and held a glass of wine that no one had drunk from. She raised her head and pressed half of her face into the wine glass. The wine glass was like a small wooden barrel, and the mouth of the glass was the size of a palm, with the old village head. Qin Yin burped, and her already flushed face turned even redder. She hurriedly lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "About us, village chief Dan?" Looking at the blushing face of the girl with interest, Yin Nuoxing glanced at village chief Dan and the others. Zero, Yuan Shi, and the other two men were passionately toasting with the former. They were drunk and probably couldn't even tell north from south. Ordinary people rarely come to the dim forest. Recently, there's been an undercurrent in the main life circle. The priest just said that the people who are looking for its power have been a little restless recently. Green Pine Village is on the border between the main life circle and the dim forest, and there are priests there. Village Chief Dan and the others know this. So they mistakenly thought that we were, Qin Yin said softly. She looked at the people who were drinking happily and said, but now the misunderstanding has been resolved. Zero and Yuan Shi are together. Qin Yin hesitated for a moment. She didn't know what to say. Even her eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Seeing her like this, how could Yin Nuoxing not know what she wanted to say? Fooling, right? Fooling with your life. Qin Yin went blank for a moment, then forced a smile and nodded. Well, it's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. We didn't come here to cause trouble. It's best that we don't have any conflicts with the locals. Seeing that village chief Dan and Luo were drinking happily with Zero and the other two, it was likely that their initial suspicions had disappeared. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, the sturdy village chief was very talkative and friendly. He was talking nonsense with the other three, and the three who were pretending to be drunk were also trying their best to fool village chief Dan. Anyway, Yin Nuoxing did not have to get involved in these matters. He was the leader of this group of people, but now that there was another leader, he conveniently threw all these matters to the other person. Now it seemed that it was not bad. At least Zero and the others were quite good at fooling village chief Dan. The party started more than 2 hours before nightfall. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. The 6 moons had already risen to the top of the sky. Most of the people in the square had already left. The tables and chairs were almost cleaned up. The children had already been carried home by their parents. There were only a few people left to help clean up the tables. Qian Fu and a few other cooks were cooking the smoked meat at the side. They couldn't help but steal a bite while smoking. Bing Er and the others saw this and also went over to eat with gusto. Half of the smoked meat that was originally reserved for this month was eaten. Village Chief Luo, it's time to clean up. Don't drink too much. You'll be laughed at if you can't wake up tomorrow morning. After packing up the smoked meat, Qian Fu carried a pile of meat on his shoulder and came to the table. He greeted village Chief Dan and the others loudly. Hey. Okay. Just one more cup will do. Village Chief Dan's old face was glowing as he replied with a smile. A row of people stood up in unison. Qian Fu and the others were still holding the wine cup that was half the size of a wooden barrel. They raised their heads and hurriedly drank a mouthful before putting the cup on the table. Qian Fu and the others quickly cleaned up the wine cup and a large pile of bones on the table. The group of people staggered back to the village. Village head Dan and the others didn't use their star power to get rid of the alcohol, as if they were planning to stay drunk like this. Everyone looked at them and was worried that they wouldn't be able to make it back home safely tonight, instead of finding a random rock to lie down on and sleep. On the way back, Yin Nuoxing called out to Bing Er and the others who were still eating. She carried the stupid angel who was knocked out by 2 cups of wine and hurriedly returned to Luo's house. The latter habitually ran to the side room and fell asleep. Yin Nuoxing and the others tidied up a little and gathered on the empty first floor of the main house. They looked at each other for a long time, waiting for the villagers to fall asleep. The people of Green Pine Village had just settled down, and some of them were still awake. The full activation of the Book of the Arrow would cause a huge commotion. They did not want to be regarded as people with ulterior motives, so they could only wait patiently for all the signs of life in the village to fall asleep. They did not wait for long. Perhaps they had used up all their energy during the party, or perhaps they had fallen asleep from the alcohol. In short, the group of people sat and waited for about a quarter of an hour before the last sign of life in the village fell asleep. In the hall, Yin Nuoxing and Zero and 2 stood opposite each other, holding 2 balls of light in their hands. The 2 balls of light slowly touched each other under their control and fused together like water droplets touching each other. The balls of light also grew in size. Then, rings of light appeared on the top of the balls of light and spread to the bottom. When they passed through the middle, they would expand. Book of the Era, Heart of the World, Interfere. Yin Nuoxing and Zero shouted in unison and slowly formed a hand seal. Then, the balls of light seemed to have received an order and suddenly expanded. The flashing rings of light outside the balls of light stopped abruptly. A beam of light about 10 feet in size burst out from the top of the balls of light, penetrated the roof, pierced the sky at a speed far faster than light, and finally shot into the starry sky. Hum! When the tiny beam of light reached the limit of its range, it suddenly trembled. The entire beam of light shattered and turned into a transparent wave, shooting toward the star zone. Yin Nuoshing and the others on the Star Origin continent immediately sensed the speed of light. The transparent wave of light was like a ripple of water. It only shook the space for a moment before quickly vanishing. It was so fast that it could not be seen with the naked eye. Only the people from the 8 Origin realm could catch this strange wave of light. The people on the Star Origin continent and the Crimson Moon might have sensed it a little, but they could not find out what had happened. They only faintly felt that something had passed through them. The wave of light spread very quickly. In an instant, it had spread through the entire solar system on the Star Origin continent. Then, it shot toward the depths of the star zone. In just a short while, it had reached the edge of the world. Everything it touched turned into energy information and was fed back to the balls of light. Even the chaotic desolation was no exception. The speed of the Book of the Era's detection was close to limitless. It could spread to the entire star zone in an instant. No matter how far away or how small the matter was, it could detect it. Even the residual energy of an energy explosion from millions of years ago could be sensed as long as it was not completely destroyed. It could even recreate the scene of the explosion. Yin Nuoshing and the others did not want to use such a large-scale scan. However, only a scan of such a scale could be done in detail. They had not sensed anything when they scanned the Star Origin continent a few times before, which made them feel helpless. It was only under such circumstances that they took the risk to use the full power of the scan. However, the space and structure of the 5 Origin realm were very fragile. They only dared to use such a super scan once in the same world. If they used it again, it might lead to a fatal collapse in some parts of the world. For example, some laws might be changed, or life forms that should not exist would appear. They did not want to cause that kind of trouble. This is the 9 Shrines group. We have already observed. No, we can't see anything. Anyway, we can feel it. Just 3 seconds ago, we tried to sense as you said. Hiss. My head is about to explode. Is the entire starry sky being fed back to us as information? Yaohua gasped in their souls. Everyone was stunned. They hurriedly patted their chests. Fortunately, they did not touch it. What's the result? Lin Sheng and the others were more concerned about the result. They did not try to do what Yin Nuoshing and the others said. By touching the white light, they could temporarily connect their minds with the Book of the Era and feel everything that the Book of the Era observed. How much information was there in the entire world? Anyway, their minds had been suppressed to the half-demon level. It would be difficult for them to bear. They could tell from Yao Hua's convulsions. The impact of the white light lasted for 3 seconds before it disappeared. Yin Nuoshing and Zero opened their eyes at the same time. Blue light flashed across their eyes as if they were reading information. After a long while, Zero took a deep breath and nodded at Yin Nuoshing. Then, she grabbed the Book of the Era and turned into a golden shadow that shot out. The situation is... Yin Nuoshing sighed. Well, the situation is a little confusing. Yin Nuoshing's face twitched, and he let out a long sigh. We found some news related to the fragment, and it's bad news. At the edge of this galaxy, we found a huge energy shockwave. It's more than 10 million years old, and almost nothing is left. We almost couldn't sense it. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the shockwave produced when the fragment was moving. That shockwave contains the fragment's own power. As for the destination, we don't know yet, but we do know that the fragment should have passed through the world barrier and gone to another world. Does that mean that the fragment is no longer in this world? Yuanshi frowned slightly. We can confirm that, but it seems... Yin Nuoshing's expression was strange. The fragment was transferred away. It didn't grow legs and run away. Transferred? By whom? Yao Hua's expression was strange. I'm not sure about that. Zero just found an interesting place and went there with a book of epics to read. For the time being, there's no plan of action. There's no clue. We can only wait and see what special news he brings back tomorrow morning. Yin Nuoshing shook his head. The discovery of such a clue gave him a headache. The ninth fragment had indeed landed in the galaxy where the Xingyuan continent was located. If there was no accident, it must have fallen on the Xingyuan continent. However, they couldn't find a trace of the fragment's power. Yin Nuoxing and Zero speculated that the fragment had been leaking energy ever since it left the mausoleum world. It was in an unstable state. The leakage was very slow and weak, probably no more than the amount of sand falling from an hourglass. It was so weak that it was almost undetectable. The Book of Epics could only find a trace of weak energy in the starry sky when it was fully activated. Moreover, it was carried away by another energy to an unknown place. As for how it escaped from the Xingyuan continent to the starry sky, there was no trace of it left behind. It was completely annihilated. Even the Book of Epics couldn't detect it. This gave the two people who had the power to change the rules of the five-element realm a headache. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves in it. It was proven that being good at fighting could not solve everything. If you were good at fighting, then you couldn't solve anything. You couldn't smash someone's house in a game of hide-and-seek. I say, can't we use the 8 fragments that have already fused to sense the fragment? Chu Yingzhan spread her hands helplessly. This world is so big. We might have to cross to another world. The void is endless. How long would it take to find it? We can sense it within a range of 10 meters. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Everyone was even more speechless. They could see it from 10 meters away. They couldn't possibly bury it underground. Now, it was a problem of crossing worlds. The void is infinitely big. Although his boss, the Sea of Time, is still behind him, the void is infinitely big. The volume of a world in the void is about the size of a grain of rice. If the fragment is directly thrown into the next world, it's fine. We can find it easily. However, if it's thrown into the void, it's a chaotic space where the concept of time is unclear. God knows where we'll be thrown to. Yin Nuoxing sighed heavily and scratched her head in distress. Everyone looked at each other and heaved a long sigh. There was no way they could do this. Where did Zero go? Nightmare turned around and looked at the entrance of the main room. He couldn't help but ask when he didn't see Zero return. It's looking for the consciousness of Xingyuan continent. Yin Nuoxing muttered, which surprised everyone. My guess was right. The spirit of the stars is the consciousness of Xingyuan continent. I just sensed it with the Book of Epics. The consciousness of this planet is as weak as a candle in the wind. The same goes for the one on Crimson Moon. But I was wrong about one thing. The other 5 planets originally had consciousness of their own, but they were already eaten. Compared to Crimson Moon and Xingyuan continent, those 5 planets weren't that strong. When the catastrophe happened, those 5 were the first to die. Only the consciousnesses of Xingyuan continent and Crimson Moon are lingering at death's door. What will happen if the planet's consciousness is destroyed? Little Moon asked nervously. Nothing will happen. The residents of Xingyuan continent and Crimson Moon will continue to live their lives. This isn't the core of a planet. If you remove it, the entire planet will be destroyed. Just think of the planet's consciousness as the intelligence of a divine object. Now that it's been erased, it's still a divine object. The core of a planet is the core of the divine object's power. If you remove it, the entire planet will be gone. Just think of it that way. Yin Nuoxing rubbed the girl's head and explained softly. Everyone said in unison, "Oh, we should have understood earlier." It was late at night, and a large-scale detection did not wake up the people of Green Pine Village. Other than Yao Hua and Lin Sheng's eyewitness reports, they did not discover much movement in the mainland. The speed of the detection was immeasurable, and it was impossible to directly observe it. Unless one's perception was sensitive, they would not even know that it had appeared. After hearing some bad news, no one was in the mood to rest. Yin Nuoxing paced back and forth in the house with his hands behind his back. He looked restless. Ming and the others shook their heads as they watched him walk back and forth. Yao Hua and the others set off for the center of the main life circle that very night. They were a little concerned about the red light that fell from the Crimson Moon that Lin Sheng had mentioned. As for Lin Sheng and the others, they were now lost deep in the mountains. The group of people had followed the place where the monster tide broke out and killed the monsters until they were crying for their parents. They had rushed into the mountains, and now they were all lost. After watching Yin Nuoxing pacing around for a long time, Chu Yingxian finally could not stand it anymore. She stood up and knocked Yin Nuoxing into Ming's arms with a 1-inch punch. She scolded softly, "Damn it! If you keep pacing around, I'm going to faint. Can't be at peace with that percent at asterisk and." Anyway, even if the world explodes, it won't explode on your head. Stop pacing around. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He got up from Ming's arms speechlessly and sighed. "I say, have you forgotten how strong you are now?" Chu Yingxian was puzzled. The peak strength of the 5 elements realm is the demonic realm, which is the extent to which we are currently suppressed. However, the Star Origin continent is located in the lower realm of the 5 elements realm. The energy there is thin, and the peak strength is not even at the 4th tier of the immortal realm, Yin Nuoxing said faintly. Chu Yingxian's brows furrowed deeply. Logically speaking, we should also be suppressed to the 4th tier of the immortal realm, but we aren't. The only explanation is that the laws here have been disrupted. The shard might have disrupted the laws here, so we still maintain the strength of the demonic realm. Someone was worried that the shard would affect the stability of this world, so they had no choice but to send it away. The shard is already in an unstable state, and its power can erupt at any time. It might even have caused a small disturbance, which is enough to create a loophole in the laws of the 5 elements realm. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, stunned. When the power of the primordial realm exploded, it did not mean that it could only destroy a few dozen worlds nearby, but that its range of destruction should only be as large as a few dozen worlds. But now, we know that the shard is somewhat unstable. It is leaking power like a sieve. That explosion might be mixed with the power of the shard, and when the power of the primordial realm is combined with the power of the shard, its power would be equivalent to a full-strength attack from a heavenly god. Whether or not the hundreds or thousands of worlds around us can survive is a problem. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It's enough to blow a hole in the barrier of the 5 elements realm, and then pass through to the 4 elements realm or the 6 elements realm. It can do it again in a short period of time. Oh, the point is, I don't know if we're in the range of the explosion. A moment later, Chu Yingxian knelt in the corner of the hall, her pretty face pale as she kept muttering to herself. Next to her was a piece of white paper filled with words, and the title was the word wool. After hearing the serious consequences, she did not think that she would be able to go back alive. "All right, calm down." Yin Nuoxing patted the shoulder of the girl, who had curled up into a ball, and sighed. "There's still some time before the explosion. Perhaps we don't know the exact time, and we don't know to what extent the power of the primordial realm has been accumulated. The fragment should have had a small explosion in this star system. Although the power of the primordial realm it carried won't be completely cleared in one go, it can still release a lot and continue to accumulate. However, in this way, the extent of the explosion should be even more powerful." Yin Nuoxing originally wanted to comfort her, but the more he spoke, the worse it became. Everyone's faces turned paler as they listened. Chu Yingxian looked up with a heavy expression, grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm, and under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, opened her mouth and bit down hard. "Ow! Ah!" A moment later, Yin Nuoxing looked at his hand that was almost bleeding from the bite and gasped in pain. On the side, Ming obediently took out a bandage and wrapped it around Yin Nuoxing's hand. He couldn't help but send a soul message to Yin Nuoxing, "Big brother, don't talk too much. If you continue, everyone will be scared to death." Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. "I was wrong.